a little late, but we're here. And we're going to be pushing towards the finale of the Dawntrail main story. So the time is nigh. We are going to be in the final zone, heading towards the end, seeing our journey to its end. So without further ado, though, we're currently in lvl. Before we head back out to the final zone, let me get this over here. Turn the volume on. And let's put this back down to 25. Close enough. I know I can do that. I can do it manually here. All right. So, now, like I said, we're gonna be heading back out to the final zone of Endwalker. Let's leave now or forever hold your peace. We're going out there. Let's do this. We'll do a little bit of a story recap when we get out there, and then we will continue onward. Did we have the... We should have the areas here. Did it? Okay, hold on. Shalawani, Solution 9. Why are these all in Shakhtar? Did we not? We have the teleports though. Hold on. Or go Pacha. Okay, hold on. Is it on our map? Skydeep Cenote. No, that doesn't go that way. More. Oh, here we go. Why isn't it up here in our little thingy-mabib here? Who knows? Maybe I'm just blind. All right. Whew. So yeah, here we are. Back in the final zone of Dawntrail. A little bit of a recap for the story so far. Basically, turn down the volume a little bit while we talk. Basically, the story so far, last time we left off, we had just taken out Zeralja. Sphene had taken the key with her and was just like, if I can't take either in this world to sustain the eternal memories or whatever, then I'm going to go to other worlds and I'm going to take their ether. And we're just like, well, we can't allow that to happen. So we head back to the base for Oblivion. And then we go back to, while our comrades are investigating things surrounding the key and everything like that, us and Lukamat and little Galulja return to Tuliolo. We let Kona know what's up. We have a little bit of moment of, Kona meeting with Galulja and stuff like that, and them talking, and everybody talking about, like, Zeralja and, whatever have you, and everything that went down. And then we also learned that Galulja has apparently, Zeralja left him authority. So he now has the king's authority, Galulja does. So that's another thing that happened. We meet back up with our comrades. We discuss what is our next steps. And we agree that we have to chase after Sphene. And the only way we know how to do that is by using the gate to the Golden City. Which is in the Skydeep Cenote out in Yaktel. So we go and we think that Kryle's earring, which they analyzed the data of, might be the key that might be able to unlock this gate. So we go there. You still comments on how, like most void tears and other gates to other dimensions are sort of like ripping open a tear, but this is like a finely crafted, stitched seam, like a portal that was made with purpose. Kryle tries the earring. It recognizes it, but doesn't register. Our team thinks that it's because she doesn't have the authority. So Galulja uses the earring, and I don't know, the portal, I guess, biologically scans him or some shit, because then the portal ends up opening because of his authority. And we are transported to here, which is apparently the top part of the tower didn't make it through the rift when they did the interdimensional fusion. So the top part of the tower of Everkeep, which is where all the memories and supposed to go, was on the other side of the rift, which is in this reflection that we passed through this portal to get to. So this is the top part of Everkeep that got left behind on the other reflection, and this is called living memory, and basically it's where all the endless, sorry, not the eternal, the endless memories are. So all these memories are given ether and given form to sort of exist here in sort of a paradise. And we go to confront Sven at the center tower here, which is apparently in memoriam to the original Queen Sven, who had died, and Sven's memory, and basically it's the main computer terminal is all housed there. So we go to try to parlay with her one last time, to try to appeal to her, and she's just like, no, I cannot change my course. We're just like, surely there can be another way, and she's just like, absolutely not. Nope. And then she's currently initiating the process to fuse to another world. The people said Sven's going to Princess Sven is going to go into a slumber or whatever have you, so the shit's calculating to like initiate a new interdimensional fusion or whatever have you. And then meanwhile, we're doing what we can to stop her. And what we agreed upon to stop her is we meet up with the memory of Kafkiwa, Aaronville's mother, and Aaronville's mother says that she has a request of us, and that the request is to end the endless. To shut down this place and shut down and wipe out the memories, because she doesn't want to exist if it's at the expense of others. And the thought that the ether that currently comprises her form could be made with, like, for example, the Tuliolans that were slain in the attack makes her sick. And so we agree to do this. There are 4 different districts to living memory, all based on different elements, so like water, air, fire, earth. We start off on the water district, and Wukelmat basically says, like, before we, shut things down, she wants to speak to as many endless as she can to get a feel for them, because she wants to, if we're going to erase the memory, she wants to remember as many of them as she can. So we go out there, we learn, like, people exist here. They meet up with memories of, like, past loved ones as well. So, like, a lover that died young gets to meet with their partner that ended up growing up without them, and then they get to marry and exist here or whatever have you. There's all sorts of foods imaginable. It tastes like nothing to us, but to the endless, it's imbued with a memory that it tastes like the memory of that food. Wukelmat also gets to see Namaka there. We end up seeing Namaka. We also learn that the Endless take on whatever form they were apparently perhaps happiest in life. So there's lots of different people of different ages running around all over the place. We see a younger Namaka who's kind of lost in the memory and is like looking for a young Shibrali girl. She doesn't even recognize Wukelmat at first, but then Wukelmat's just like, hold on, I'm Wukelmat, you found me, and then she starts to recognize her, and they get to have like a little final moment together, where Wukelmat gets to say her thanks to Namaka for raising her and for believing in her, and that she wouldn't be who she was without her. And Namaka gets to say how proud she is of her, and that's the last person we meet before we go and shut down the Canal District. We go out to that terminal all the way out there, we shut it down, and all of it becomes black, just black electrope. Instead of the illusion and everything that was created on top of the electropes, like a blackened husk, and all the memories disappear, except for some memories of people that might have unfinished business or linger because of the strength of their emotions, might stick around a little bit. So there's a couple of side quests to do to help you know, finish up whatever these guys had unfinished. For example, one of the people out here is a memory of somebody that's how there's an archive out there. This is apparently, this is a physical place. This was the 12th layer of the tower, which was a physical place. It used to be that the living resided here. A lot of these places are recreations of Alexandria at its height, and like what it used to be, and what their world used to be. And so that's why it looks like how it looks, but now it's no longer a place for the living. It's now a place where the endless live. But this is a physical place. And then next up, we go out to the Earth District. The Earth District is a theme park where lots of endless children like to go. So people that's happiest time were when it was their youth. So there's like carousels and Ferris wheels and everything else like that. And we meet with a memory of Otis. Apparently before he was put into the robot, or during the time that he was put into the robot, they also maybe copied his memory or something like that, because because Otis, the robot, was the entire soul of that, the soul and memory of that person put into the robot, and that's why he didn't go here when he died. He returned to the ethereal sea. But this is apparently a memory of him that got put into the archives. So we meet up with him. We do a little play for the children about, you know, Alexandria and stuff like that, and we let Otis know about how, you know, like in the end, you know, Alexandria still exists. He said he was too afraid to ask any of the newcomers, does Alexandria still exist? And Wukamad's just like, it may be very different, but it endures. And, you know, this incarnation of you, the robot Otis, protected his queen till the end, and was brave and helped raise the new king, Gulja. And hearing that, that gives Otis a measure of peace. We go to shut down this district as well. And it also, all the color and whatever is all the illusion and the color and everything like that is taken away, and all the memories dissipate. There's a couple of memories that we do meet up with in the side quest to help put to rest. One of them is apparently a Tuliolan who was on the first train that left Shalawani that we were going to be on. Apparently he has a brother that was left. He went to go do some maintenance work. That's why he was on that train to Yasulani, and he left his brother in Shalawani. And apparently they were both very excited about innovations of ceruleum, and they helped build the dirigibles and everything like that. And they were excited for all the innovation that Kolna was bringing. And when we met him, he was a memory of a little kid that was looking for his brother, but then he changes back to his older self, and he says that he's glad to know that his brother still lives, and that's where he was finally able to rest. And then lastly, let's get out there. This is the last area that we went to. Right, so this was a volcanic area, the fire area. And here we meet up with, I'm going to head out there while we do it. Here we meet up with Kryle's parents. So we find Kryle's parents here. We recognize Kryle's parents from the Echovision that we had from Kenram when he spoke of when the portal opened and two Lalas came out and handed them a baby and the key. So we recognize them. We point them out to Kryle, and Kryle shows them the earring, and they're just like, it can't possibly be. It's actually you, and they get to have a little bit of a reunion and whatever. We learned that they were indeed scientists that were helping out with preservation. That they were initially kind of tricked. So what ended up what their story was apparently the Malala people. weren't originally from Alexandria. What happened is that they recount this whole place is also a recreation of the a recreation of the Malala's home, or they have like a museum basically to the Malala on this island. And the Malala apparently came from a land of endless summer that was hit by an age of endless frost. And we're just like, oh, that sounds exactly like the Lalas of the South Sea Isles and the calamity of ice. And so the Lalas in the South Sea, apparently as a group of Lalas in the South Sea Isles entirely disappeared. Oh, everything's shut down, so everything's all black or whatever. But a group of Lalas disappeared from the South Sea Isles. And they apparently prayed to this ancient device, the key. Wow, yeah, everything is a blackened husk. They prayed to this key, which was the key that Sphyn's using as well. They don't know the origins of this key, but they prayed to it, and it opened a golden path for them that allowed them to escape, and they ended up in Alexandria or something like that. And they're the ones who helped make Electrope the way it is. They're the ones that shared with them the knowledge of Arcanima and the arcane runes that are etched upon Electrope that allows it to convert into the different elements. And that's why they were favored by many of the kings and queens of the land for their innovation. Now, how exactly Lalas escaping from the age of endless frost ended up in Alexandria, which was about to endure like the calamity of lightning. When the calamity of lightning came before the age of endless frost, we still don't know. Is there time shenanigans involved in this? I'm very confused about the timeline, but hopefully it gets explained and we figure it out. Also, like they cut the music to this place. It was like dead silence. This really is a ghost land. But yeah, we get to learn more about the history of the Malala people here. It talks about the speaker who was their leader. Now, when we did the Alo Alo, we saw the statue of the speaker and the orb that like helped the powerful orb that like is also probably an ancient artifact that the Lala were studying. Like they found that artifact too. So I imagine these are probably maybe artifacts of the ancients, and it's probably artifacts of the ancients, and the key and that orb, the orb that was on Alo Alo Island that like promotes life, like it causes like plants and stuff to grow and other things like that in abundance. That and the key were probably artifacts that were left there. But not something that the Lala themselves were created, but something that they part of the reason why they developed Arcanima was to understand like the orb. And the speaker statue that we fought was based on it was a statue based upon their leader, who was called the Speaker, who apparently led her people through the portal, and who was apparently housed here, I think, her body and the key. Kryle's parents let us know that when Preservation approached them to be able to use the key, they wanted to figure out more about the key. Eventually, Kryle's parents learned that they didn't want to just learn about the key and use it for benevolent reasons. They were planning on using the key to go to other places to siphon the ether. Now, as soon as Kryle's parents learned that, because they were the keepers of this key, this relic of their people, they started working against Preservation. And that's what led them to use the portal and entrust the key and their child to who they met across the way. Because they had started with the portal, which was a result of them working with Preservation. Now, apparently, the Lalas, after they escaped from the Age of Endless Frost, they kept on trying to use the key to return, but for some reason, the key wasn't working. And to make the portal, the key only barely worked. So they still have a very vague understanding of the key and how it works, and the real like. The what's actually the theories and the mechanics of what's happening with interdimensional fusion. They don't know it. They barely know how this key works and what it does, basically. So yeah, we get to go through this little museum to the Malala. Kryle gets to have a final word with her parents, where her parents tell her that her name was going to be Maya. Kryle takes that on as like a second name, so now she's Kryle Maya Baldessian. Yeah, they get to have that little bit of closure. Kryle admits to us that she was nervous on going to this journey with us to Taral because she didn't know what she was going to find. She didn't know what the answers were going to be for her or her parents, but she says that she's so glad that she found the courage to ask us to go with us. That she's so glad that she took up pictomancy because she's glad that she found these answers and got to meet her birth parents. Then we shut down the memory of this place, and that's where we currently are. So we have one district that yet remains, the Wind District. We know that is where Kafkiwa's memories are housed, and Aaronville has been very silent all of this time. He's coming to terms with, you know, having to say goodbye to his mother, and he's also a little put off that Kafkiwa seems so lighthearted about all this. He's just like, how can she be, you know, can seem so carefree when he knows what's coming, when we all know what's coming. But yeah, so we're going to be continuing the main story, but first, we do have a couple of side quests that have appeared after we shut down this place. So we're going to be doing that real quick. Also, hold on just a moment here. All right. Sorry about that. Yeah, let's do this. So these are a couple of memories that of people that have lingered because they have something that is unfinished. And we've seen it. It could be something really small, like one of the children, one of the side quests was a child here in the theme park area that had set up a treasure hunt for her friends, but her friends all disappeared now, and now they can't do the treasure hunt. So it could be something as small as that. Or this tour guide who was in the middle of a tour and he was just like, I want to tour guide one final time. Apparently he tour guided in life and he loved it so much and loved meeting people, and that was sort of like and he tour guided people and led them to these fountains, and apparently there was a fountain where people get to make wishes, but he said he never made a wish himself, so he makes a wish then, and then he finds peace. All right, Restless Malala. Volcanic disruptions. The restless Malala is fearing the worst. Yes, you with the weapon. Pardon my candor. You have a weapon as a staff, but you must accompany me to Matchlock Menagerie this instant. What? No, I'm not asking you on a leisurely outing. I'm asking you to save innocent lives. I spied a tree of volcanic scorpions stalking after some defenseless animals. Were I to vanish and allow the scorpions to prey upon those creatures, I'd never forgive myself. We must make for the menagerie and defend them no matter the cost. Wow. So the reason is because he's holding on by sheer will. He's like, no way I can vanish before I do this. Wow. Obviously, I can't chase off a nest of hungry pests alone. I require strength, specifically your strength. Step lively then. We have no time to lose. All right, I like this guy. It's like, quickly, we have to save the animals. All right. Oh, boy. Oh, wow. It's really... Oh, we're going really out there. Okay, all right. It's all the way through the museum to the other side. All right, onward then. So yeah, so we're going to be this one and this one, which I assume is going to be another ether current. Currently, this is where we are with ether current, so we should get the final one from the MSQ. So these might be the last two before we get MSQ. We also have two from exploration, which I'm pretty sure are going to be in the air district. Are going to be in the district of wind. There's also a lot of sun themes in all the Malala areas. I mean, it is, they did describe the Alo Alo Islands, the South Sea Isles, as a land of endless summer. Interesting, interesting. Hold on, that orb used to have, like, side orbs that were around it. I'm just like, what do these represent? Like, there was a lot of things that were just like, there was these masks here. These were used to be lit up yellow. There was these masks here, and the tour guide that we had, which was a robot or whatever, said that, and the sightseeing location as well, said that they don't even know, what the masks represent, like what the meaning of these things are. A lot of mystery still, a lot of mystery. All right, there's our Malala friend. I saw them. I saw the scorpions. They're closing on 2 critters as we speak. Those volcanic monstrosities terrify me, but what terrifies me more is knowing what they'll do to their quarry if we don't act swiftly. Worry not, little ones. I'm on my way. He's got a lot of, for being so scared, he's got the bravery to do what needs to be done, man. All right. Where is this guy? He's on the other side here? Probably, yes. So this is a red electrope down here or whatever. This used to be like, glamored to look like lava. Oh, there he is. 3 of them. Wow, wow. When we're holy with our... Well, we have the... Well, I have Presence of Mind up, and then... Boom shakalaka. Alright. Eating. God, I thought that was the enemy. That took every drop of courage I could muster. Good job, kid. Thankfully, the little ones managed to escape without a scratch. Can you clarify what these creatures were? I ought to find them and lead them to the entrance before the scorpions catch us in their sights. I'll meet you back there when all is well. We've only seen like some monsters or whatever here, like critters? Question mark. I was going into a little bit of cutscene. You, my weapon-wielding friend, our lifesaver. I realise this all escalated rather quickly, but you performed admirably under the pressure. No problem, man. It's what we do. Done it many a time. To tell the truth, I have a bit of history with those scorpions. In my previous life, I was tasked with introducing new and excited creatures into Matchlock Menagerie that I guess might know the wonders of the animal kingdom. Like a zoo. As one would expect, the prospect of scorpions posed a great risk, and we often argued with the upper management as to whether keeping them would be worth the cost. In the end, however, the menagerie's curator ordered us to take them in. Supposedly, scorpion-based vodka was a popular delicacy in Alexandria before the war. Scorpion-based vodka. Fascinating, okay. The higher-ups sought to recreate those drinks and share them with the masses by way of a new exhibit. Time passed, and I finally returned as an endless, only to discover the menagerie in shambles. Those thrice-damned scorpions have the run of the place now. I should have argued against the curator's plan when I had the chance. Should never have agreed to the terrible exhibit. It put the other animals at risk. They just wanted it for the vodka. No matter how hard I tried to let things go, those pangs of regret never abated. So when I spotted those innocent creatures wandering the menagerie, I felt obligated to return. To save what little I could. Thanks to you. My conscience is clear. Our fuzzy new friends are none the worse for wear. Fuzzy new friends, question mark. Oh, thank God we're gonna see them. Oh, his little capybaras. Oh my God. Thank God it wasn't beavers. Did these two originally belong to the menagerie, or perhaps these little ones will seek out, were seeking out some hot springs? Oh, the capybaras. And the hot springs. We'll ask if they originally belonged to the menagerie, because I don't know if Kelvin's seen a capybara before. They must have, but I don't recall bringing in such precious pups. Perhaps one of my associates introduced them after I left. Regardless, I can rest easy in the knowledge that these two will have each other, even when I'm long gone. I should be able to escort them safely from here. And my deepest gratitude. And presumably theirs as well. No problem. Glad we could save these two little ones. The little capybaras. Look at them go. They're so cute. I think there's a capybara mount I've seen some people riding around on. Alright, that's another ether current. Let's see, let's teleport back. Because, so we don't have to go back through the entire museum section again. It's a long one. Alright. To the second side quest. Alright, exhausted engineer. Blueprint protocol. The exhausted engineer requires the aid of a sharp-eyed individual. All I wanted was a relaxing reprieve in Opal Springs. Never thought it would come to this. I've misplaced something precious to me, you see. A set of blueprints. I suspected I'd dropped them on my way to the springs, but the terminal suddenly shut down, and as I was retracing my steps. I was so absorbed in my search I couldn't even vanish with the others. Forgive me my boldness, but you seem a generous sort, and I'm sorely in need of help. Find what I'm after, and I'll make it worth your while. Before my soak, I paid a visit to the Arena of Valor, so I'll leave that area to you. For my part, I plan to scour the springs one more time. Alright, to the arena. I gotta pay attention to where the hands are facing on those, because I can't tell back from front on those robots. Alright, arena advertisement. Fighting familiars, wood versus solid gold. Will Balala tradition triumph, or will modernity make its mark on the monumental match? Interesting. We did, in the Aloe Aloe dungeon, we did see that they animated wood, like we fought that one animated wood thing that's traditionally, they were able to animate this, and this is a solid gold familiar. This appears to be a list of matches from the Arena of Valor. While the illustration of the clashing familiars catches your eye, it is a far cry from what you were after. I was wondering if I could parkour. I think you can go in the center of the arena, but... Hey, we can go into the center. Nope, okay, it's above. Oh, hold on, there we go. Ice cream illustration. do have this at 110. Do we go to this? It feels like a bit small. Need a frigid treat to beat the heat. Shocking all your taste buds with volcanic lightning, a new flavor of frozen delight that Scott customers asking, how can something be so hot be so cool? All right. Though the ice cream sounds dangerously delightful, this advertisement makes no mention of anything remotely architectural. These are not the blueprints you seek. Oh, this one's definitely up. There it is. Detailed documentation. A massive tower crowned with a statue of gold woman is mapped in painstaking detail. These appear to be blueprints to the Meso terminal. Oh, which is the main terminal with the with Sphyn's memories in it. The blueprints likely belong to the exhausted engineer. It would be best to return to Opal Springs and deliver them to her. All right, blueprints located. As we're running back here, let me take a sip of water. Stay hydrated, everybody. All right, hydration achieved. All right. There's our engineer friend. I searched every nook and cranny for those blueprints, but I've not found a single scattered sheet. I don't know where else they could have ended up. Please, tell me you managed to track them down. An elaborate diagram of the Meso terminal and the golden statue at its head depicted from several angles. Oh, my blueprints. My dear, sweet blueprints. Oh, how I've missed you. I just knew I'd drop these on my stroll. Also, I don't think I turned up because we haven't been in an area with BGM. With the background music, I didn't turn it up from when I was talking. Alright. I just knew I'd drop these on my stroll. Thank you ever so much for retrieving them. No problem. When we first began development on the Meso terminal, I drafted these blueprints for its design. If you can believe it, the finished product is the work of yours truly. Really? The whole entire thing? Wow. Well, to be fair, the concept wasn't entirely my own making. I have a lot of folklore to thank for its creation. Oh, interesting, interesting. Like the statue of the speaker. But the statue of the speaker was made with wood and this one isn't. Don't tell me this one's going to animate too. According to said folklore, we Manada were refugees from another world. Our ancestors once lived in a sun-kissed paradise by the sea, and that is until those very seas began to freeze and calamity engulfed everything in its path. Under the protection of the Great Speaker, my ancestors were guided to this world and left in their homeland a towering statue of their savior. Yes, we ran into that one. Aloe variant Dungeon Lore coming in clutch. The speaker was a compassionate and selfless soul, sacrificing all she had to save her people. Not unlike Queen Sphyn, no? I can't remember if Calica, if the little bird that we got that spoke to us that we helped from the Aloe Islands, I can't remember if she said she heard the voice of the speaker or whatever. I gotta go. I have to look at Aloe lore again now. I gotta relook at all of that stuff. It's because it's coming into play. With the legend of the speaker as my inspiration, I incorporated Her Majesty's beauty's visage in the top of the terminal, for at the heart of our city. A flawless idea, if I do say so myself. I gave everything, my passion, my time, my love of country, to see these blueprints given shape. They aren't merely pieces of parchment, they're my life's work personified. I nearly left them to rot in the arena of valor. I would be laughing this off if I weren't so furious with myself. But what's important is that you brought them back. And I owe you a great debt. At this rate, I may never meet Her Majesty face to face. All I can do now, all I wish to do now, is gaze upon her glorious image before I fade away. And my thanks, stranger. May fortune favor you always. Thank you. May fortune favor you always. Complete. There's a nice shot of our character. Got the golden statue in the background. All right. Don't know if I caught that before he started fading to black. Okie dokie. That was the last of the side quest here. I like the side quest here. Let's see. Okay, yeah, let's loop around. Let's loop around. We gotta go through the... Gotta go through the museum again to get back up to where the we left I left them as soon as we shut down the terminal. I was just like, I don't know, shit's gonna go down. So as soon as we shut down the terminal, I left them up there. So as soon as we shut down the terminal and the side quest appeared, and we gotta run all the way up, run all the way up to get back there. It's probably just gonna be like, yep, meet us back at the main thing. But I just in case something went astray, I was just like, we'll leave these guys here. But it doesn't mean we have to make this run all the way back. We do have to make this run all the way back. This does make me wonder. We only went to get to see Aloe Island, but there are other islands in the South Sea Isles. And obviously, not all of the Lalas of the South Sea Isles disappeared and ended up in Alexandria during the Age of Frost, because after the Age of Frost, in the age of the fifth astral age, some of the Lalas from the South Sea Isles ended up helping found the nation of Nim. So, and then even afterwards, some of the Lalas, after Nim fell, some of them went on to become to Ul'dah to found the nation of Baladia, and some went to return to their homeland of the South Sea Isles. And after the calamity of water, in our age, the sixth astral era, some Lalas from the South Sea Isles made contact again with Limsa Lominsa, and is the one who brought the Arcanist Guild. I am at the wrong place. Hold on. Are the ones that brought the magic of Arcanima to Limsa. I think we gotta loop all the way up. We gotta loop all the way up. Why is that bombling? It's called Pineapple. Pineapple? Okay, alright. Okie dokie, we're almost here. Yeah, I'm very interested in how this timeline works the fuck out, because right now I'm trying to keep track of it in my head, and you know, I'm a little bit confused. You know, there's a lot of like dimension hopping or whatever going around, and I'm just like, and like obviously time distortion shenanigans, and I'm just like, What is happening? What is happening with this timeline? I want to make sure to get it straight. But I don't know if we have all the answers yet. All right, here we are back with the squad. Welcome up. Next, we have to part with... Yep, Cryo. Their memories may be gone, but their love will always be with me. Aaronville, ... Raha. Just one zone remaining. Yep, alright, Kafkiwa. Let's continue. An explorer's delight. Kafkiwa is ready to head to the 4th and final zone. I must say, the closer we get to the end, the faster time seems to pass us by. Come, let's head to the 4th and final zone. By now you know how to get there, yes? Yes, we do. Excellent. This time I'd like to quickly check in on the Meso Terminal, so I'll meet you at the Gate of Remembrance. Come on, everyone. Oh, I should also mention, I didn't mention in the recap, but you know, the reason we have the squad that we do is because the rest of our team stayed behind to make sure that we were defended against any magical attacks that might hit us as we went through the portal, or to bypass any defenses. So most of our main magic users stay behind, except for Graha, who's just like, hey, you know, if anything goes wrong with the gate on this side and you're not able to get back, well, you know, you're knowledgeable about, you know, shard travel, so you go with them. And then also Thancred and Estinian stay behind to defend the casters, just in case. So that's why most of our squad stay behind, and this is why we have this crew. Alice was very sad to stay behind and told it was just like, don't, make sure Kelwyn doesn't carry, make sure the Warrior of Light doesn't end up carrying things by herself, like that, share the burden with her. And I was just like, ugh, Alice, my heart. All right, Aaronville. Nope, still ... So this is it. This is it. Cryo? Like before, it'll be hard, but we must honor Kafkiwa's wish. Sorry, Wukman. Oh, Aaronville. Yeah, yep. Alright. As far as I can tell, we still have some leeway with Meso Terminal. You can carry on getting to know the Endless in the last zone. Windspath Gardens it's called, and it's breathtakingly beautiful. That's where your memories are stored, yes? That's right. I left it for last so I could guide you for as long as possible. Very thoughtful of me, yes? Oh, a great idea just occurred to me. Curious head tilt. What might that be? I'll save it for after we've arrived on the other side. See you there. Her great ideas are generally less than great. Hey, Aaronville. As much as I want to grant your mother her wish, I also want to respect yours. Now he's gotta let her go, ma'am. When all's said and done, I want you to be happy. I hope you know this. I know. I know. Kafkiwa isn't only his mother, she's his mentor as well. That can only make it harder for him to say goodbye. Let's go. For now, we keep doing what we've been doing, seeking out endless and learning what's dear to them. All right, the final area. Map. Let's not keep Kafkio waiting. I have faith in Arenville's inner strength. Well, what could this great idea of Kafkiwa's be? And then Arenville. It's not. It's not. What? All right. Let us through, sentry guard. Error verification system initialized. User registration confirmed. Akio has been hacking these robots to let us through. Greetings and welcome to Windspath Garden, the sanctuary of exploration and discovery. The marvels of nature, the natural world await you. Wee, magic zipline. Oh. I did see them light up trees in the distance. There's a lot of flowers. It's more like a garden than an exploration area. Oh, voiced.
If I could have everyone's attention. I know we have pressing business, but I'd like to say a few words. Before I died, I had 2 wishes. The first was to see who my Eleneshpia would become. I would say that wish has been fulfilled. Indeed, it has. For the boy who once shunned company has returned a somewhat sociable man, surrounded by wonderful friends.
Ugh, my dude. Yeah, he's learned, He's often said in this journey, like, he never saw himself traveling with others, but here he is, who's learned to trust in others a little bit here. Journeying together. Though he still just refers to Wuklamat as a long-standing acquaintance. He calls us friend.
As his mother and mentor both, I couldn't be more proud.
Arenville is embarrassed.
As for my second wish, that was to see all manner of nature that I had never seen before.
Oh, man. Yep. That would be our, you know, like as we haven't seen all the star yet, man. To the ends of the world and back. That'd be our regret. Yeah, kindred spirit.
I hoped to explore every corner of the world and there find thriving life.
Well, not everywhere has thriving life. The burn. But, you know, I mean, there's some life there. Thriving, though, I mean, debatable.
But I didn't even get to see all of Tural, did I? Never enough hours in a day, or days in a year, or years in a life.
Yeah. I mean, like, but to be fair, dude, you're a fucking Vieira. Like, don't be like, man, never enough fucking years. I mean, Jesus Christ, lady. have a little bit of, you know, tact here. Just like, yeah, I lived a couple hundred or some odd years. Isn't that fucking great? But I guess she died early though, I guess. But you know, like we're over here just being like, yeah, oh man, it's real rough here on your lifespan time, lass. What about our lifespan times? Yeah, dude, it's never enough time. It's the most precious of all resources.
Kafkiwa. Oh, don't give me that look. Though, admittedly, I did go and spoil the mood. Apologies.
No, man, the mood is already somber as fuck.
What I was so poorly trying to work up to asking was this. I want you to help me fulfill my second wish.
How?
I have a good feeling about this place. There is so much here I've never seen before, I just know it.
We'd love to see it with you.
I thought you might say that. Thank you. Windspath Gardens is home to a collection of flora and fauna that once thrived on the continent.
Okay, flora and fauna?
Like the rest of living memory, I haven't explored it in earnest. Controlling my vessel demanded all of my attention. But at long last, I'll get to meet the creatures here. Wrap things up with a perfect little adventure. So, shall we?
All right. Hopefully in the next life, she'll find
Absolutely
this discover. Oh, Harrenful's not going.
We're to grant you your wish, and then what? You leave? You cannot ask that of me.
Oh, Ellen Neshpir. Please understand. I just wanted to end on a happy note. Not only for myself, but for all of us. Better that than a sad goodbye, surely.
Oh, it's gonna be sad goodbye anyway. Parting is bittersweet. Cryo. How very like Kiwa to chase her dreams to last. Come on. Let's hope Kiwa makes some great memories. Sanctuary of Exploration Discovery. Quite fitting that Gavkiwa's memories are here. Aaronville? Nope. Alright, Gavkiwa. Then with your consent, let's begin our adventure. Naturally, while we go about this, feel free to continue befriending Endless, and be sure to absorb the delightful scenery. Alright. And finding ether currents. Ether currents, ether currents. Like I said, it seems mostly just like this is very garden-esque. Look at these little guys. Agavoides. I think we saw those in Ilmag. Oh, there's ether current. Eat the current, eat the current. Which means one exploratory ether current remains after this. North. Okay. Well, we'll be ending up at the etherite at some point. Alright, Squad Aaronville. I somehow anticipated this. Scenery here is nothing short of remarkable. To think that Sphene has managed to preserve it for the endless. Yeah, these are actual physical flowers and not just illusion. Cryle? What a lovely garden. Look at that. I thought that these things were some sort of enormous tree, but they're actually sculptures. Oh, these things? Yeah, it looks like they just have vines growing off of them, it seems. You have Kiwa? This particular garden is called Blooms of Discovery. Beautiful, isn't it? Graphic upstate. All the different flowers. It's absolutely stunning. And they're all actual plants. They are indeed. These specimens were brought here hundreds of years ago for conservation, as the calamity had pushed them to the brink of extinction. Oh, conservation place, okay. So, this zone is like a great conservatory. Precisely, my dear Cryle. Here you'll find flora and fauna the likes of which no longer exist elsewhere. Yeah, because imagine a lot of species probably got freaking decimated in a bunch of the calamities. Doesn't the thought just set your heart aflutter? I suppose. I expect that some creatures I encountered outside of Thrall may have cousins in this world. While I'm no expert on life in the reflections, it would make for an interesting study to compare them. Sure, man. I saw a couple trees wandering around that I saw in Elpis. Now there's an idea. Leave it to my pupil to think up some such. Here we have not only a world's traversing adventurer and a veteran gleaner, but a pair of Charlane's finest scholars besides. Yeah, Raha and Cryo. Students of Beldesian. Graha's an Archon. I'm not sure if Kryle's an Archon. Does Kryle have an Archon tattoo? Uncertain. It's a veritable gathering of inquisitiveness, and I'm thrilled to be a part of it. Kalkiwa looks awfully happy, doesn't she? Some creatures here do indeed appear to resemble those in Eorzea. Such was the case in the first, too. Mm-hmm. Like that. But there are some things that are only found in some of the areas, like the Amaro, are unique to the first. Because they were, I think, originally lizard-like creatures that were experimented upon by the Ronkins. And also how the Ixal seem to be unique to the source as well, because they were experiments from the Alags, the Elegans. When it comes to inquisitiveness, I reckon I'm a match for both you and Aaronville. Rainbow? I can't recall the last time my mother was so excited. Alright, Kefkiwa. In search of discovery. Kefkiwa's eyes sparkle in anticipation of discovery. To begin with, I'd like to scout the vicinity and report back with any points of note. This would be a good opportunity to speak with the locals. They're bound to be familiar with the area after all. As Helena suggested, it would be interesting to compare the creatures here with those native to the source. I never ventured outside at all, so I look forward to your insights. Just leave it to us. I've only ever been in Charlotte myself, but I'd like to think I know interesting when I see it. Alright, Kefkiwa. Of everyone, I dare say you've been to the most places. I cannot wait to hear your thoughts. Of everyone. We have indeed many a land. Yeah, these are the trees that we saw in Elpis. Like I said, though, the weird armadillo things we saw in the Feylands in Ilmag. Oh, hold on. I've just started wondering. Alright, specimen observing endless. Oh, hello. Hello there. What am I doing, you ask? Look up the trunk. See the plants within capsules. These specimens that either can't survive in Windspath Garden or would become invasive and disrupt the ecosystem. Oh, in the capsules up there? Are they just the memory of them or what? Okay, okay. The capsules recreate the conditions they require, from tropical to frigid climes, while keeping them isolated. Okay, okay. In this way, any and all plant life can be preserved forever, just like ourselves. So we're preserved in memory? Because those aren't physical. Those aren't like a physical area. Alright, observation point. Surveying. 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 Lots of surveying. You see a creature wandering around that resembles the Treants named the Twelveswood. Yeah, we've seen this. We also saw some Treants in the first dungeon of this expansion as well. Up there is the Aetheryte. It's along the edge of water. Alright, water watching endless. Did you know that even the water here is created using electrope? It is? Oh, it's probably because it's generated by changing lighting to water. The initial product is too pure, though, and adjustments have to be made so the composition resembles what's found in a natural environment. I guess it's just like pure water, but it's got like minerals and other stuff like that. Fascinating. From a biological standpoint. That's just one of the many things they do to create the ideal conditions for these plants to thrive. I don't know what's become of the world outside the barrier, but I should like to visit a lovely spot such as this in real life. I don't think the Endless can exist outside, like, very far from the terminals, though, I imagine. Speaking of lovely spots, have you been to the top of the lookout here? It's a great vantage point, and there's even a food stall in case you're hungry. There's real fish here, by the way. We're allowed to catch some, but I'd rather just watch them. Okay, so is also fish. Did we talk to this other scientist a second time? I don't know if we did. Hold on. I've been serving the plants for decades now. They're like children to me. Okay, there we go. Spoke to them the second time. Just in case they had additional insights. Sometimes Square Enix sneaky like that. Alright. Surveying. Surveying. It's such a pretty area. The flower garden appears to be meticulously maintained, if not by endless, then by machines. Like how they have the flowers in their little rows, like rainbow. All right. To the ether right. Also, let's see where the ether core might be from here. Directly west. Okay, across this way. And this person's food stand, Basil. After purchasing refreshments, you're free to sit at one of our tables if you like, or you can simply take it with you if you prefer. Well, Father? I'm on the cusp of a breakthrough. Why not ask your mother? Wow. Mother, may I have some ice cream? Ask your father, love. I'm brainstorming at the moment. Wow, the child neglect. That poor child. Alright, terminal gazing endless. My ancestors aren't actually Xandrian, but hail from a place called Code Petit. Interesting, okay, alright. Conde Petit? PTA? There's some unique customs there. For instance, when greeting someone, they had to say lally ho in a spirited manner. Oh my god, that lally ho? Really? Is that also in the South Sea Isles? Dude, the lally ho, dude. The lally ho. Our settlement was also famous for a gigantic tree that grew nearby. It was so enormous that when you stood at its base, the roots covering the ground went beyond the horizon. Maybe the name changes. There was a big tree on Aloe Island too, but there are other islands on South Sea Isles that we haven't been to yet. The terminal at Windspath Gardens is apparently inspired by that very tree. The Leafa tree. The Eefa? No, that's the Eefa tree? It was named. Okay. It may not be real, but it's nice to have it as a memento for posterity. Actual Eefa tree would have been bigger than this. Much, much bigger. So is that the terminal? Is that the terminal? No, it doesn't look like the regular terminals that we've had. No, those are just regular trees. Where's the terminal in this place? It's usually like a tall monument. Oh, this one. There it is. There it is. So that's why it's supposed to look like that. Okay, alright. The actual Eefa tree was big. Is that the big ass tree that was Final Fantasy IX? I know there was a big ass tree. Alright, let's return back to Kafkiwa. outfits again. So pretty, man. And if these flowers are actually physical, then at least they'll remain when we set this place fucking dark. Alright. Greenville? There are beasts I had never seen before. So far I've seen everything that we've the little areas we've journeyed. I've seen these are all familiar to me. Right, Cryle? Well, the arboretums of Charlene imitate natural environs. This place has the feel of an exhibit in that sense, the word gardens does suit it well. The arboretum, like the Mossian Arboretum that was in New Charlene. As the dungeon. Alright, Kefkiwa? Welcome back, Kelwin. Carl has just delivered to me a most fascinating report. You have some engaging impressions to share too, I hope. We just start talking. Yeah, so like the 12s wood. I saw those other guys in Elpis. The other types of Treants. One of these guys I saw in Ilmeg, the Fairy Kingdom on the first. Where Norvrant used to sit, or sorry, in Norvrant, where Ishgard and Corthus is. That's where Norvrant is on the map, or not Norvrant, Vopert, which is where the Fairy Kingdom Ilmeg currently is. It stands where the Kingdom of Vopert used to stand. All right, Kefkiwa. Well. That is all very interesting indeed, but I must say I'm most fascinated by the ambulating trees. Well, there are similar creatures in Urkopacha. Yeah, I was going to say they're in the dungeon. We're not in Urkopacha, in Kozumauka. I've seen them in Kozumauka. they're part of the mobs in the dungeon. Could you tell me more about these Treants as you know them? They're native to the 12s wood and where they prey upon even wolves, or they are various subspecies such as those with red leaves or gnarled look, or they like to hurl acorns at you, exploding ones. Exploding acorns. Have we seen red varieties? Trying to remember. I'm trying to remember. We'll say the first line because that was where they prey upon even wolves. Was that in like one of the cutscenes? one of the maybe in the initial 1.0 cutscene. I remember the initial 1.01 cutscene for Gridania or being chased by a Treant. But we have seen these trees in lots of different places. I can't remember ones with red leaves. We'll go with the top one. Is that so? To maintain the ecosystem here, I imagine there are creatures that serve as their prey. The management of ecosystems. That calls to mind Labyrinthos, does it not? That it does. Many different places. Elpis, Labyrinthos, anywhere that's trying to curate something. Lest you wonder, Labyrinthos is a storage facility deep beneath Charlayan that contains a recreation of a temperate climate zone. Such a place exists. Amazing. By the by, did anyone also catch sight of a large scalekin? No. I saw the little armadillo plant motherfuckers, but not a scalekin. A large scalekin, you say? What does it look like? Nothing I've seen before, but it has a rodent-like form and walks on all fours. A rodent-like form walks on all fours as a scalekin? I mean, it could be literally anything. If it looks like a rodent, wouldn't that make it a beastkin? No, because it was clearly... He said did he stutter? He said it was a lizard. No, it's covered in scales, ones that appear to mimic succulent plants. Oh. Yeah, I saw those. Yeah, the little plant armadillos. By that, I would definitely classify it as scalekin. I think it's beastkin. I know the creature of which they speak. Well, it's hard to say this for certain without seeing it. Why don't you show me? Oh, very well. It was in a flower field earlier and should still be near. Let's head over there then. When we find it, we'll see who's right. Actually, I think it might actually be seedkin. I think it might be seedkin. I think it actually is a plant. The two of you, at least I think they're called seedkin, is up there. The two of you should come along too and let us your opinions. I'm pretty sure we saw them in Ilmeg. I don't think they're like the things that hold the fruits with their tails that is in Thavnir. The Amra fruits. Go ahead, Cohen. I'll let the others know and then join you. Guys, I saw it like way further out this way. Aaronville? This is the area. The beast didn't give the impression that it moves frequently. Kiwa? This is so exciting. Come on and help us find the creature. Alright. Surveyin. 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 Yeah, there it is. You spot a beast resembling Echivore you encountered in the first. Yep, there we go. My memory was right. That's the one there. I see, I see. At a glance, it certainly has the look of both Scalekin and Beastkin. Let's examine it more closely, shall we? Tell me your observations. It's covered in plant-like scales, or it has deft little paws, or it has a pointy snout. We'll do the first one. It's covered in plant-like scales. The most major feature. That was also the first thing I noticed. I dare say those scales are for hiding in the foliage. You're saying it's not actual plant, it's a lookalike? It could be an actual plant. We've seen lots of things that look like animals, but are actually plants. And it's a fantasy game, man. Plants that look like animals, animals that look like plants. It happens in real life, too. Like orchids that take on the look of animals to help to entice animals to approach for pollination, or like many species that look like the other things to camouflage, look like plants, or you know, there's some baby birds that look like that from a distance look like pine cones in their coloring. so that they can to camouflage. You know, obviously there's like stick bugs or like the bugs that look like leaves, etc., etc. Truly, etc., etc. All right, Kefkiwa. Having studied it, I believe that the scales upon its back are in fact a unique form of hide. Rather than being shed, it grows with the creature. You may be right. If we consider that along with its other characteristics such as its face and hands, it's most likely to be a beastkin like you said. Yep, that's what I was uncertain. I think maybe it could be a seedkin as well, but it does have other little animal features, so. A physical examination would be needed to confirm this beyond doubt, but I'm satisfied simply to have seen it. It seems you alone were familiar with this species. Where did you encounter it? Ilmeg, the Fairy Kingdom, formerly the Kingdom of Oberd on the First, another shard. The Fairy Kingdom of the First? Yeah, I recognized it. Yep. Kelwyn has been to the very edge of existence. Like, she's been places. She has seen life that others could only imagine. That's right, I have. Listen, Kelwyn is fucking crazy. The very edge of existence. She's went out to fucking space. She's been to the moon. Kelwyn, holy fuck. And then also to other reflections, and she's also been to the distant past. It is fucking bonkers. Amazing. Creation surely holds no end of mysteries. It really doesn't. Oh, I would love to see them all. The life beyond the bounds of our star and plane both. Other planes dude. Kafkiwa, if only your memory could persist, because I don't know. Apparently, planetary exploration is gonna be a thing this expansion. They've said it's gonna be like Island Sanctuary, but it's exploration, I guess. Somehow, we're gonna be maybe visiting other planets in an Island Sanctuary like fashion. I don't fucking know, man. It's gonna be crazy. Cosmic exploration, I think it was called, when they were talking about it in the live letters and fan fests and stuff like that. Maybe in another life. Looks like we're having fun. Sorry, wrong. Looks like we're having fun. Hearing about the unknown never fails to rouse me. I felt the same way when Kenaram and Galef treated me to tales of their travels. Yeah, Galef gets around. Galef certainly does get around, and Kenaram was a soul of exploration. Oh, she's met Galef. You've met my grandfather, too. Oh, didn't I already mention it? It was when Galef came to Tyrol to investigate the Golden City. I happened to have business with Gul Jaja, so we met in Tuliol. Flashback, flashback, flashback. Little did I know that the tiny babies were cradling would return as you. To think that our paths had already crossed all these years ago. Only yours and mine either. And Laneshpia was there too, you know. Oh, he was? I don't remember. He's very young. It's quite fine if you don't. Cry, why are you shouting? There's a little baby. It's actually because Galef told me about Charlane that I later urged Laneshpia to take up gleaning. My fuzzy bun was growing up dour and withdrawn, and it was when I was at my wit's end that I recalled your grandfather's story about gleaners. Seeing the world through their adventures would inspire a change for the better, I believed. Dour and withdrawn. I'm sorry I was dour and withdrawn. If you ask me, you still have some work to do. If you ask me, you're still pretty dour and withdrawn, Mirabel. But it's because you're that way that you're with us now, and for one, I am grateful. Let's keep moving, shall we? This is a facility I've been wanting to visit. There's a facility I've been wanting to visit. The Clara Museum of Nature. Clara Museum of Nature. They're supposed to have creatures that take you on leisure flights. There's just one problem. It seems only 3 people can fly at one time. Okay. Then you and Aaronville should go. The rest of us still have plenty of other things we can do here. Plus, I don't think Wukelmat likes heights. If there's room for one more, why don't you come with us, Kelvin? Aaronville. Not. All right. That's settled. The museum is at the bottom of the ramp and runs west of Laynode Arrow. Come on. All right, Kyle. Well, this time my grandfather was the common thread between us. Look, Matt. I do. Grandfather traveled many lands, met a lot of people. All right, look out there, Aaronville, for me. Will do. Raha? Do not mind us and just enjoy yourselves. We shall explore a little more and then make our way to the terminal. Laynode Arrow. Does the other one also have? Yeah, Laynode Pyro. Didn't take note of the names. Laynode Memno, which I'm pretty sure means memory. Memno? Is it Latin? Menemo? Yeah, it means memory. From ancient Greek. Canal Town doesn't have a fucking aetheryte. But if it was, it would be, because we got Pyro and Geothermal. Wait, Hydrothermal. There we go. Hydrothermal, Geothermal, Pyro Terminal, and then Aero Terminal. And then the Mesoterminal. Okay, alright. Let's go. I can also get our final of the exploration Aether Currents. Right, northwest, so I don't know, I didn't know. Oh, hey, look, more the big tree people. Oh, freaking hologram of a fucking whale. Some more storage for like plant memories of plants, maybe. I'm not sure of these because it can't be actual plants. Must be stored as data or something. just these platforms up here in this upper walkway. Oh, those are the lightning trees that we saw in Alexandria. I guess they were originally from Alexandria, not from Yassulani. I thought maybe it was just Yassulani trees that adapted because of all the lightning. Now it seems that they're Alexandrian trees. Okay, could either current be here? It was very close. Southeast. Probably down this ramp. Again, this entire place feels like an amusement park, which I guess more or less it really is. This is the jungle area. Up, wind spirits. We've seen those in, oh, I think that's there's the earth current, eat the current. We've seen those in Girabania. These just different, no, they look like different plant flowers, fronds, or whatever have you. Scan. The greenery here is breathtaking, would you not agree? Lush, fragrant, and for mercy, free of insects. I find beetles in particular to be repulsive. I've seen none as of yet, but I fear it's only a matter of time before they rear their despicable heads. We have a host of rare specimens here. We enter? No, we can't. No, we can't, but we can get our final ether current. Oh, was there apparently a way up on a ramp over here? I went apparently, I think, the long way around. Oh, is that supposed to be a plesiosaur? Like there's the Lenek and there's the... It looks like plesiosaur. It's really hard to tell. That's too bright. Where does this lead up to? Can't make heads or tail. Oh, I think it just loops around to the top, yeah. So we could have just gone from here, but I went the long way around and went along the upper platforms. I see. Oh, the capybaras are gonna fly us, dude? All right. All right, museum curator. Now there, come to ride the Mehuapairas, have ya? Mehuapairas. Look, they've got little earrings that are that freaking blow in the wind. All right, Aaronville. It does look the part to this museum. I must say I'm curious as to what's inside. Right, Kevkiwa? Here it is. The Clara Museum of Nature. The main building is closed due to ether shortage, but happily they're still offering leisure flights. And these are the bells that will bear us. How adorable. They don't look capable of flight. They certainly don't. Come now, you know better than to judge a creature by its appearance. This will be great, I just know it. The Mehuapairas. It's got a Torali name, interestingly enough. Alright. Hey, Airville, do you have anything else to say? I know one shouldn't judge by appearances, but still. Listen, Airville, everything can fly. You just have to believe. Alright, Kefkiwa is ready to take this to this guy on the Mehuapairas back. Begging your pardon, but is this where we can go on leisure flights, yes? Indeed it is. Bearing you will be our adorable Mehuapairas who are specially trained by a Torali friend. Okay, yeah, it was by trolley. Just say the word and we'll send you up and away. And there you have it. Shall we then? My guess is that the Mewa pirates themselves cannot fly, but rather their saddles are imbued with levitation magics. That's what it is on some of the flying creatures' descriptions, like our elephant. Like if we look up the, where are they, I wonder? Shit, maybe the first page. Here we go. Married. There was once a time when if someone told you they witnessed a merit aloft, you would have had them committed to a sanatorium. Now merits crisscross the skies thanks to, in part, the magic carpets which the Ananta have fixed to the backs of the beasts they train for battle. See? Word consistency. It seems I'll have to trust to the theory of ancestral levitational predisposition. The theory of ancestral levitational predisposition? In case you are unfamiliar, the theory holds that all life forms have an innate capacity for levitational magics. You see, everything can fly. While said magics generally remain latent while they maintain, latent, they may manifest the ability to fly. You see, the ancients liked everything, like to make sure everything flew. Wow, Aaronville even goes on to be like, you know, I think everything can actually fly though. I think here in this world, in the Final Fantasy, I think everything has the ancestral capability of flying that may just awaken in some animals. That's why your mounts can all fly. Don't worry about it. All right. You ready? Let's go ahead and mount up. The Mewa pirates fly a set route, so you need only relax and enjoy the view. They're well trained. All right, let's go. It's gonna be one of those predestined route things. How exhilarating! Opening so we can see it. I'll be damned, they really do fly. They're so tiny, though. Hey, the way we're flying in formation, don't we look like migrating birds? Except we're on giant rodents. Speaking of migrating birds, the mallard is where your name comes from. Did I ever tell you that? Fuck, wrong button. I knew, but I learned from the shamaness, not from you. Mallard bird. A migrating bird can fly anywhere it desires, even across oceans to distant continents. And you've done just that, my clever mallard. I thank you not to call me that. I'm just here for the ride. Oh dear, is it over already? Time really does fly when you're having fun. What joy to see living memory from up high. That was wonderful. An experience worth saving for the very end. You totally enjoyed yourself as well, I trust. It was good, man. I'll be able to fly soon. Give up the last ether current main quest. It was enjoyable enough, I suppose. My fussy bun, that's high praise. I'm glad I invited you and Cohen. Thank you for indulging me. If I could, I'd go for another 100 rides, but I must settle for the one. It's time we headed to the Aero Terminal. If there are still things you wish to do, you want to do them now. When you're ready, make your way along the path yonder. I'll find the others and let them know the same. She's determined. Erinville, I really wanted to get to see Yasulani with you, Erinville. It sucks that the main story got in the way. I was looking forward to it. I'm gonna let you know, I was just like, me and Erinville adventure to go see his home, and I was so 100% in game. It's really tragic that they led up to it only for us to get blasted. Man. Like, frig Shaluani, man. They should have blasted Shaluani. And we could have seen Erinville's home and met his mom. But they wanted to hit us here, man. They wanted to hit us with this. Alright, Erinville. She's only a facsimile constructed from her memory. I understand this. But when she's right there, as alive and spirited as I've ever known her, how am I supposed to do it? How am I supposed to erase her? Like she said, she exists on the life force of others right now, man. You know she wouldn't want that. Even though this memory of her would like to see everything. I don't know if her soul is fuel for the soul furnace or whatever, but you know, you have to hope that somehow you'll meet again. Somehow she'll be reborn, and she'll get to see things in a new life. That the wish to see all these places, she might get to do it eventually. But this existence, she herself even said she wouldn't want. If there was a way we could like store her memory in the robot and keep exploring with us, it would be great, but you know. Does she even know how it tears me apart? She does. All right. What is this here? It says the knowable. What the fuck does that mean? Is it on the other side? We must needs go around. Our inquiring minds got to know. Is this just all goes to nowhere? Oh, it goes to a little pond. Oh boy. So that heads towards the terminal, but real quick I wanted to see what this location was. And there's so many guys over here. Okay, so that leads up this way. Is there a way? Squeeze past here real quick. The knowable. We're standing on top of it. I don't see anything though. Just the area in general. That was one, maybe a specific area. Okay. This is just like the canal district in that there's like a whole bunch of like side corridors and pathways that just leads out to open area that are just for some mobs to wander around in. Don't think there's much else for us to see. I mean, there is a pond over this way. Just take a quick peek-see look-see. Just to observe this place in all its glory before it shuts down. To be fair, I think this one will be the most maintained though, because all of these plants are real, so they won't just go. Is this diveable, do you think? Nope. inquiring minds had to know. Alright. To the main terminal. It's time to say goodbye. I wonder if this guy has anything else to say. This guy? Come fly anytime. Oh, dude. Alright, as we're making our way out here, I'm gonna have a quick sip of water. Stay hydrated, everybody. Alright, hydration achieved, and here we are at the terminal. Aaronville? It's not fair. It's not. Cryo? It'll be hard, but just send Kafkiwa off with a smile. Ukmat? We saw you from below. It looked like you were having fun. Raha? We'll be there for Aaronville. Alright, Kafkiwa.
How delightful this has been. Not since my journey with the Dawn Servant have I enjoyed myself so.
Not since they returned the journey with Ghoul Jaja.
No, I'm selling it short. This was even better.
I mean, apparently you fought Veligarmonda for 10 days and 10 nights, so I mean, like... On the one hand, that was pretty epic. On the one hand, that must have been really trying, but I can't imagine that this little jaunt was better than that kind of fucking adventure.
And that's because I was able to share this adventure with my darling boy. Well, this is as far as I can go. As for the rest...
Just stop. You're doing it again. Deciding everything by yourself, and then disappearing.
Eleneshpia, you're my pupil, so you ought to understand. Everything that lives must one day die, and that which has died isn't meant to return. This is the way of nature. Mine is an unnatural existence, and I've suffered it only because I had to unmake this twisted mausoleum.
Twisted mausoleum, she says, ma'am. Also, hey, Bizmaker. Hello, welcome, welcome. Bunnies make me feel emotions, man. Yeah, this is gonna be sad.
But now that brave souls have appeared to whom I might entrust my mission, I may finally embrace the end.
Yeah, brave souls have appeared to whom I might entrust my mission. Yep. It's been many a comfort to know that someone else will... There are other heroes who will take up the mantle.
Can't you be happy for me?
How could I be happy?
I was actually quite scared, you see. scared that I'd be trapped inside the barrier forever and denied the thrill of discovery for all my days.
Oh. Because she was trapped in Yasulani.
Your coming gave me courage and comfort, Eleneshpia. More than you know. And now here I stand, unburdened and free. In this moment, the happiest of my life.
And those feelings will live on, or this is something only you can do. I mean, it's not something only we can do. We're giving this to him as something that he should do. But like, so we'll do the first one. Those feelings will live on. In you. Hopefully, maybe if she's reincarnated in her, assuming her soul didn't get blasted.
As you wish, Mother. I'll continue what you began.
Never ending, a new beginning.
You were right, of course. Leaving home has broadened my horizons. I've met my friends and found this place.
Yeah, it's just been crazy.
So I bid you leave your dreams with me. And no, I'll go where you couldn't go, and do what you couldn't do. I will.
Dude. He's gonna do it. Dude, Aaronville, welcome to the adventure. New Scion. Right here, right now. I can feel it. He's gonna come with us on a journey, the journey of discovery, where he's gonna go everywhere. All right, let's go, Aaronville. Welcome aboard.
Look at you. All grown up and dependable. Yet with so much more ahead. A world of experiences await you, each a lesson of its own. You may know failure and burning regret, but these too shall become beacons to guide you. So come what may, hold your head high and carry on with conviction. And wherever your journeys take you, keep me close to your heart, will you?
And in that way, may she live on. And maybe meet again. You can tell her about your journey.
I should like to be there, to see what I haven't seen.
You will be, Mother.
Oh no, a goodbye with a mother. It's gonna get me in the feels.
Now, Run along. And never forget that you're my pride and joy. I trust you all can handle the rest. Take care, and farewell.
Farewell. Rest in peace, Kafkiwa. May your memory be a blessing. I couldn't have asked for more fulfilling final hours than these. I'm so happy to have met you, Cohen. Man, I really wanted to meet you in life, my friend. You and everyone. Thank you for the memories. Ugh. Maybe meet again. And thank you for watching over Ellen Espia. He'll be fine now. I know it. We'll watch over him, man. We'll watch over him. Oh boy. Hold on. He wants to come with us on our journeys, man. He's welcome aboard. All right, the final area, the last of the terminals. Raha. We carry on with our hopes and memories in our hearts. That we do. Right, Kyle? Let's see our task through to the end. Aaronville? No more doubts. I will shut the terminal down. Alright, good man. Okay, we'll come out. We'll leave this to you, Aaronville. I won't waver. Not anymore. If you're ready yourselves, then so am I. All right. And there's Kafkiwa.
That makes all of them.
All that remains is to wait for the meso terminal to become vulnerable when it's about to initiate fusion. And then we strike.
We strike.
Please be advised, we are entering the final phase of world bridging. Repeat, we are entering the final phase of world bridging.
It's happening.
The ether of all residents will shortly be replenished. Be at ease. No action on your part is required. We thank you for your patience.
Wait, it's already begun?
Oh, it's going. Time is nigh. All right, Raha. Let's finish this. Kyle, we won't let Kiwa's hopes be in vain. Anvil, no time for tears. Just as well. Yeah, no time for tears. All right. Look, map. Not a moment too soon. It's as if she's saying she won't let us do as we please anymore. Through our time here, we've come to know what it is Sphene seeks to protect. But that doesn't change what we have to do. Oh, hey, finally the current. Yay! Alright, there we go. No side quest for this place, though. Alright, that's also got us this unlock flying everywhere in Thrall achievement. Yep. Right. Dawntrail. Here we are, dude. Ukmat's gaze is firmly fixed on the meso terminal. We'll carry out Kafkiwa's plan. It's our best chance at stopping Sphene. It will be dangerous, I shouldn't doubt. We're all prepared, I assume. It goes without saying. Come, we head to the meso terminal. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was gonna yoink us there. Alright. Good anyway, because we gotta uncover the final parts of the map. I'm pretty sure there's one area way out there. And then the center part in this weird area out here in the middle of fucking nowhere. Yeah, so apparently, yeah, the data storage has gone dark, so it's just the memory of the different plant life that was in the terminals. And these are the only physical things. Unless there is, like, in that electrope is actual seeds. Didn't realize this was an actual area you can land on. Can you land on the lava platform area? Okay, the lava you can't land on, but there was an actual area behind the zip line that you can. Okay. Like I said, the tower all the way out here, and then that small area. We're still very uncertain as to where this place physically exists. Like, we are on another shard somewhere. But, like, are we still in the barrier that Alexandria had around itself? Like, what happened with all this? Like, we're at the top of where the tower would have been, but where is it attached to? Like, where the fuck are we? Is this where something spawns? I have to imagine it does. All right, and then this weird area is just out here in the middle of nowhere. Does it sound more echoey now? Okay, I was gonna say, could we fly on top of the building, or what's happening with this? Alright, there we go. Why was this fucking area somewhere that we had to unlock? There's nothing here. Okay. All right. It's time. Cryo? My parents are watching over us, I'm sure of it. As is my grandfather. Uh-huh. Whatever it takes, we must protect that which we hold dear. Mm-hmm. Erinville? I will do my part, too. Alright, wiggle map. No good. It seems we can't simply shut down the meso terminal like the others. Not surprising in the least. My mother did tell us its defenses are tight. But she also left me a means of circumventing them. A program that will send your souls into the terminal's memory banks. Man, this is just like the Endwalker dungeon where we got to see the freaking recreation and dynamis of all the different worlds or whatever have you. All right, road trip, let's go down memory lane. Therein lies a virtual domain created by Sphene's memories. So we would venture into this domain and then seek out and stop Sphene. Dungeon time. If our souls are transferred into their entirety, dying in that domain would be no different than dying outside of it. There is no guarantee of safe return. Nonetheless, that is a risk we must take. Oh! Alright. We've already come this far, and I'll be damned if I'm going to turn back now. By meeting the Endless, I've gained a better understanding of Sphene and the burden she bears. I want to say a few things to her when we meet again, even if it doesn't make a difference. Whatever happens, we won't let Sphene walk her misguided path any longer. For those we've yet to meet, or it's our duty as the living. For those we've yet to meet, ooh. We'll say it's our duty as the living. Interesting though that it says for those we've yet to meet. You know, as in like, because this is all memory, so it's those we've met, but what about those we have yet to meet? Interesting. Well, I'll go with the second one though. I'll do all I can to provide support. Mother has instructed me on her program as well as the world within the terminal. I'll also keep an eye on your bodies while you are gone. Oh, we're leaving our bodies behind. Okay, alright. Just like how the Scions got yoinked. Should it come to it though, I won't hesitate to call our comrades outside. I'm acutely aware of my limits. Alright. Upon entering the terminal, we will most certainly meet with fierce resistance from its defenses. Then there's Veen herself. In order to initiate interdimensional fusion, she said that she intends to erase her own memories. What manner of entity she will become as a result, none can say. Oh, you did say something like that, didn't she? I wasn't sure if she meant it metaphorically or not. Like she was gonna erase who she was so she could become who she needed to be. I was like, metaphorically? No, literally. Okay. And if she invokes the key and opens portals to other worlds, she would have access to vast amounts of ether to bring to bear against us. We must be prepared for anything. Whatever we encounter won't change our objective, and it won't change what I'll do. Come, my friends, it's time to settle this. It's time! Alright, oh, Alexandria now accessible, okay. What is the memory of Alexandria? Time for another dungeon that tells the story of an apocalypse and then trial how original third time in a row? I guess that is right. We did have at the end of Shadowbringers, it was Amarot. It was Amarot. Alright, that is true. I was just thinking of the bird trial. I mean the bird dungeon. Where Medion takes us through memories. Alright, dude, okay, music going ham. Alright, Cryle. As much as we've been able to learn, there's still much and more we do not know about the key. It's a mystery. What I do know, however, is that interdimensional fusion must be stopped. Yeah, dude, the way it fucked up Yasulani, man. This is the mission I've inherited from my parents, and I will see it done. Aaronville? Come back alive, do you hear? Else I can't repay you for everything you've done. All right, Raha, you're gonna be Black Mage in this. Since we have averted the final days, it has been one existential threat after another. Dude, since we averted the 8th Emerald Calamity, thanks to you, has been, one existential threat after there. In fact, since I began this journey. And now lives and all reflections hang in the balance. But considering the key and the power it wields, I cannot help but feel a sense of destiny in our being here. You do not agree, my friend? Yeah, I mean, in a sense of everywhere we go, man. Like, characters often comment, like, obviously it's because, we're in a video game, we're playing the protagonist, that things happen wherever we go or whatever have you, but they've seeded a lot of these comments through the thing that the Warrior of Light always has, like, uncanny timing. And I wonder if that's just a quality of us. Perhaps led by the threat of destiny. Oh boy, alright. I did screenshot that, didn't I? Hold on. A touch of destiny. Alright. Welcome at. A part of me still clings to the hope that we can avoid fighting Sin. But even if we can't, I want to see her people and her legacy live on. I don't know what awaits at the end of this path, but together, we'll walk it all the way. Alright, let's form our party. Yep, here we go. Alexandria. Oh, looked like the Electro Sky. This is also just like the memory of when we went to see the castle in the,
To the memories of better days, I bid farewell.
When science feeds memories, is this Alexandria as it was when she lived? Anyway, this is like we were exploring the attack on that the one kingdom in Golbez's memory. Wait, hold on, what did these NPCs say? I missed it. I think the Lala was just like, I'm so nervous. Says we're short on just about everything because of this war. Will there ever be peace again? I don't think we get the dialogue again. Okay, alright.
Have you heard? Princess Fiend is here.
Even with all their duties, the princess! She was a goddess personified, says Graha. Oh, sorry, she was goodness personified. Goodness. The Princess Airship is coming to Victor's March. Even with all the duties, she makes time for us. I want to get a glimpse of her. It's the princess. Oh, fuck. Proceeding with removal. Okay, hold on. Cast the holies. Alright, and then glare, spam. Boy, these things have a lot of health, alright. Alright. Princess Fiend! Keep running, we're almost there. Oh, she's already back in the airship.
Your smile means all is right with the world.
You think that she's right
If
there?
I smile, it is because you all smile for me.
Even back then, she was close to her people. It's so uplifting just to see Her Highness. Blessings upon you, Your Highness. The war must be trying on her, too. Service eternal. She truly lives by her words. Oh, like that was on her, the words on her dress. I'm going to become a knight and protect the princess. Oh, God, there's all these people. Immunization protocol. Intruders detected. Alright, blood for the blood lily. We'll save Presence of Mind for the next mob pack. Hold on, get dot up on this guy, okay. Ah, boy, I wish they were more gathered than this, but alright. Time for the holy spam. right, blood for the blood lily. Oh, and the big one. And the big one. Okay, it does a frontal cone. Alright, blood for the blood lily.
If I may.
I think this elephant appeared after the mobs died. I don't think did running up to the gate make it spawn?
Initiating security protocol.
Ayo. Graha says it's employing countermeasures against Kafkiwa's program. Let's proceed with care. I did that. Volatile memory cache. Oh. Okay, we're in the computer. All right, okay.
Foreign entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol.
Ayo. Hold on, you. Maxed on the lilies there. Foreign entity removal initiated. Okay, these are the different things they're gonna do. Attacks. Okay, fellows, hold on, I'm with you. And then we go in the donut. Okay. Okay, it initiates in order. Got it.
If I may.
This should do it!
Okay, alright, there's gonna be a circle at the end as well. Oh, an immune response cave. They're pairing up the mechanics now. And then out. Alright. Next, lilies. Oh boy. Okay, okay. Here we go again. Oh shit. I was in that. Fucker. Just on the fucking edges of that mechanic. Okay. Was a bit late on that. On the wings.
Allow me.
Fine, it's all working out. Oh boy, not again, it's endless.
There.
I'm gonna be very close on the edge of this. Oh, okay, good. I didn't run into the outer edges. Whee! All right.
You are my people, and I will protect you.
What? What?
The painful memories of war I lay to rest.
Quickly, take shelter in the castle. Okay, Graha says there will be more interference. Let's remain vigilant. Okay. What in the world has happened? Said Cryle. I dare say we have come to a different time. Everything's in ruins. This is the culmination of the storm surge. Yeah, the war. Alright, let's see what we got. Epochal earrings of healing. Okay. We'll hold for now on equipping any of this. We're fine with what we got. I can't make it. Take another step. Don't give up. We're almost to the castle. Lightning. So much lightning. Oh yeah, dude. Calamitous. More treasure. Just materia.
Foreign entity detected. Proceeding with removal.
Whoa, what the fuck is that? What the hell? Okay. Hold on, look at that. Sorry, I'm too busy marveling at what the fuck I'm looking at.
Take that!
Alright. A little more oh god. Let's put dots on everything here. Dots. Oh, Uncle Matt's dying. Alright, blood for the blood lily. The blimps have searchlights. They're over here. Come on, says this feels as though that's Fiend's voice. Our Highness is here. We're gonna be fine. The princess herself came for us. Come on, says this feels so real. It hurts not to help them. And the crowd says, I know. I need to remind myself it's only a memory. Blasting. Oh, and there's more. Wave 2. Look at these things. Wow. Like little ghosts with like forward-pointing scorpion tails like a wasp. Like wasp singers. Taking a look around while we're looking at this shit. The sky dome has turned like all electric and shit, and like the red at the end. Okay, hold on, we're going. Lightning! The airship barrier won't be enough. There are barriers in this airship. Don't worry about me. Just save yourself.
May we meet again, Your Highness.
Whoa, explosion. Nope, we got more corruption. Whee! All right, amalgam. Okay.
Security breach confirmed. Initiating level 5 security protocol.
Dude, the electric voices is, oh shit, hold on.
If I may?
The electronic voice is loud.
If I may?
Try this!
Okay. Oh, okay, bad triangle. The bad triangle is forming. Okay, got it. Bad square. Oh, bad line. Two bad lines. Hold on, we need to use the size. Is this assembly the big blast, ain't it? Yeah, it is. Okay, I gotta prepare for that next time. Bad line plus waves. No, it's bad triangle. Alright, Tank Buster. The damage directions on Mukomat. Alright, here comes the blast. Potential art. Up, 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 up. Get out, get out. It's blasting. It's blasting. Oh shit, this crap again. Wait, where is the death triangle going? Oh shit, it's going here. Okay. Oh, fucking fuck. Alright, we're okay. Blood for the Blood Lily. We have Prince of Mine back up. Motherfucker. Okay, okay.
Allow me.
Infester, hold on. Finish it. There we go. All right. And that's that. Another obstacle out of our way.
You will all live on.
Fear not, you will all live on. Oh, are we in a different time again? It appears to be the same place. This isn't good.
And at the last, my final endless.
My final act as an endless, maybe? You should get that cut out. This is all... Oh! It's because the ruins that we saw of Alexandria was in water. Is this when they fused to Yasulani? Thankfully the barrier protects us from lightning these days. Without it, there's no way we could come salvaging like this. So the barrier protects them from the aftermath of the calamity. Another beautiful day beneath the Everkeep's barrier.
Fire detected. Initiate protocol.
Oh, but even the voice is getting corrupted now. Oh joy, we're facing mechanical doggos. Alright, blood for the blood lily. Actually, hold on. Get in here and holy spam. Look, Matt, start dying.
Take that!
Alright, boom shakalaka. Oh, these look like Otis's robot form. Alright, that's... Okay, we were just missing dots on that one guy. I'll pull on Max Lilies. And blood for the blood lily. So it's because Suine's erasing her memories that shit's starting to get a bit wonky. But like she's erasing her memories to be able to preserve the endless, but like they live on in her memories and her heart. It's supposed to be the point. Like she's going so far the other direction. Do you guys have anything to say? What does this future hold for us?
They've done it! They preserved the Queen's
memories. They preserved the Queen's soul or the Queen's memories.
Can't give up! Not until keep complete.
Are the memories breaking down? You mean the memories were preserved? Says these guys. Something something. Gratia says, well, the memory's breaking down. Appears so. Prior to complete memory erasure. The system itself may have become unstable. It isn't because of us, is it? I mean, who the fuck knows at this point? Alright. Holy spam. Alright, now the Friends of Mind is done. The glares.
There. Hold still.
Bit of waste of blood for the blood lily on this last guy, but finish him. These guys say, from her memory, she will be reborn to lead us always. Our eternal queen, that is a new dawn for the realm. Oh boy. You're not thinking of the burden you're placing upon her, are you? Oh my god, fucking electric blasted, holy fuck.
If I may?
Alright, blood for the blood lily. Oh, that's what I got blasted by before. I couldn't see it because of the water. I didn't know it was because of the water. All right, last boss. Oh, the Eliminator. Like on all the, like in the, okay, yeah. Saw this guy in like the FanFest stuff. Like, what the fuck is this? Why is it called the Eliminator? All right, we're coming soon. And Kyle says, we'll find her as soon as we've dealt with this.
If I may?
Engaging foreign entities.
Attempting removal via incision.
Okay, okay. Right, that was a right blade, okay.
Attempting removal via incision.
What does that mean? Oh, okay. It's where the thing ends up. I thought it was probably going to be a right-left mechanic, but I was uncertain.
Failed. Commencing extermination sequence. Attempting extermination.
Have care for the weapon.
Armaments.
Via multiple armaments. Uh-oh. The piece in the back separated. It's controlling remotely. Okay, so right and left. Okay, got it. Or a center blast and then they went right.
Acquiring target.
Safety donut, safety donut. Oh, there was a blast on the right side. I think I nearly dodged it. So this is always going to be paired with a blast on something.
Commencing final attack sequence.
Okay, lightning bolt
Annihilation via high-powered energy discharge.
Okay, high-powered energy discharge. Okay, line attack, okay. Oh, we're blasting the generators. Got it. I'm like, what are we doing? Oh, okay, understood. Stop spreading out towards me, you crazy bastards.
Take that!
Energy accumulation complete.
Blasted, blasted.
Attack protocol.
Okay, all right. There's lightning everywhere. Purple blast. Okay, so that's a spot to save wings for whatever have you.
Foreign entities remain. Receiving annihilation.
Fucking hell, okay. Spread enough. Partition on the right. Yeah.
Attempting total annihilation.
Annihilation. What is it? Triangles? What does this mean? The lines are blasting. We're perfectly safe. Thread the needle. Thread the needle. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to bring up. Misclick. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Okay. That's fast. Back to back to back.
Foreign entities remain. Resuming annihilation.
Foreign entities remain. Oh, fuck. Ah, no, it got me, dude. It's really hard in the midst of the fucking light show to see the fucking boss. The boss already has, like, a lot of shits going over it. Okay. Well, unfortunate. That's my first wipeout. Technically, I think Zeralja got me once. At the beginning when I was trying to figure out his mechanics. Alright. We go again.
Activate components. Engaging properties. Attempting removal via incision. Attempting removal via incision.
Now Blaze swapping to the other side.
Removal failed. Commencing extermination sequence. Attempting extermination via multiple armaments.
Yeah, like the electronic voice is fucking so loud. Jesus Christ. Okay, weapon is on the right side. Got it.
Purging via armaments. Acquiring target.
Oh, and on the right side, and on the right.
Exterminating.
Okay, blood for blood lily.
Final attack sequence.
Now I'll show you.
Attempting annihilation via high-powered energy discharge.
Okay, now I know to get the lightning generators. Get out from the center where the hand's gonna about to blast him. Jesus Christ. Okay, alright.
Now I'll show you.
Okay, I'm gonna blood for the blood into this shit.
Initiating final attack protocol.
Alright, we're ready.
Try this.
Alright, alright.
Try this.
Foreign entities remain. Resuming annihilation.
Okay, knock back, knock back. Partition on the right, on her right. Okay, well, nice lilies.
Annihilation. Annihilation. Annihilation.
Okay, fucking lines everywhere. Okay, and the right blast and the center blast. So we're it's gonna be right blast, no center, forward. Okay, get out. There we go.
Foreign entities remain. Resuming annihilation.
If I may.
All right, knock back. Okay, right at the right side. Okay.
Attempting total annihilation. Annihilation. Annihilation.
Oh, it's the lines again. All right, it's over. Okay, so that was just more or less I had to pay attention to when they were casting partition because I missed it sometimes. Too busy drawing a new shit. It's just like, oh yeah, be careful. This swipes the entire side of the platform. All right. I should turn down the voice at some point because my God, the volume of the freaking robot voice. All right. Bizmaker, can you just wait till we get there before you start commenting on what we're about to see? Thank you. All right, squad. These precious memories, you would erase them all. And she's erased them. Without her memories, what will Sphene become? There's no telling what may happen. Let us stay alert. All right, let's do this. Oh boy, there she is.
Sphene!
Also, specifically, you said, who else are you going to fight? Yeah, but I don't know what you mean by AI kid. Like, we had no idea what's. We were just like, I don't know what's Sphene gonna look like without her memories. I don't have no idea. So I don't know if you're saying like it's gonna be a child version of herself. I don't know. Or if you mean like she herself is a kid right now because she looks young. Anyway. Okay, I was just uncertain if you're just like, time to fight AI kid, and I was just like, does she get younger? Does she become a kid version of herself? I'm like, I don't know. We don't know what's about to happen here. Listen, they could throw anything at us.
Sphene, listen to me, please.
Nah, dude. We keep on asking and pleading towards her. That we've already tried, dude.
I'm afraid she's gone.
Synchronization will soon be complete.
Ayo, what?
Synchronization complete. Data for the Endless Fiend has been overwritten and reconfigured. All shall be well, henceforth and in perpetuity.
Oh wow, doesn't this look right fucked? Is there in the center here? Oh, robot lady in the center as well. Okay, alright.
Forever will I keep and cherish my people. To that end, I have removed the remaining checks upon my authority.
You can do that? Yeah, I just removed the checks on my authority. Not that that was like there's been a lot of times it's just like, I don't have the authority to do that. I don't have the authority to do that. And you can just be like, yeah, fuck the checks on my authority. I don't need those. I can just remove those at any time. What? Or did she have to erase the memory to be able to do that? Yeah, what?
Gods!
Obstructions to the plan will be summarily removed.
Hey, but I'm not?
I still haven't said...
Be gone from my presence.
But I'm okay? Yo, wipe me though.
According to Eliminator's battle data, you pose the single greatest threat.
Oh. The rest of them, get the fuck out. But looking at the battle data, I don't know, you could still fuck shit up, so that's why I've left you alone. Is it time for Azim's crystal?
As such, you will be erased, here and now.
You can try, bitch. You wouldn't be the first. Yeah, the robot in center. Yeah, yeah. Well?
I am the bearer of the memories of Queen Sphene of Alexandria, and my desire to protect my people transcends all others.
Robot Lady with Booba is classic. I mean, it's up to them to design the robots however they like. If somebody wants to have robot boobas, I mean, go for it, dude. Nothing's stopping you.
If it were you, could you have found another way? With your strength, could you have held fast to that which is dear without sacrifice?
That's what we've been always trying to do, man.
Listen to me. There's something that I need to tell you.
This was the one moment where we thought she was going to open up to us, and then a robot passed by, and she's just like, no, this seems like this was the moment where maybe things could have gone differently. Maybe she would have opened up to us, and we could have worked things out. Ayo, what?
Is that concern or suspicion?
Oh, this is when we first met her. When we had the dialogue option to either be like, the first dialogue option that I picked was, would Zeralja, you know, if we take it that if Zeralja found out about this, about her, you know, talking to us and guiding us, that it would be bad. And then the other dialogue option was, why is a queen walking around by herself? And then she says, is that concern or suspicion?
If things should take a turn for the worse.
As in, oh man, they are bringing this back. So if things should take a turn for the worse, either in response to your Zeralja line or the other line.
Might I
call upon you? Might I call upon you? That was the line that she said. If things take a turn for the worst, might I call upon your aid? She wants us to help because she said, and then she said, you seem the most reliable or the most the most strong of our lot or whatever. So yeah, when we first met her, things take a turn for the worst. Might I call upon your aid? Was that her moment of reaching out to us there? I know what I have to do. I do what I must.
Obstructions to the plan will be summarily removed.
The key. Crystal got such a pretty upgrade. I saw when I was replaying after the graphics update, I went into some previous cutscenes, and so I got to. I was looking at the Azim Crystal before, and yeah, it has been the graphics update did give a. Yo, 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 yo. The key has the Azim symbol on it. They recognize our magic. What was that? Is that a creation of Azim? Is the key and who made it? Is it Azim? Are we following Azim footsteps? Are we gonna learn what Azim was doing after she left the convocation? Or they left the convocation? Woohoo! Woohoo! Dude, the key had the Azim symbol on it. As the first time it's lit up like that. Oh my goodness gracious, guys. Oh, Azimlore is related to the key. I had the thought earlier. I was just like, could it be? I mean, if it's an ancient device, like, and this is supposed to be like this next arc is supposed to be a journey of discovery. Could it be we're following in Azim's footsteps somehow? Oh boy! And also this music is going ham. I like this. All right. Your bet is the key and next enemy is all Ultima related? You have too many Auracite references? Yeah, we do have a lot of Auracite, but I highly doubt the key. The key looks to be of ancient design. Like it looks like the ancients. Like Amarot, like kind of architecture style. I mean, it could also be Auracite. I guess you're right, but does Auracite answer to fervent prayer? I mean, it does have a crystal in the center, so it could be Auracite. I mean, Auracite does react funny to things. Possibly. That's also a good guess. Well, I remember from Evilise that Auracite, like, the guy, it does, oh man, hold on. Yeah, it reacts to it amplifies desire, your desires. Mm-hmm. And then when the one lizard guy was dying, he like spoke words to like make a pact, and then that's when he transformed into one of the demon things. Ultima and Raid was summoned because they prayed for Ultima. I don't know if that was mentioned in the... I'd have to go back and see. But, you know, from my understanding, it was just this mysterious entity that they found and maybe started praying to. I don't know if they prayed and then they appeared. I don't think it was ever as specific as that. Plus, Ultima looked like corrupted ancients too. I don't think so. Ultima is multiply referenced as being not from this world. Same with Auracite. very specifically, Orsite is not from this world, and neither is Ultima. Like, for example, with the Heart of Sabik being Orsite, La Habrea said that the only thing they were able to determine about the Orsite was that it wasn't from this star. Ultima themselves was even before the first apocalypse. Assumedly, if Athena got the Orsite from Ultima. When we asked La Habrea, we have a line where we get to ask La Habrea, did Athena ever meet Ultima the High Seraph? And he said he doesn't know. So, but we do know that the presence of white Orsite, because Athena found it before the Sun Ring, does predate the Sun Ring. Ultima in every game was shattered into crystals. Well, there was a lot of crystals in her fight, but I don't think there's ever confirmation in Final Fantasy XIV that Ultima herself was Orsite. Corrupted by Orsite, perhaps. The origination of Orsite, maybe. Made of crystal, perhaps. But we don't know that yet. I don't think that is ever confirmed. Anyway, boy howdy. This is gonna be trial with others. Oh, I like that they made like the part of her dress, they gave it like the wings and stuff like that. It's in the wings. Let's watch a guide. Let's watch a guide. Hold on. All right, hold on a second here. Turn off the volume here. Let me boop. You don't need a guide to easy trial ever. I'll feel safer watching the guide, so.
Hi everyone, welcome to the visual guide for the Interfoss. This is the final trial made available by the MSQ in Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail. If the gravity of this encounter is as heavy to bear as the crown upon Sven's head, don't banish yourself to the domain of ignorance. If you think this fight is a royal pain in the ass, maybe you need a perspective shift. My name is Miss Tech and I'll be your trial guide. The encounter begins with legitimate force. Her arms will begin to glow in succession and players will need to move opposite each one to avoid the incoming half-room cleaves. Aether Tithe will cause the boss's mouth-eye thing to glow, deal multiple hits of raid-wide damage, and suck in part of the platform, warping its plane like so.
Okay,
players will need to keep an eye out for the distorted sections of the platform and move out of them to avoid death. The raid-wide hits continue throughout this entire mechanic, so healers be ready with those shields and heals. When the boss casts Coronation, wide circle telegraphs will appear and begin to chase players for a short time before settling and exploding. Players can wait until the green arrows appear inside the circle marker before moving out of the way to avoid getting hit.
So when the green arrows appear, that'll lock on.
Prosecution of War will target the primary target with a heavy hitting tank buster. Cooldown and heal as necessary. Virtual Shift will deal high raid-wide damage and alter the platform. The next Coronation cast will target two players
just like
and tether
the
them
tree
to a
lady
large triangle on the edge. These players will be able to drag this triangle around by their tethers, and since they don't want to hit the raid with the attack, it's best to find a safe spot for it and then stop moving, allowing the rest of the raid to move out of the way. Downburst will knock back all players from the marker.
So how did two players get tethered by that?
Moving, allowing the rest triangle on the edge. These players will be able to drag this triangle around by their tethers, and since they don't want to hit the raid with the attack, it's best to find a safe spot for it and then stop moving, allowing the rest of the raid to move out of the way. Downburst will knock back all players from the marker on the platform. Players can use a knockback immunity or position themselves to be knocked down the available platform without getting thrown off. Drones will appear in this circle pattern, and all players will need to move inside the center to avoid the incoming room-wide donut attack. Powerful Gust forms another knockback from one of the sides
so
of
many
the arena,
knockbacks.
and players will need to pre-position or use a knockback immunity to avoid getting knocked off the platform. The next virtual shift will again deal raid-wide damage and return the platform back to normal. Another coronation triangle will appear, immediately followed by more Aether Tithe damage and platform warping. The triangle will resolve first, and tethered players can stay still to keep the attack in one spot before everyone quickly adjusts to avoid the platform warp attack. Mechanics will repeat until the next virtual shift cast. In this phase, all players will be levitated and two small platforms will appear on left and right.
Levitation.
The boss will then cast Castellation, forming a giant wall with various holes in it. This wall will fly over the entire platform, knocking back and smooshing anyone not positioned appropriately to go through a hole. The boss will increase gravity and the levitation effect will soon be removed. Players must ensure that they're over a platform at this time to avoid falling to their death. Another Castellation wall will appear and players must again reposition themselves in line with the available holes to avoid death. More gravity shenanigans will cause players to float, and they'll have another wall to reposition for. The boss will then cast legitimate force, and players will need to dodge to the appropriate sides to avoid getting hit.
Again.
Make sure you're on a platform for the next gravity shift. The boss will then cast virtual shift again, resetting the platform. Healers, don't forget your shields and heals. The next legitimate force cast will have two casts on the same side, and players will need to pay attention to the double power-up glow and dodge both attacks on the opposite side. Eventually, the boss will cast Absolute Authority, dealing high raid-wide damage and marking up a number of players with flare markers.
Oh geez,
so many. These players will need to spread apart to avoid overlapping, while everyone else moves as far away from them to reduce the proximity-based damage. Immediately after, multiple circle ground attacks will appear,
markers,
and players will be marked with triangle stack-up markers. All players must find their way into the safe spots between the ground circles, while also stacking up with at least one other person to avoid death. These attacks will resolve at the same time. Another round of ground circles will appear, and players will need to reposition into the new safe areas while getting ready to handle the next set of markers. 6 players will need to immediately stop moving and casting as their bomb debuffs begin to expire, and the 2 healers will form gaze attacks above their heads.
Okay,
all
the
players
healers
will
get
need to
gaze
look away
attacks.
from the gaze players and stop moving or attacking to avoid the bomb explosion once their debuff expires. There are more sets of ground circle attacks, so make sure you continue to move into the available safe zones as necessary. There is a ton of healing requirement here, especially if players are mishandling their mechanics. This is a great spot to use raid cooldowns and be ready with those shields and heals. Eventually, the boss will cast Divide and Conquer, and each player will be targeted by line attacks that cannot be avoided. Spread these apart to avoid overlap. This will at first target each player sequentially, and then target all players at once, so make sure you stay spread to avoid killing one another. These mechanics will repeat for some time until the boss casts Royal Domain. Another Absolute Authority will begin, but before the phase really gets going, the boss will be interrupted by a cutscene and Wook Lamont. Dynastic Diadem is a massive donut attack, and players will need to move directly into the boss's hitbox to avoid getting hit. Royal Banishment will deal multiple hits of raid-wide damage and form large cone telegraphs over the platform in succession. Dodge each attack in the order that they appear. These mechanics will repeat while Wook Lamont roleplays Fiend to death. If you have any questions or comments, please.
All right, okay, all right. Like I said, easiest trial, just stand there AFK the entire fight. I'm pretty sure that is not the easiest trial, just stand there AFK the entire fight, but okay. Right, spoilers? Yeah, there's a little bit spoilers there at the end. Normally they would avoid that. MTQ capture is usually really good at avoiding saying that, so it surprises me that they did do that, but oh well. What can you do? We've seen it now. Because there was no mechanic there I don't think she really needed to mention. But okay. Let us queue. That is why all guys are shit. I appreciate being able to know mechanics before going into it, or having mechanics explained if I didn't get it while I was in the raid. So, I appreciate the guides. And like I said, normally, like in previous guides in the past, it normally avoids like moments like that, explaining those things, but Oh well. Alright, the Interphos. A world free of suffering and loss. This earnest wish made by the young Queen Sphene in her final moments was realized centuries later in the form of living memory. The twisted paradise behind the legend of the Golden City. In order to obtain the ether needed to sustain the sanctuary's recreated denizens, Sphene has shed her conscience, the memories she had as a living person, to arise as within the Mesoterminal, a terrifying entity possessed of absolute authority. Thus empowered, she now seeks to initiate interdimensional fusion and harvest the life force of people in other worlds, and it falls to you to stop her before untold lives are sacrificed. Alright, I want to read these other descriptions too, because we went in this party and I don't think we got to see it. Known as a resilient son for the miracle of his birth, the first promised Zoralja was driven solely by desire to prove his worth. So it was that he had embarked upon the path of conquest, but it led him nowhere save to an empty summit. Having failed to win the throne and surpass his father, he remains consumed by his obsession and has devoured the souls of his own people in a bid to achieve his ends. For the sake of not only Tuliyola, but the entire star, he must put an end to the struggle of this tormented man. And Valigamranda. In the lens of Tural, there is a class of beasts which transcends the limits of the natural order, the Tural Vidral. The mightiest of these, the feared and fearsome Valigamranda, caused centuries of suffering until it was at last sealed away in the mountains' fastness of Urkapacha, by a young Gulujaja. 80 years later, however, a foolish claimant in the right of succession, very foolish, has seen fit to release the Skyroom from his icy prison. If you would spare Tural's people of a new age of terror, then you must stand with Wukomat against this flying calamity and its endless elemental fury. Alright. Let's do this. Once again at the center of our Azim summoning circle. Alright, let me take a sip of water. Let me take a sip of water real quick before, hopefully we'll see before this, whenever this cue hits. You know what? I'm also gonna stand up a bit. You know, we're having time here waiting the queue anyway. It might be a good time to stand up a little bit and do some stretches. So be right back just a moment while we're waiting for the queue. I'm back. We're still in the queue. I have some food. I also got some food. I'm picking away. Somebody bought muffins earlier, so I've been eating some muffins in between some of the voice cutscenes here. Also, I cut myself up a nectarine too, so here we are, still waiting in the queue. Still waiting in the queue. Let me get rid of the BRB back screen here. When an Endwalker is savior of the world that doesn't need guides. I think I specifically went in because you guys specifically said don't watch guide because it would be spoilers, so I trusted y'all. I trusted y'all, but I'm pretty sure I watched guides in Endwalker too. So, you know. And you know me, I'm a notorious guide watcher. So, you know, that's just gonna be what I do. I would have been nervous going in and healing this with other players if I didn't watch a guide. And like I said, I don't like failing. Like, learning on my own and not having anybody be there and relying on me, that's fine or whatever. But, you know, if I'm going in with other players, you know, if I go wrong somewhere, I at least want to know why. Not just run around like a chicken with my head cut off. Some people might say I'm someone who likes to be prepared. But you know, that's what you want to think about me, fine. Ah, boy, this might be a while that we're waiting here. We have one tank and me, so hopefully, I don't know, things will go soon. Turn that down just an iota. I do like this music though. I was gonna have it turned up for the entire time, but we're gonna be waiting here for a while. Preparing this game basically means gear check and food check and knowing the strategy. Am I wrong? A lot of groups expect you to go in knowing the strategy is unless you specifically all agreed to go in blind. And make the strategy together as you go. That's a different group experience, ain't it? Oh boy. Real quick, hold on. Let me open up a folder here real quick. Hold on. I want to look at that. Let me see. I want to look at when the ASM symbol appeared above the thing. Let's see. By the way, speaking of lore nerd bullshit, did you know why Solar Bahamut exists? No. And from my understanding, we don't get any lore regarding any new ability that we get because we don't have class quests anymore. I remember when we saw it, when we were watching the job trailer, when I watched the Drawn trailer before, I went I went into detail about why I thought my theory was, which was Solar Bahamut. Did we not already see a Lunar Bahamut with Bahamut, but with the influence of darkness, with basically like a Zodiac kind of influence? He also had a lot of Zodiac, like purple-black vibes, whatever have you. It was the Bahamut that was summoned, technically by the people of Garlemald. Well, technically via tempering to Garlemald, through dragons tempered to Garlemald or whatever have you, or to Anima. So my guess is that if Lunar Bahamut is to Zodiac or whatever, then Solar Bahamut is like to Hydaelyn. We also see when it does its blast, it does the elemental wheel like triangles or whatever have you. That's the same thing that the Blessing of Light sigil originally looked like before we upgraded it. So when we first got the Blessing of Light, it was the elemental wheel triangles as well. There's an explanation for it. Oh, is it? Where? We summoned it ourselves, same as Lunar Bahamut was summoned? Yeah, that's what I figured. I figured it was probably because, you know, all of the Ejai that we have so far have been summons from others, but Solar Bahamut is unique. So I figured it was of our own making, like our own specific take on Bahamut. It looks like Crystalmon because we fought her before. Yeah, I figured it was like some because of Hydaelyn influence or something like that, or like perhaps a Bahamut that's more aspected towards light, as Lunar Bahamut was probably more aspected towards shadow. I mean darkness. I mean, the summoning is very like loosey-goosey in terms of like, because in the summoner quest line in Stormblood, I believe, or was it Heaven's Ward? It was one of those two. Like there was that like ancient Allegan summoner. We had the little book. I think it must have been Stormblood. It was Stormblood. We had there was a little talking book, and he made that one, and he made like basically an artificial AI summoner that summoned him as a summon, as an Ejai or whatever have you, or something like that. It was weird. So, you know, it was weird. But where are you getting, you said there's an explanation for it. From where? What's the source? Where does it get explained? Yeah, I think it says for Summoner that you need to, in the lore, it's like you need to absorb the ether of like specifically to summon an Ejai of a primal, you need to have defeated the primal and bathe in its ether as it's dissipating. So I imagine you just like, I don't know, take an aspect of the ether into itself, and then what you need to do is you need to go a place that's elementally aspected towards that primal and meditate to be able to first summon the Ejai, and then you defeat the Ejai, you can summon it afterwards. I'm pretty sure that's how it worked in all of the summoning quests. I remember specifically we did have to go to areas that were elementally aspected towards whatever primal we were trying to summon. And the reason we couldn't summon Ramu or stuff like that is because we didn't have enough ether to like summon dual aspected things. That's why they was just like, yeah, there's gonna be no more specific Ejai like that. And then Bahamut, to summon Bahamut, we had to go through a whole ritual of like attuning ourselves to Bahamut. But I imagine it's probably like the new summon is because, you know, we've learned the truth about, you know, summoning magics in general and how it's basically like creation magic light. Hold on, I'm looking up. I have the first aid and encyclopedia here, and I'll read the summoner entry. Hold on. Okay. A civilization founded in the early years of the Third Astral Era, the Allegan Empire continued to expand even after the death of its first ruler, Emperor Xande. With resources of vast domain of conquered nations at their command, the Allegans made great strides in the field of aetherochemical science, enriching the lives of those nestled within the Empire's embrace. For many, however, Alag's rule meant not more than invasion and tyranny, a suffocating yoke which they sought to cast off with the might of primal deities. As these clashes dragged on, the summoning rituals of the oppressed grew more desperate, skewing the land's ethereal balance ever further away from equilibrium. It was during these conflicts that a new breed of mage arose who could transform the stolen essences of primals into biddable allies, etheric servants known as Ejai that were employed to great effect in the war against the summoned divinities. The Allegan people named these arcane adepts summoners in honor of their victories and showered them with praise and respect. As the age wore on, however, the Empire saw the emergence of mages who, made bold by the virtue of their unsurpassed power, began wielding summoning magic to further their own ambitions. The once heroic reputation of the summoners was sullied, and people came to believe that those who practiced the art were irrevocably tainted by the influence of the primals. Vilified and hunted by the superstitious, summoners gradually fell in number until both their existence and their knowledge faded completely from... Why the fuck does it cut off like that? Where does it pick up? From history? Why is it cut off like that? I faded completely from history. In millennia past, there lived mages who had the power to siphon the very essence of the primals, gods of the Eorzea beast tribes, and transmute this energy into ethereal entities under their command. Known simply as summoners, the existence of these men and women and their arcane art had all but been lost to the ages until a recent resurgence triggered by the uncovering of long-lost knowledge. Okay, yeah, but this is all... You're saying it's all a theory. There's no, like, place in the game that says this. It's all just like, this is what we theorize. I know I saw, the Sonotic Scribe did a video on it. He's a lore YouTuber or whatever have you. But Sonotic Scribe also takes a lot of liberties to, a lot of the videos that he does is like a lot of theory as well. Not just like this is the facts that say it in the game. It's just like, well, this is the theory of how it might work. Let me see. Hold on. There's some more entries here. It says Ejai. Ejai is the name given to the conjured avatars of a summoner. Only a practitioner whose ether has been stained by the essence of a primal can thenceforth shape her own energies into a willful embodiment of the original entity's dominant aspect. In the ancient tongue of the Allegan Empire, Ejai translates approximately to pure or the essence of. So it's basically like we take some of the ether that made up a primal into ourselves and we're able to siphon it into a... siphon the power and then transform it into an Ejai that we can summon by going to a place that's dominant in that element. Or related to the entity. It's a real shame we don't have these quests anymore because I would love explanations on how we did this, because now it's just up in the air. Like, did we go somewhere to do that? Like Phoenix. We didn't get an explanation for that either. Obviously, we've defeated Phoenix the Primal in the Coils of Bahamut, so... Yeah, that's the only entry on Summoner. The rest just talks about equipment and shit, and some of the spells. Oh, here we go, like Dreadworm Trance. Certain Ejai require an impossible quantity of life force to manifest as separate entity. This technique was devised to circumvent the mortal limitations, allowing the summoner to harness the power of the Elder Primal Bahamut by fusing his own being with the essence of the mighty Dreadworm. So for our major summons, like Bahamut and Phoenix, we're not just siphoning and channeling the thing into an Ejai, we're infusing ourselves with it so that we can use more powerful summons. If I had to imagine, it might be something like similar to how, like in Pandemonium, like the people combined with like the beasts or whatever have you. I forget what those were called. Hemethios? I think Hemethios. But this is like kind of like a different thing. We're not like becoming the beast. We're just like, instead of outwardly doing it, we're like, we do have the outward manifestation. We're able to infuse into ourselves. That's why originally it had like, when you did the big blast, you had the wings. I imagine we're still like, that's why we summon more powerful stuff without, you know, like, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to do it because we have less ether. But an ancient would be able to. Because once again, this is just kind of like creation magic light. Because we don't have enough ether to do actual creation magic. So we're you know, trying to get around it. We're trying to like, we use the ether that we have to its best capacity. That's probably why we can't summon something without bathing in the ether first, because we need that additional ether to be able to summon the Ejai. The bathing in the ether of a departed summoner, whereas ancient would just need the concept. Or maybe absorbing the ether does work similar to the ancients in that by knowing its essence, do we essentially get the concept for it? Who knows? This is all major speculative theory, because that entry on Summoner was written in this book. Contains Heaven's Word and A Realm Reborn knowledge. So it was all written with that frame in mind. So everything like Stormblood Plus, the devs might have not been thinking about this when they wrote this book. So. And the later entries, I don't think that doesn't like elaborate. So I would appreciate if they did, because this is basically all the knowledge we have to go on, and it hasn't been elaborated on since about how that relates to the new knowledge we have. Also, Business said, plus we have memory problem. Every primal we summon looks a little bit different. I know you're referring to Eden. The way that happened in Eden. That was like a combination of issues, because we weren't the only ones that was part of that summoning ritual. I think because we weren't working with a concept, that's why it went awry. Like, that's why the ancients had concepts stored in the crystals, so that they could have, here was the clear idea of what the entity is, so they didn't have to visualize it in their mind, because they could get distracted. So part of it was our poor memory, or misremember, or like combining two aspects. Like the reason, like, when we summoned the Ramu, it got combined with another lightning related entity because we collaborated them in our mind. But also you have to remember that Reen was there as well, and Reen was helping us in the summoning as well. So also her distortion of not being able to see these things was added to that as well. And it's kind of different than how we summoned the Ejai. We were using basically Eden, which was basically a transformed what's his name, Asian, to channel the summoning magic, or the creation, more or less. Yeah, it was probably a part of us changing the way Primal works, and Reen as well, because Reen was also there. So a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. We were working with the best clarity on this. This is why the ancients had concepts. Mitrin, that was the ancient's name. Sorry, the Asian's name. So when we summon Bahamut, our thoughts and our emotions changed him. That's why he has Sword for Wings. Maybe. I mean, we do still have our original Bahamut summon, do we not? Does Solar Bahamut turn it? No, it's an additional. Solar Bahamut is an additional summon. So we still have our OG Bahamut. But I would have to. Oh my god, we got it. Hold on. Our queue is finally here. All right, music back up. Let's go. It's happening. Look alive, people.
The worlds have been bridged.
Maybe we will turn this down.
Be at ease, everyone. Your ether will soon be replenished.
Dude, the fucking robot voices in the dungeon were loud as fuck. And now this one's much later. Obviously, like this is Sven's voice, but
I will suffer no interference. Disappear.
all right, we're ready. Okay, we got two might mages.
Greetings and goodbye.
Greetings and goodbye.
Do not be afraid. Death is not the end.
All right, blast in left and then right. Boy, okay, that was a lot of blasting.
We require ether.
Okay, she's transforming the platform. Is that what's happening? Or what's happening? Oh yeah, okay. So we avoid the distortion. It's kind of hard to see. Just look at the ground. Okay, and then center blast.
Deploying drone.
Okay, so that follows somebody and then it'll lock on with the green arrows. Okay, the directions on tank. Keep running.
Do not be afraid. Death is not the end.
Oh, hold on. We're blasting. Okay, two right attacks. Guy, that was too soon to go in.
I will show you the world beyond.
Okay, let's put my flower down. Whee! Okay, platform change now. Oh god, I hate platforms like this where you just fall off so easily. Okay, so two people are targeted with this and they have to drag the platform. So that we don't get blasted with it, okay? Hold on, our presence of mind is up. Okay, we're just gonna not knock back this. We're gonna not knock back, anti-knockback. We're gonna be okay. That was a light knockback. Oh, okay. I didn't notice that donut. Luckily, I was close to the group anyway. I was too okay. I'm gonna we're just gonna see how big the knockback is here. We're gonna see. Okay, that one's bigger. That one is bigger. Okay, reality is shifting.
Deploying drones. We require ether.
Okay. Triangle is gonna resolve first. Okay. Shit's going down. We lost somebody. Okay, they got their res off. Whoops. Alright, Tank Buster.
I will show you the world beyond.
Oh my god, I hate this. Okay, we're floating, and then we're gonna have to, yeah, go through this, and then we'll drop down onto the platform.
Do not be afraid. Death is not
Run across the platform. Okay, on the other side, and we're gonna drop. Okay. Okay, we're shifting. Alright, okie dokie. Oh, me and the other guy both wings. This is the problem with having two white mages. Okay, right. Left. Okay, he's doing the center thing.
Are you still alive? Activating reserve power.
Are you still alive?
Are you still alive? Disengaging safeties.
Disengaging safeties?
Target area delineated. Commencing erasure.
Commencing erasure. Alright, shit about to go down. Okay. Fuck, stackety. Oh shit, really going down, dude. Okay, we have the eyes on ourselves. We're gonna stay exactly here, turn around. Oh fuck. Oh boy. Oh, okay. Why the fuck did we just, okay, alright. Did we just heal our LB? Why would we do that? Oh shit, okay, hold on. We didn't lose that many.
Deploying drone. We require ether.
Oh shit's going down. Okay, hold on. Oh, there's solar behind it. Summoner. Okay, hold on. Center line. Oh hey, Ursa, you've seen Healer LB3 so many times in this fight. Oh, hold on. Yeah, we really didn't need it that time. Oh shit. Crap. Like, we lost 3, that was easily recoverable.
Let us rise up.
Oh god, fellows. Okay. Everything is fine. Oh boy. Okay.
Are you still alive? Recommend razor. System overload. An error has occurred. System override confirmed.
Okay, wings. Okay. Everybody gonna be fine?
Is this a rift in reality?
Say what?
Has she lost control of the power?
Wow, is she rifting reality?
Sphene, listen to me.
There we go, dude. Oh, suddenly a Wukong appears.
I understand. I do.
She had to get her last words
and
in,
I know
man.
that you won't be swayed from your course. But if there's truly no other way
this
to
isn't
resolve
actually.
this,
Oh wait, no, she's there.
then face me. Not as a machine, but as the real you.
Lama-Chi?
Dude, Lama-Chi?
Speed!
Speed! Speak to me, Speed!
Anomaly detected in memory banks.
Anomaly detected in memory banks.
Data for the endless speed partially restored.
Oh! Well, hold on.
This is what I desire, and I will not fail.
Alright, she's now piloting the mech.
I
Somebody
can't
says
bear
it's
to
Woot
lose
time.
them. Not again.
I feel your pain as if it were my own.
We'll come out on her own little fucking platform.
At last, I think I know you.
Oh shit, get out of there.
All of you.
How can you say that to me now?
Knowledge, understanding, knowledge promotes harmony or whatever the fuck. That was a line by Ghoul Jaja.
It's
Ignorance
over,
breeds
Speed.
strife.
We will stop you.
No! I won't let you! I can't! I will protect my people's happiness!
Leave that burden with us now. We will bear it in your stead.
We will bear it in your stead. Oh man. I like it brought in the trail like da 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 da. Yeah. To be fair, that track is a little bit out of place, but they just wanted to bring in that motif. I think they should have bring them in the main Dawntrail like da 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 da, but made it more epic. All right, let's give it to our. Oh wait, Healer is fucking gone. In which case, we'll give it to the tank, I guess. Ooh, look at this, dude. The lights in the distance. All right, we did it. Oh, hey, Squid. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Also, we're excited to try to poach a spot when you saw you doing this because the trial is fun. Oh, you didn't make it. No, wait, did you? Wait, hold on. Oh, no, wait. Oh, no, wait. Oh, but Squidden managed to poach a spot. Squidden! I didn't notice. I'm blind. I was too busy being like, all right, this is how, get ready, Luna. Don't freak up. Dude, you're here. Dude. Thank you for helping. Typical blind streamer. Yeah, man. I wasn't looking at anybody's names besides maybe the tank name because I had to put my shields on them wherever. I was just like, all right, let's go. Let's do this. Oh, okay. Sadly, you didn't get accepted in IC. Dragging your good friend Mentor Tina was. She'll we'll thank them as well. Tina was the red mage? Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. We did it. Thanks for joining, Squid. And thanks for trying to enjoy your side. I appreciate it. Enjoy the story. Thank you. All right, let's go. Suddenly, Wukelmat. Only one to make it through. Where did she get fucking yoinked to? Did they just get cast out and are still in the computer though?
Sphene!
Yo, Sphene. Still here? Gotta have our goodbye moment.
Your voice reached me, Lamachi.
Yeah, it did.
Is it really you?
No, only in part. My memories as a living person are gone. I've been remade from those I had as an endless. However, I cannot remain long, for the Meso Terminal will soon cease to function.
As it should be. As we've stopped all the other terminals.
Once, you wanted to know me, Lamachi. Let my last act be to give an honest accounting.
Story time, let's go, alright.
I am, above all, sorry for the suffering I've caused your people and mine. I am ultimately powerless against the inevitable, unable to do aught but visit harm upon the innocent.
That's not true. People loved you.
I am, in the end, a pitiful, selfish creature. One that should never have been created.
Well, yeah, they did have to let you go. They should have let the princess go. They should have been like, we'll let the princess live again. We'll have an eternal queen. That was on them. That's not on you, though. You strove to make your people happy, or you carried too many gentle memories. What? You carried too many gentle memories less. No, or you're merely a system created to sustain Alexandria. That's mean, that last one. Oh, for you strove to make your people happy. As a ruler.
Our nations are worlds apart, but they feel so close. Who knows what we could have accomplished had we walked together towards a shared future.
Yeah, man, we could have been allies. And I think we still can be. But it won't be with you. Rest in peace.
And yet, could never be so. We each had our own to protect.
If only I had met you when I was still alive, then perhaps. But it's no use dwelling upon a miracle that didn't happen. Still, if there's one thing I hope you'll believe, it is this.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you, much appreciated.
Brief though it was, I treasured our time together. It pains me to think that its memory will disappear along with me.
But it lives on in us.
I know I have no right to ask this of you, but when I'm gone, my people
Will you?
We'll take care of them. Don't worry. And we will never forget the Endless. Neither them, nor the time we spent with you. So be free of your burdens, Sphene. And sleep well.
I will. Thank you.
I'm here too, guys. Sorry to interrupt this moment. I just come to stand here and do my classic smile. Hey, yo, okay, we're being ejected. Oh, thank God. Let me take that. Doesn't have the symbol of a Zem anymore, but it did react to our magics. What did we say? Thanks, bye.
Farewell, my beloved Alexandria.
Rest in peace, Fiend. May your memory be a blessing. Up, we're up. Oh, everybody else is up? I thought for sure they would have gotten returned to their bodies. Do I have the key? Did it appear before me? Where is the key? Importantly, where... Oh, there it is. Okay, thank God. Whew. It's on the ground. Shove it in the pocket. No problem. Oh, okay. We're not in a dome? Up the sun rises. Up credits.
So it was that the Meso-terminal fell dark, and the Endless departed for Oblivion's embrace. Their resplendent paradise was no more, as the memory sustaining it faded with the golden light.
If this reflection is still...
Even so, in a way, they live on.
This reflection is still standing reflection, and there's other people. I wonder if there's just a tower, and they're just like, the golden light from that weird, mysterious tower finally disappeared. Oh.
This I felt with conviction, as I basked in the glow of a new dawn.
Dawntrail.
Look around and find me standing alone. Look again, we're standing there. 'Cause the storm is taking everything I know. Don't know why I thought I'd make it by myself. After all that we've been through. Out of time.
Yep, you missed it too. What did I miss? Was it in the credits?
There's so much in life I couldn't understand. By your side. Standing tall, we'll face tomorrow.
Oh, there's the squad.
it remains to be seen how interdimensional fusion may have affected other reflections.
Yeah, okay.
Kryle's parents spoke of the power's capacity for both good and evil. I cannot help but wonder how Sven's deeds will be remembered by those they touched.
Yeah, because interdimensional fusion did fuck up some of the places.
Entrusted to the adventurer.
Okay,
Such an artifact certainly lies within the Scion's realm of expertise, and no objection was raised to their retaining it for research. By order of Vao Kona, the Skydeep cenote was placed under the strict watch of the Landsguard.
Hey, yo, back cool Jaja!
With the mighty Bakul Jaja among their number, they shall not want for strength, even in Soralja's absence.
He's part of the Landsguard now? Hell yeah. Okay, so Oblivion's helping explain what the fuck happened.
Upon learning of their queen's passing, the people of Alexandria mourned and wept. Having devoted herself to sparing them sorrow, the sight might well have moved Sven to tears. However, with Wuklamat carrying on her legacy, I have faith that her subjects will know joy once more.
Also, here's Galulja with the King's authority.
As anticipated, the news that young Galulja had succeeded his father as king was greeted with trepidation. Reception was also mixed when Wuklamat came forward to name herself as the boy's guardian. But the people were mollified to learn that Everkeep's systems remained operational, and there would be no impact on their lives.
What? Are they still using souls for fuel? What about the memory ship? Please don't tell me the memory ship is still happening. The system's no longer yoinking the memories of the dead, right? Right?
One day, when he is older, Galulja will decide for himself what manner of ruler he will be. Till that day and beyond, may the path of the young king be illuminated by the love of family.
Oh, is that the Ihihana float?
Meanwhile, in Tuliolad, the people came together to hail their new Dawn servants' great victory. Having honored those they lost, they turned their attention to a brighter future and celebrated for 3 days and nights.
Alright, an excuse to party, man. 3 days and nights. You have to agree this music gives you Lion King vibes from Disney? I can see it, I can see it. Taco Tia, the prophecy is fulfilled! No, he didn't get to eat his taco.
Light
Estinian surrounded by the little Mamuja children. He's like, Alpha, now help me. That was also part of the original trailer.
Not everything had been resolved, though.
Oh.
Those who had spent 30 years in the dome struggled to resume their former lives. This and a host of other challenges remained.
So Alexander, yeah, now that they can get outside the dome. Oh, they put it, you're still looking at that thing in the trailer too.
But as the new Dawn servants continue to lead with strength and wisdom, the people may be assured that peace will endure.
The screenshots. Oh, dude, with the rainbow around it too, man. All right, we made it. We trailed the dawn. Robin is going into the rest of the credits. All right, all right. An interesting ending. Oh, it's going over the different the different things along the entire journey. All right, hold on. There's a way to speed this up, right? There we go. Faster. Just give it. I like going through the credits. We'll make it through. Ain't cool though. And there's still some big mysteries that remain here. Obviously, unless we'll see where they go. If they go with figuring out more where they go with the post-patch stories. So I'd be very interested. Obviously at the end here we're gonna get usually we get a teaser towards the raid or whatever have you, so it'll be towards the Arcadian, which I'm gonna be doing that story tomorrow. But yeah, they left really open, the key, the mysteries of the key. They've set up a whole bunch of mysteries here. They said, how has the key apparently previously reflected their reflections? How does the key work? What is our confusing timeline that's happening here? Because if Alexandria fell to the calamity of lightning, but the Lalas came in as refugees from the calamity of endless frost, and the endless frost was a much later calamity, how did that work? Because the Lalas apparently helped with the electrope technology. So is this also traveling into the past? The key reacted to Azim's magic. What was up with that? See you in 2 hours in? Yeah, that's what we're doing. The amount of people who hated this story is too much. I wonder how they will try to fix this situation. I don't know. I really like the story. I really enjoyed the first half of it because I like the world building and I like the character building. I was having a blast in the first half of it. That sort of shit was my jam. And then the second half went just fucking batshit bananas. The second half was just already get ready for this freaking shit, just the freaking bonanza. Like lore dump fucking central. We got shard travel. We got futuristic cities. We got memory loading. We got electro. We got lightning calamity. We got Lullafels from the South Sea Isles. We got the endless frost calamity. It's just like, all right, okay, the calamity of ice, and just like, okay, guys, hold on. Too much all at once. Lack of cutscenes and explanations and stupid death of two-headed father ruined everything. I don't think Ghoul Jaja dying ruined anything. In fact, I was kind of expecting he probably wouldn't make it to the end of the expansion. I agree that maybe like I'm just saying it was a lot. It was a lot to keep track of all the new lore or whatever. They could have done a better job disseminating it, but you know. He thought it was stupid to fight alone and he fought alone. Well, I think it was an honor thing, and I don't think he ever said, he said it was stupid not to have comrades to rely upon, which I guess was true, but he wanted to fight Zoralja as his son because he thought it was something he had to do. I think that could have easily been remedied though if we came in at the tail end of the fight. Because I know a lot of people are just like, why don't we intercede? You know? And it's just like, it's just a flimsy excuse that, oh, their honor demanded. It's kind of like, eh. Yeah, it could have been fine if we were fighting robots in the background too. Alice Bizmaker said, plus the lack of explanation of his stupid resilient son. Oh, you mean like in terms of his motivations? I think they could have definitely done that more gracefully too, because initially he was just like, yeah, I want to make sure people appreciate peace through war, and he dropped that kind of fast. And it was just like all about him and his burden of like having great expectations piled on to him about him wanting to live up to his father. But I can, like, that part I can understand, you know, it's just his personal obsession or whatever, but they should have had that as his motivation more from the beginning, instead of having a different motivation and then dropping it. But, you know, it's, overall, it's not terrible. I like I said, I like the story overall. I do like it. I think my biggest qualms were, I wish there was a little bit more leading up to Bakul Jaja's heel turn, so that it didn't seem as sudden. Like, make it seem like what changed him. Like, we didn't get to see any moments of like why he did that sudden heel turn. Like, that should have been seeded a little bit more. Or at the very least, we should have seen the different side to Bakul Jaja earlier. Just a little bit, like a hint of it. Instead of just like, yeah, I'm terrible, I would do anything, I would at least roll Valley Garmanda upon everybody, I don't give a shit about nobody, I don't even give a shit about the people that are following me, like that one guy who was injured, and he was just like, please, the Blessed One, I need to rest, and he's just like, the weak shall fucking perish, keep up or die, and then he fucking leaves, so it's just like, okay. And then he's just like, no, dude, it was all because of the pressure or whatever. It's all because that's what they wanted to be or whatever. And, you know, as long as you stop to bless his siblings shit, I'll suddenly be a better person. I'm just like, interesting. Like, I wish we got to see that his journey changed him too. Like how Wuklamat and Kona grew as well. Imagine leaving a thread for story building later down. I think mostly... Well, that was all the mysteries. We do have a lot of mysteries here that are for leaving threads later down the line, but I don't think Bakul Jaja and why he suddenly became better is a mysterious thread that they're going to answer later. I think it should have been answered there. And I agree also with like Gululja, if we're talking about info on Gululja, Zeralja's son, I think that's also like not a mystery for later. Like it should have been answered now. Like nobody questions like, but where did the kid come from? You know, like he's just there. There's no Mamulja in Alexandria, so who the frig did he have an egg with? Like I said, I only have one explanation, two explanations potentially. One, he cloned himself into a child, or two, he cloned himself but more in like a biological way, because some lizards in the real world do have the ability to produce asexually. But that would require because normally they do, most do breed have sexual reproduction, so that would require that Zeralja would be like intersex or something to be able to lay an egg. So you know, that's the only other second option, but we get zero explanation. I think it's a problem a lot in Final Fantasy XIV, and I talked about this a little bit, how I was glad that Bakul Jaja's mother was there, because so many times, like where there should be a mother, they don't mention them at all. Like the mother has to be there, and they're not there. Like for example, the entire royal family of Garlemald, like all these guys didn't fucking spawn out of nothing. You know, where's Varys's wife? You know, you can assume they're dead, but like Varys's wife, you know, like Solis's wife, you know, all these other people. We do have some instances where the mother gets shown, you know, like Emilios, thank God. But then it's just like, you know, what about Grandma Leveilleur? You know, like don't hear anything about her. Like obviously there's Louis Soir, but he had to have had his family with someone. You know, like Gul Jaja and the Resilient Son, like unless like he must have had Zeralja with someone. But where are they? You know? Zeralja must have had a child with someone. Who? Unless he was cloned. You know? And so a lot of the times it's just like, you know, or like, for example, now it doesn't get explained if maybe this is a cultural thing or whatever, but like Wuklamat, we got to see her biological dad. He must have had Wuklamat with someone. Where's the biological mom? Is she not invested in this too? Like, but that could be like a cultural thing. Like, there's very few of Hrothgar ladies, so maybe she really wasn't that much invested, and that's why she's not mentioned. But they could have at least like had a line about that or something. So that's been a common problem in a lot of in Final Fantasy a lot. Like, you know, Hien always talks about his father, like maybe one instance of a mention of his mother. You know, like these should be people that have influence on these people's lives, and too often they're just like taken out. And some of them are written off in death. For example, like Edmont's wife died, but you know, like do the kids not have memories of her? Like, you know, where, you know, like they're thinking involved in that. Like, so far, all of the head of the houses in Ishgard have been guys, and we haven't got mention of anybody higher up that's besides like Lucia, who's higher up in command. Is just like, where are all the ladies? Yeah, Athena's another instance of, well, at least the mother is there. I guess. Yeah, they aren't alien to the concept of mothers. Like Emilios is there. you know, we have Amphilia's adoptive mom, Flamine. So, you know, there are mother figures that exist in the game, but it's just like there's a lot of places, a lot of the times it's just like, oh, they died, which is just like, all right, fair enough. But there's a lot of places where a mother should exist, and they're just never mentioned at all. And it's just like I said, like the Royal Garland family, like there is no ladies of the Royal Garland family, yet these people had kids. Like, where are the ladies? There's not even just like, oh, they died. They're just like, I don't know, they're never mentioned. And like here in Dawntrail, like I said, with Lukelmad's biological mother, or at least we had Kryle's biological mother was there as well, but like Lukelmad's biological father was there, biological mother not mentioned at all. Bakul Jaja's mother was there also, thankfully. But then like Galulja, like apparently just like spawned out of fucking air, I don't know. Yeah, those are probably my two biggest qualms, is I wish there was a little bit more, we got to see a little bit more about how Bakul Jaja turned, Bakul Jaja and his father, because his father seemed like such a hard ass, and then he suddenly, like, Bakul Jaja's father was just like, get out, you fail as Bakul Jaja, leave and never return, you're a fucking weak piece of shit, and then like, we're just like, hey, we stopped the blessed sibling stuff, and here's a way for your people, and he's just like, I guess I'm better now, and it's just like, that was pretty sudden. Like, you seem like such an asshole, like, give us a little inkling of like why he's made this change, like why he wasn't all bad, or why him being an asshole. Like, don't just be like, and suddenly he's better. You know. And so that and the lack of the mother figures is probably my two biggest criticisms. But otherwise, I really liked it. Also, like, I wish that once again, like in the second half, like there was a lot of info that was tossed at us, and I wish they had. It was really tough to make that more to make to try to keep that all track of that and make that clear. So I just wish, I don't know, man. I wish, oh man, it was a lot. It was a lot. And also, personally, I really wanted to get to see Aaronville's hometown, so it's like extra tragic that it got fucking obliterated, but that was the story choice that they make, so I can't criticize that. So that's just a story choice. That was me just being like, but I wanted to see it, though. I wanted to see it before it was fucked up. Verdict for Dawntrail for you is 5 out of 10. I really liked it. I'd probably rank it a little bit. I would rank it higher. I think it also does a good job setting up further mysteries. Like it does a good job setting up like earlier calamities and other shards, which are things that we might be able to touch on in the future. Like to learn about what happened during some of these past calamities and how they affected the world, and to learn about the different shards as well. And apparently how some people fled to some of these different shards, you know? So I really like that we get that set up. Like, this is an interesting launching off point for future stories going forward. You know, like, they said this was going to be an arc of exploration and discovery, and I like that we started here in Tyrol, going into an entirely new continent. And I hope that continues, like, in future expansions. Like, maybe next time we go to Mercidia, and maybe we get to learn about a past calamity there. Obviously we'd probably learn a lot about their history or whatever have you, but the gameplay is good, soundtrack is good, zones are fine, but not the filler zone. Oh, you didn't like Shalani. I can agree that they didn't do a lot story wise with that one. I liked having our little journey with Aaronville, and I like the aesthetic of Shalani. And I like the lore with the Tonawatans and the Esario, but they could have filled that area with a little bit more richer story, meatier story in there somehow, something that related more. That they really need to make use of that time. I'm sorry to hear that you didn't like a lot of it, Bizmaker. I enjoyed most of it. Bugs ruined a lot for me. Yeah, I remember you talking about bugs throughout a lot of the thing. Like the sky. Was it you that said that when the sky with the void portal? That was, yeah, people that did some of it, or when the void portal in the sky on top of the tower was just not there for you. Because it bugged. Yeah. Definitely anybody that went in like really early, the bugs freaked up the experience for a lot of people. By the way, Sphene did nothing wrong. They used the same logic with her as they did with Twitter. I don't understand. Oh, she's programmed that way? Oh, well... The thing is, with Meteon is she was programmed to be a empath, more or less, and she was just reacting to the despair that she found. And at being like she was just sent out into the fucking universe and encountered like crippling despair, and she was crushed under it. So that's sort of what happened with her. Not necessarily that she was programmed. It was just based on what she was. She was flooded with despair. In terms of Sphene, they use the thing of like maybe the reason why she can't accept that to let the Endless go is because that was her programming. But she could have talked with us through other options. She wanted to talk to us about other options when she talked to Zoralja, but then just never did. Which was, I guess, another qualm that I had, is that she said in a cutscene to Zoralja, but wait, her friends have new knowledge, Wuklomat's friends. Maybe there could be another way. We should talk with them, or whatever. And then Zoralja was just like, no. And then Sphene herself never talked to us. Ever. Not even when she had the opportunity to, so... But I guess that was also the thing, is that she was made to lead her people and sustain the Endless, because the Endless were counted as her people. But I don't think, I don't think her feelings and her memories are negated by that. Like, her feelings and her memories came into play with that as well. It's not just like, this is my programming, I can't do anything about this. Like... Yeah, her actions were affected by the program, but her memories and her desires also affected her actions. So I think it was definitely a factor, but I wouldn't just say that's all it was. That's what they sort of alluded to at the end. They said, well, would the actual living Sphene have made these choices, or is it just because she's a memory recreated through this machine that it was? And it's just like, we wouldn't know, we'd have to ask Sphene, and the original Sphene is dead, so who's to know? Who's to know she would have made the same choices or not? That's sort of something they leave open to interpretation. Don't forget to hit the video after raid cutscenes. All right, okay, yeah, we can do that. Yeah, once we're done with the credits here, and yeah, the little teaser cutscene. I like taking this time to watch the credits as well. To think, to just like to look over the expansion or whatever have you. Oh man, because yeah, it is a really sudden turn in the expansion from what the first half is, which is like, exploring, learning more about these new places, guiding Clemat, being basically a mentor for this character, and being able to experience these new places, which I really liked, into the more themed around the second half is a lot about like what it means to remember someone, and there's a lot of that in there. Dungeons, raids, and then variety games for... we still have some time today. I could have probably gotten by with doing that volcano zone today instead of the volcano spot today instead of yesterday, but I assumed, you know, like I wasn't sure how much there was going to be on the tail end of this. So I pushed a little bit longer yesterday, so I wouldn't, you know, but you know, because you guys were like, yes, do the volcano zone, but I should have probably saved that for today. Next time I'm going to follow my gut. Yeah, I think I will do the unlockable dungeons today. The raid is going to be for tomorrow. We'll be saving the raid for tomorrow. So we'll probably do the optional dungeons, and then I think that will probably be it. And if we end early, we'll end early because we went long yesterday. If we're getting closer to the end of this, we probably are. All right, all right. Oh, hey, it's us. We have the key. Knock at the door. Who is it?
I'm sorry, we
Aaronville.
haven't been able to talk properly. Oh, between the reconstruction work and Papa's funeral, I've hardly had time to breathe.
Oh, they also did a big funeral for Ghoul Jaja.
But at long last, there's a lull in my duties.
This basically makes the story of the raid is non-existent like 3 minutes ago. Yeah, the story in like Pandemonium as well is very quick. Like we got through that pretty speedy. Yeah, I've committed to doing it tomorrow, so it'll just be a short stream if it's just the raid tomorrow, but that'll be fine. Yeah, we'll probably do that, and then we'll do some duty roulette tomorrow, and that'll be good.
You've done more for us than we could ever hope to repay. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
What we do, man, is what we do.
When we left the Eorzea behind to take part in the contest, none of us could have predicted what complications would follow.
No, like, holy shit, man. Shit got fucking crazy. Interdimensional fusion, dude. That's all, yep,
You truly have a knack for finding trouble, my friend.
We've been told that you truly have a knack for finding trouble. Yep.
And you wouldn't have it any other way.
And you wouldn't have it any other way. We want to, well, shit's gonna be going down. We might as well be there, Anvil.
So what's next for you? Assuming you're still set on leaving the Gleaner's life behind?
Aaronville joins the Scions.
I'm off to fulfill my mother's dream, of course.
Aaronville going off on his own. Never mind.
Like she had intended, I'll embark on a journey in search of the unknown. She's sure to enjoy my stories when we meet again in the Ethereal Sea.
Hopefully they will meet again in the Ethereal Sea. Hopefully, I mean, like, if her soul didn't get fucking blasted.
Well, well, sounds like a plan. But will you have the coin to get by?
I may no longer be a gleaner, but I still have contacts in Sharlayan. Contacts with deep pockets, always eager to pay for information on new or rare species.
So if he needs money, he'll be able to go back on some contract gleaner work.
We've got it all worked out. And what of you? Any new adventures in the offing?
Well, we got the dungeons, we got the role quests, all the different role quests. We're gonna have the rates, and then who knows what's gonna all the content that's to come, man. The Alliance raid story, however that's gonna end up. You know, we're gonna have the post patch content, wherever that's gonna take us. Man, I'm excited.
Regardless, until you're ready to leave, you're our guest here in Tulihyolal. And this time, I won't pester you to take up a post.
Okay, good. She's dropped that of wanting us to stay in Thrall. As Bismuth said, we have the opportunity to do Baldur's Gate 3. I have no plans of playing Baldur's Gate 3. I have said that eventually, you know, when things have settled down with Dawntrail and things like that, I will be picking up a variety game at some point, but I have some games on Steam in my backlog that I want to get to first. So I've said this before, and I will say that again. Honkai Star Rail may be on the list, but probably some of the Steam games that I have first. But you know, I've already said this.
By now, I know you well enough to know you can't stay in one place. No more than you can ignore the plight of those in need.
Now she's just like, nah, I know you wouldn't have accepted this post.
Your path will always lead you elsewhere, and you'll continue walking it. Isn't that so?
For as long as we can, man, for as long as we can.
An adventurer to the marrow you are. What is it exactly that spurs you on?
An adventure to the marrow. Where's the spurs is on, dude? Seeing new places, meeting new people. That's why I love the first half of Dawntrail too. You know, the second half of Dawntrail was fucking whack doodles, but like, that's why, you know, like everybody's just like, oh, the first half of Dawntrail very slow or whatever, but I loved it. New people, new places, you know, got to help those need to. I love that. I love shit like that. That's why I love the crafting quests and stuff like that as well, because it's just like, you know, very down to earth. You know, just like helping the everyday people. That's why I always do all the side quests in games, because I just love like the little moments of getting to help. My love for the star. Ah. Or all the sights I've yet to see, or the legacies I bear. I mean, all of it, really. The legacy of Azem. You picked 3? I kind of really like 1. Because, you know, we didn't know of the legacy of Azem when we first started on this journey, did we? When we first, why your character first became an adventurer is something, your decision to make. But, you know, I think it has to be my love for the star. The places and the people. So we just have this interdimensional fusion key now. Oh? It's Fiend's crown. That was her regulator. It acts as a regulator. Why did it flash to the crown? Why did it flash to the crown? Oh boy, I wonder, is it just real quick? They didn't actually put the map and the key on the table, did they? They didn't clear the table at all. It was just like, all right, this is just something we hold on our purse now. All right, Aaronville. Homecomings are usually uneventful affairs. This time it was anything but for me. Yeah, that was a lot. Aaronville's no good friggin' week for Aaronville. But all's well that ends well, and we have you to thank for that. All's well that ends well. Well, as much as I'd love to keep chatting, I need to get going. Still a heap of things to do, and it wouldn't do to leave it all to Kona. By the way, did Gulja decide to remain in Solution 9? He did. I said that he can consider Tuliyollal his home, but he's more comfortable there. Shale keeps an eye on him for us. Oh, Shale's keeping an eye on him. Okay. But he'll visit him, we'll visit him as often as we can. He still needs our support, especially while he's agonizing over his inherited authority. So I told him he needn't make a decision right away. We can't postpone it forever either. Yeah, just like, who does he give authority to? Like, if he doesn't want it. It's gotta be a careful decision to make. I'll do whatever I can to help Gulja, as well as everyone inside the dome. I promised as much to Sven. For my part, I'll be keeping to Torol for a time. Among other things, I'd like to look into the problem with wildlife in Shalawani. I thought it was just because of the earthquakes that was fucking happening. I assume that that's why they were spooked. Now, maybe were the earthquakes because the interdimensional fusion was about to happen is the question. So if you get the urge, Kelvin, let's go on another journey together. There's still plenty of places I would like to show you. Hell yeah, dude, let's go. There's lots of Northern Shaktaral, which we haven't got to see yet. Send us to where the Wallaki are. Now that sounds like fun. If you ever have need for me, I'll come running. All right, Wuklamat. It was a great journey with you. This was your expansion as well. Now probably relegated to city leader status. Oh, and before I forget, I also have a gift for you. Can you guess what it is? Questioning head tilt. An alpaca. Oh my god, we get the alpaca from the main story. It comes from Tobley's stable, of course, and it's as sure-footed as they come. Perfect for an adventurer who's always on the move, hey? Here, this is the whistle for calling it. Right, I'm really... I'll really get going now, but I'm sure we'll meet again soon. Till next time. Take care. Alright, and the orchestra roll. Okay. Is it an Arcadian preview? Dude, people so fucking dejected. Hello guys, it's time for the arcade. Fellow citizens of Alexandria, ever since our beloved queen's passing, you have understandably abided in grief. Sorrow darkens your once bright faces. But is this what Her Majesty would have wished to see? No, most assuredly not. You know this to be true. If we are to honor her memory, we must reclaim our smiles to that end. Turn the Arcadian machine on. Okay. Wrangler-hatted man. That's right, friends. After a long hiatus, I'm pleased to announce the grand reopening of the Arcadian. The realm's finest fighters stand ready to entertain you in glorious and thrilling combat. Come and join us, I bid you, and let your cares be forgotten. Alright, that's the Arcadian sigil. Alright, I'll be interested to see how we get brought into that. I hope it's gonna... Oh, wait. As skies of flame proclaim night's end, and thoughts unto adventures tend, the brave in haste o'er hill and dale into tributes of... What the fuck? Why does it go so fast, dude? I'm trying to read! You've now completed the main scenario quest Dawntrail. Alright. Rest well, seeker of the unknown, for many and more adventures await you. Oh yeah. Hell yeah, alright, in the glow of a new dawn. And we've gotten the title Dome... Wait, no, this is not the same one. Hold on. Yeah. Of the New Dawn. Okay, is the title that we got. Alright. So that was the Dawntrail main story. We made it. Oh boy. So we got this orchestral roll. And the alpaca whistle. When blown, this whistle emits a snug and steady tone that calls your alpaca to your side. Alright, where's our little buddy? Known as the Pelo Pelo merchant's best friend, the alpaca has long been raised as livestock in the mountainous regions of Thrall. They are prized for their wool, a staple material in traditional textiles, as well as their sure-footedness, which sees them employed as pack animals and cavalry mounts. This says, you can take an alpaca to water, but you can't make it drink Keshqua. Alright, hold on. Let's go outside the gates here real quick. Oh, we should have gone to Urko. We could have gone. Oh well, you know what? This is good. All right, mount alpaca. Let's make sure to turn the music back down to where we usually have it. All right, yay! This was through the MSQ. I was unsure where we're gonna get this. Here we go. Would have been fun to have on our journey. Look at the hops, the leaping hops that it makes. And then we fly. And then we fly. Mount soundtrack, is there one? No, I think this is just the generic mount music. So last no. If anything, I thought it would be maybe play the Urko Patch music, but yeah. Yeah, I don't usually check for the I don't usually check for the mount music either. All right. So yeah. Let's check out the video. Hold on. Did you post it on Discord? Hold on. Oh, this is for things that you might have missed in Dawntrail? Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Let me turn off the volume here. And then go the borderless window for a second so I can bring this over to main screen. Okay. Let's watch this then. So this is 12 Details Hidden in Plain Sight, Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail by Console Control. Hold on. Hold on, this isn't captured. There we go. By Console and Control Gaming. So let's look at this then.
Ever since I completed Final Fantasy XIV's Dawntrail expansion and posted a video recap, I've seen quite a lot of comments saying that the game felt disjointed. And I get it, coming from Endwalker where things were wrapped up so epically, I can see how starting from scratch could feel a little off. But as I've spoken to people in the comments, I've realized that maybe some things were just missed in the story. I'm Late to the Gamer, this is Console and Control, and this is 12 hidden details you might have missed in Dawntrail. Spoilers ahead regarding specific plot points, but please stick through to the end and find out why Queen Sphene is just the absolute worst, and let me know in the comments if there's something that you noticed. The Lay of Gold. Wook Lamott's encounter with the Pelu Pelu appears to be the most insignificant part of the Rite of Succession. It even seemed that way to me. I spent about...
I thought that the point of the Lay of Gold was mostly to show that how she felt insignificant towards compared to Zoralja, but that the point wasn't that you need to go above and beyond to get the gold alpaca. That's not where her strength was. Everybody has their own strengths, but that she just had to finish. All she needed to do was get an alpaca, and then otherwise it was to show like how people support her, Mablu, and to show how much of a people person she was, like that sort of thing.
2 minutes on it in my Dawntrail recap. But as I got further into the expansion, I realized how important this section actually was. On the surface, this section is just where Wook Lamont learns about the Pelu Pelu's history and why they're now known to be the best traders in Terral. But this section taught Lamont one of the most valuable lessons that affects her personality and decisions for the rest of the game. The task was simple: tame a wild alpaca. But the usually brash and cocky Wook Lamont fails at her attempt and gets advised to buy a taming saddle. So she tries to get one from a merchant and gives too much information. The merchant realizes who she is, and preferring Zoralja over her to become the next Dawn servant, he doubles the price of the saddle. This is where her character is forever changed. A simple exchange now became a series of trades and manual labor to acquire what we wanted. Wook Lamont learns to shut the f up and actually begin to use subterfuge to get what she wants. This reflects later on in the story with her interactions with Sphene. Every interaction between the two is a chess game, where Sphene withholds information and Wook Lamont behaves overly naive to get closer to the truth. Lamont is able to gather information and unravel the secrets of Alexandria by appearing gullible and overly trusting. Just as the players know.
I really don't think that's the case. I just think she is trying to understand Sphene. I don't think it's like, oh, she's deceiving Sphene by trying to be like, oh, I don't know anything, Sphene, tell me more. I don't think so. I think this is a wrong take, personally.
Notice Sphene's strange pauses and attitude shifts, so does she. But while we mean mug, Lamont smiles. The only time Wook Lamont explicitly says that she doesn't trust Queen Sphene actually gets us an abundance of information. How electrope works, the country's history, what Levin sickness is, and the citizen's psychological dependence on soul cells. The Lay of Reeds. The Lay of Reeds appears to simply show Wook Lamont's empathy. We go through a series of missions to help the Hanu Hanu restart their harvest festival and grow their dying crop. It's here that we first see the lengths Wook Lamont will go to learn other people's cultures, and showing empathy, understanding, and cultural respect solves the problem and earns her another keystone. But we witness something during this feat that hints to the plot of the Alexandrian arc. During the Lifting of Wings festival, we watched the Hanu directly pass faith and life force through a conduit to accelerate the growth of the reeds. While we've seen life force and faith summon primals and long dead creatures like King Mago Mag, we haven't seen it used as an energy source for something like food. This is to prepare us for the Alexandrian arc, where life force is the energy source used to maintain living memory. The Lay of Pot.
Well, the Feat of Reeds was just like empowering, revitalizing the ether streams in the area. But it was through faith and channeling ether that I guess they made that happen. Sure, but it's not the first time that's been brought up as a source of power in the game. So,
When we arrive at Moblin Village, we're tasked with making the environment comfortable for the Potsworn. people commissioned by the Moblin to create metalwork and jewelry for their profit. But after the feat is complete, we learned about the Moblin's history. Before commissioning artisans to create their wares, they kidnapped them instead. The enslaved artisans crafted goods and the Moblin sold the items. But that enslavement wore on the artisans' souls, and the quality of their work was lacking. By changing their approach and giving the Potsworn everything they need and making them comfortable and happy, they created exquisite pieces, giving the Moblins the reputation of producing the best metalwork in Taral. This coincides with the evolution of the Alexandrian system, but in reverse. Sphene invited others into their kingdom, giving them every benefit and amenity they could desire. They had jobs, food, and the ability to extend their life with soul cells. By growing the population, Sphene would have a source of life force in the future. Those people would fuel living memory, but in the present, they fueled the economy by buying exchangeable souls for work credits. But that system took way too long to benefit Alexandria. So began the plan to leave their homeworld in order to mass slaughter non-Alexandrians.
I don't think it's ever mentioned that Sphene like wanted to make people happy maliciously. I think she just wanted to make her people happy. I maliciously want to make the people happy so they have every need of their needs met, so that I can use their souls. Like
steal their souls and life force instead. The Lay of Proof. The Yakoi section has a lot of connections to Alexandria besides the obvious two big ones. The similarity of their beliefs on death and the actual depiction of living memory that we get towards the tail end. But we do get an additional 2 pieces of foreshadowing. Valley Garmanda is an allusion to Alexandria's plight. An overwhelming force of nature that threatened civilization was contained by an etheric force field. It's a one-to-one comparison with the endless lightning on Sphene's world that also threatened all life and was contained by the dome.
That's a stretch.
The top of Warkor's armor is an allusion to living memory. In the highest point of the Yakoi territory, hundreds of sepulchres that represent the deceased are cared for and maintained to be remembered.
Oh, that's true. This is kind of, I guess, similar to living memory because these are also technically living memory because these are pillars to previous high luminaries, but also the current high luminary and also currently the heroes that slew Valley Garmanda, even the ones that haven't, contained Valley Garmanda, sealed Valley Garmanda, even the ones that haven't died yet, because and all of the Akui have like a stone already for them, and they, so it's their living memory that they engrave onto stone. I guess it is very similar, but instead in this case, if they're engraving their memory onto stone, but in Alexandria, they're, actually they're engraving onto ether to make these manifestations, that kind of thing.
Remembered forever. The sepulchres, their placement and importance are parallels to Alexandria's endless. The Lay of Repast. In Ikbrash, the player has an echo-induced vision of Galul Jaja convincing the Jabral and Mamulja to parlay. He said something to them that forewarns the player of the second half of the game.
Yeah.
He introduced Ketenram to them and revealed that the sailor came from across the ocean to Taral. The Jabral and Mamulja were stupefied. They didn't think such a trip could even be done. So Galul Jaja asked them, what if Ketenram was an invader and not an explorer? How would they protect Taral from an enemy that could do things they couldn't even imagine? The future Dawn servant said that the entire continent would need to band together to defend their land. One group's perceived weakness will draw the enemy to move into another group's greatest strength. This foreshadows the Alexandrian arc. We believe that we're walking into a North American-themed Western only to be surprised by a large explosion, a menacing dome, and then flying battleships. The technologically superior Alexandria laid siege on Tuliolao. Humanoid mechanized soldiers with laser guns and flying bikes stole the souls and life force of Tarali. This was something the capital could never have been prepared for ahead of time because it was so far out of their realm of possibility. In the end, it took all of Taral working in tandem with Razad Han to fight off Alexandria and force them to retreat. Also in Ikbrash, Wook Lamont learns tactical patience. In searching for the recipe for Zebruk Pibil, the villagers are not allowed to tell us what the recipe is. Instead, we have to listen to context clues, observe the environment, and ask the right questions. This was Wook Lamont's preparation for dealing with Queen Sphene, the Alexandrian citizens, and even Oblivion. Through curiosity and persistence, we learned the history between the Jabral and Mamulja.
Yeah, it gets brought up a lot when we're talking her whole journey along following the Tuliolon saga was like Gul Jaja, her father, trying to show her like through this journey, like learn more of these people, and in learning about them and understanding, do we breed harmony? And so when we go to Alexandria, she's just like, I want to understand you. I want to know you, because we're trying to live in harmony here. The same thing with speaking with the Endless. That's a theme that gets carried through.
And are rewarded with what we need to complete the Lay of Repast. This series of quests is why Wuk-Lamat is so adamant about learning about the Alexandrians. He wanted to get as much information as attainable to have the best advantage achievable to make the best decisions possible. The Lay of Brotherhood. The time spent in Mamuk is preparation for the moral ambiguity that we face in the Alexandrian arc. The Mamuja live in a place with no light, scarce resources, bare ore veins, and soil that only produces bananas. They fought the Zabral for the territory in the upper forest that was resource-rich and hospitable. When the first blessed siblings were born...
Notably, it says soil that only produces bananas. The soil is fine. It's just the ether from the meteors that is making it so that only like bananas grow. It makes other things... any plants that grow there have to vibe with the ether, and if they don't, they'll wither. The ether produced by these meteors. But the soil is fine.
Incredibly powerful, and they led the Mamuja against their enemies and managed to push the Jabral back. That feeling of superiority forever changed them. Desiring more leadership capable of creating a better life for them, they began trying to produce blessed siblings. In the process, countless children died. About 1 in 100 Mamuja children die in their eggs or shortly after to produce one viable blessed sibling. While some Mamuja see this as an atrocity, many more felt like it was a necessary evil for the greater good. This aligns with Queen Sphinx's motivations and actions. In her mind, the greater good of Alexandria and living memory is committing genocide on the Terali. And while the majority of Alexandria's citizens appear to be good people, they never questioned why their military was active in a new world or how their soul cells were filled in the first place.
Yeah, they didn't question a lot of shit, honestly. They're just like, this is just how it is.
Extreme time discrepancy. When we arrive in Cheloni, we're made aware that there was an earthquake or explosion that took place shortly before we arrived. Since we don't go to Yassulani before the lightning dome appears, we don't know exactly what that implies just yet.
Okay, because yeah, Aaronville wanting to say that he explored Cheloni. We don't know. I guess the earthquakes could have been unrelated. Maybe it's going to be the Alliance raid. Maybe it'll be a new journey with Aaronville as being the Alliance raid, and whoever is making that earthquake is going to be related to the Final Fantasy XI themed Alliance raid.
Except for Alexandria and Yassulani are in identical places on two different worlds. The only concrete information we get from Speen and the people of the outskirts is that when the dome appeared, there was an extreme time discrepancy. When we entered the dome, we find out 30 years had passed. Speen explains that the people of Yassulani suddenly appeared in Alexandria, and she had no idea that her country was in another world. It took Zeralja 30 years to complete the Vanguard, and when it finally breached the dome, time synced with the outside world. We also know that the train to Yassulani was able to enter the area, drop off people, and leave, so there was no physical boundary in the area. Everything was normal until the dome appeared. This would mean that from the moment of the explosion to the point where we first saw the Alexandrian warships, 30 years passed in a matter of seconds.
I know, right?
Otis. Late in the story, we meet the Knight's captain, Otis. His soul and memory were placed inside of a sentry and has resided there for over 380 years. This meeting gives us a timeline for Speen, Alexandria, and Everkeep. As with everyone in living memory, Otis chooses his physical form to reflect the happiest time of his life, before Speen's death. He appears to be in his mid to late 30s. Machine Otis tells us that when he was very old, he chose to have his soul removed and placed into the sentry. Assuming he lived a long life and was in his late 80s before the procedure, this would indicate that Sphinx's death and soul preservation would have occurred nearly 50 years prior. In the final dungeon, we see citizens speak about how the Queen's soul was just preserved while Everkeep is being built in the background. This would place the Storm Surge about 430 years in the past, or 400 years before the dimensional merge. Sphinx's biggest secret, Zoralja is able to control Otis when he uses the King's authority to force the Sentry's programming to override Otis's personality. Later, Otis's intense memories of personal failure and desire to protect Sphene neutralize the programming. This is the subtle hint that Sphene's strange behavior isn't her own doing. Unlike the other Endless, Sphene also has a program accompanying her memories. Its prime directive is to preserve Alexandria, but without the original programmers alive to rein in the program's logic, it instead competed with Sphene's memory. This explains why Sphene goes from compassionate to callous and vice versa. Both entities are trying to coexist. It also explains
that's why I said that's what we were talking about before, like her memories were affecting her actions as well as her desire to want to sustain Alexandria and the Endless.
Conflict, the program erases Sphene's memories to be more effective. This conflict leads us to Sphene's most terrible act. We're at the bottom of the list and the biggest revelation of the game, so if you made it this far, thank you for watching and please hit that like button, it helps my channel. What about the Levin sickness? Levin sickness is the severe ethereal
I want to be able to cure this with the Porksies.
Imbalance towards lightning. The incurable disease results in paralysis. The imbalance is similar to what tempered are, but without the primal
Also, another
connection.
question I need to check because I went back out there afterwards. But is in Heritage Found, is the dome still up? Because when the rift got closed above the tower, like all the clouds got sucked up into it, so it showed blue sky. So I was like, I'm very confused. It's still up. Fascinating. Okay.
I could only speculate that this is caused by the severe scarcity of souls in the ethereal sea of Alexandria's homeworld, and the remaining souls absorb too much Levin before reincarnation.
No, this guy's going way too complicated on it. It's just that the sky, the freaking, it's too much lightning.
Sphene blamed the disease on herself, but it wasn't apparent why, not until the very end of the story. Something very interesting happens as the credits appear that shows truly how terrible Queen Sphene and the program really were. Let's see if you can notice it. Yeah, that's right. The sun rises over living memory. The entire time, Queen Sphene built a tower tall enough to fit an entire city over the clouds. All her citizens could have lived above the lightning-rich environment the entire time. The answer was always the Jetsons. Without maintaining living memory and simply absorbing the lightning within the dome, they could have powered Alexandria for eternity. At one point, living memory did house the living, most likely during the period of time that they hadn't mastered memory extraction. But when they were able to create Endless, the citizens were moved back into the dome and they didn't know why. For the majority of the story, we're shown that the citizens believe that when they die, their memories go into the cloud to be remembered forever, while the memories of the deceased are...
Okay, so yeah, the sun rises and we get to see at the top of the tower a blue sky as well. So is the tower outside the dome? Is that what's happening? Also, we have zero proof that, like the Levin sickness wouldn't be, like it would obviously be happening if they were away from the lightning energies. But is that just because the electrope they're surrounded by lightning energy the entire time? Or is it because they're in the dome? We just know that it's because of all the ambient lightning. So I think that's a little, I don't know if that has an answer.
Wiped from everyone else to prevent the feeling of loss. But why would they need that if they're just going to see their friends in living memory later? Because they didn't know about the Endless at all.
Yeah.
Or even more proof that this was the case, when we meet Oblivion and they explain how regulators work, the extraction of life force is never mentioned. They specifically exclude where life force goes upon natural death, but acknowledge that spare souls refill the life force of the accidentally dead. The living citizens were originally batteries for the Endless, but as the lower population grew and regulators became common among the citizens, more people became Endless, while less people died that could give their life force. As the two entities within the Queen opposed each other, they made the situation worse. Sphene's desire to keep all her citizens alive and endless forever established a currency exchange for spare souls, drying up the ethereal sea. While the program knew that such a system was impossible to maintain, but could not effectively revolt. Why? Because the easiest solution would have been a culling. This is why Queen Sphene did not have control of the sentries. It was a fail-safe by the programmers to prevent the logical outcome. As soon as Sphene acquires the relic at the end of the story, the program had a way out and decided to erase the memories of Sphene. The relic would allow it to absorb life force from other realms directly without needing a king to control the sentries for a ground war. The memories of Sphene were a liability and put Alexandria into the untenable situation it was in. But that's it for my list. Was there something that you noticed that I might have...
So the thing that you said that I missed was the sun rising. That just, all that says to me is that either one, because, okay, either one, this is an entire, living memory is an entire another reflection. So either one, there is no dome over the remaining part of the tower that's in the other reflection, or two, it's above the dome. So, you know, but that would mean that there was always an exit outside of the dome if it goes above the dome. And there would have been a connection to the outside world. So why would there have been a time discrepancy if making the connection with the Vanguard through the Vanguard dungeon is what forms a link between worlds? It's too confusing. Because if having a barrier between worlds was being able to go outside the dome, if the tower goes above the dome, outside the dome anyway, then they would have already had that physical connection. Yeah, exactly. But I'm saying if we were above the dome in the second trial, then there would have already been a physical connection to the outside world. So there should have been no time discrepancy, because it's that connection that they established via the Vanguard dungeon and getting outside the dome that apparently stabilizes time between the places. So those two facts conflict. And we need to go look. Hold on, we're investigating. Let me put this over here. Where's the closest little aetheryte? How the West was sung. Uncouth. Okay, that's... I don't know what this is. How the West was won is the thing of... This one is it belongs in a museum. And then that's to further unlock the hunts. We'll do all of that in a second. But for now, let's go out to Shalawani. Fucking hell. Of course, we can't see shit. I want to see if we could see the dome in the distance. But this weather is not... I think the weather's gonna... Hold on. What are we using time? Okay, the weather's hopefully will change soon. Museum is a dungeon? Okay. Yeah, before we end today, we'll go do the unlockable dungeons. Okay, yeah, so the dome, we can see it, it's over here. Yeah, so the dome is still there, so that's for sure, but we don't see anything peeking above the dome. So why there was the blue clouds, maybe it's just above the thunder clouds? Like, so the dome, okay, so the tower doesn't go above the dome, but maybe it goes above the clouds in the dome? Classic for the when you want to see something, I know, right? Yeah, the clouds were hiding the portal. So, but the tower didn't go above the dome. So maybe the tower just goes above the clouds and there's clouds like high up in the dome. Because there's also like no perpetual clouds above the dome either. So there's your answer for, yeah, the dome is still there, but the tower doesn't extend above the dome. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the tower was too big, and that's why the part of the tower remained in the other reflection and couldn't get teleported through the rift or whatever have you. Either that, or it had to remain in the shard to work. Now the question is, if the one remaining tower fragment got left behind on the shard, like how is it standing? Like, did it just fucking drop? There's the weather change. So yeah, there's the dome. Like, did it drop? Did it fall from the ground? Is it still standing on like a top of a tower? There's too little explanation. Like, we should be able to go out from living memory. To the rest of that reflection. Like, of course it's foggy. So this is still shrouded in lightning. And is this because we're in the dome? Like, the dome is what makes the weather like this? Like, I know, yeah, we're in the dome, obviously. But I guess, yeah, it's because of the dome that the weather is like this? Is there a way to drop the dome? Because assumedly the Alexandrians put up the dome in the first place. So why would they still need the dome? Unless they had to maintain this electricity because they need the electricity to power their electrobe. All right. Also, like, I note that like the freaking end of the other world teleports don't appear here. So where do they appear? Is it another? Oh, here we go. Yeah, living memory. Okay, here we go. Dome makes electricity to sustain Everkeep. Yeah, it seems like the case. So that would be why Sween was just like, this is all my fault, potentially. For the love and sickness. But the guy's answer of this place was above the dome is not proven. Like, the sun rises, but we saw the blue sky above the other dome too, so we might just be above the clouds. Like, if the other tower's in the dome, then this tower could be too. This could be within a dome on the reflection. And that's why, you know, we maybe can't go beyond this place. Because right now we can't see, obviously it's cloudy right now, but like we can't see shit beyond this place. And when we look down, it's just more tower. So this place is a physical place. So it must be like on the ground somewhere. But the question is like, is it still within a sphere on this reflection as well? I think it must be. Yeah, this place is the last floor that would have been the top floor of the tower. But it got left behind in the other reflection. So if it got left behind in the other reflection, is there the rest of the tower still below that's a copy of the tower? Or like, did the tower get yoinked from under it? I'm just saying, it doesn't make physical sense. Obviously, they can wave away things like, oh, it's magical or whatever the fuck like that. But like, you know... These are questions I need answers to. Like, are we in it? We're technically being here. We are in another reflection. Are we in a dome of lightning? Like, could I just fly out and see the rest of this reflection? Like, would I not be able to do that unless we were also in a dome here as well? So these are some stuff that I would like answers to. This is the part where it's just like they hit us with too much information as once, and they do not explain things crisply. Things are not explained super well. And it's because they're hitting us with like way too much. Like, you know, okay, we're doing interdimensional fusion. All right, we're also doing this dome shit. All right, we're also doing the calamity of lightning. All right, we're also doing the Lala shit. All right, we're also doing the calamity of endless frost. All right, we're also doing a whole new technology. And it's just like, okay, man, holy shit. Yeah, no idea, zero explanation. Yeah. This is my qualm. We need to know more, and hopefully they will elaborate, because I got nothing. To be fair, it's like not the first time that they could elaborate on something and they just don't. But you know, it irks me every time. It irks me every time. So what I'm going to assume is what I would think would be the best explanation was the tower got yoinked from underneath it. It's magically was able to touch down to the ground in the interdimensional fusion process, but we still exist within a dome on this reflection. Now, the thing is, by all rights, if they put up the dome, they should be able to drop it. Here, we would certainly want to drop it. Maybe they want to keep up the lightning, but they said the lightning is super dangerous for everybody that lives outside of Everkeep. But it's the thing that's maintaining their electro, but it's also causing them Levin sickness. So either one, we maybe be able to cure Levin sickness with the Porksies, or two... Well, the lane node still has the golden energy around it. Is this like the gate that has that golden energy? Is it the portal? There's little golden moats. Yeah, the lack of explanation is just a headache. We're not in a dome. We could be. I'm just saying, if at the top of the other tower we were above the clouds, then we can certainly be above them here as well, and that's why we saw the sunrise. Because, I mean, look at the end of the Zeralja trial, and we can see a blue fucking sky there. But yet, supposedly, we're still in the dome. So, you know... By all rights, it makes no sense. Because I thought when when the rift went away, after the Zeralja trial, the dome went down, but it didn't. Because it's just like, oh, we can see the blue sky, the dome must have gone down. No. But the tower doesn't go above the dome? No. So how are we seeing the blue sky? It makes no sense. Drop the dome, destroy Everkeep easy. Well, people live in Everkeep. And I don't think dropping the dome would destroy Everkeep. They would just need a new source of lightning. That's all. It wouldn't destroy Everkeep. The Everkeep just runs on electricity. Because Electrope runs on electricity, that's why. Oh boy, anyway, where does this go to? It just goes back to Sky Deep Cenote. That's our zone transition area? Okay. Okay, so this is just like the ocular. Lit up fucking super gold. I see your point about why small mistakes overshadows every good part of the story. Well, it just makes it so that I'm very confused. And this is why it was too much information at the end, and why we needed things to be a little bit more clear. Because they were just hitting us with too much at the end, and there wasn't time to explain everything. So, it's a bit of a shame. Oh, Bakul Jaja's just fucking here now? Yo, dude. The Dawn servants have charged us with protecting the forest, and protect it we will. Alright, there, he's just here now. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, let me look up... We're gonna see what dungeons we need. So there was there 2 that was in Tuliolol? Is there another one? Is there anything else in Solution 9? Okay, there's only 2 dungeons. There are only 2 level 100 dungeons. In which case, we'll go do those. Just, I need to take a second before we do. Give me a second to refill my water and things, and then we'll do the optional dungeons. The level 100 unlocked dungeons. And then that'll probably be where we call it for the day. And then tomorrow we'll do... tomorrow we'll do the raid story. And then, you know, it'll be a short stream tomorrow. It'll be a short stream. Alright. Let's go over to the airship area. Because I assume Arcadian is going to be unlocked from Solution 9. Start with the museum. You'll love it. Okay. So yeah, we have It Belongs in a Museum and How the West Was Sung is, I'm pretty sure, optional dungeons. Then I'll also finish unlocking the rest of the hunt stuff. And then this one is the role quests, which will be starting on the role quests next weekend. Oops, hold on. I always forget the teleporting thing is right here. And then it said there was also new quests that appeared in Solution 9. I assume it's just the quest to unlock the Arcadian, but I'll probably go check again just to make sure. All right. Actually, let's go. Here. And then, yeah, before we start in on these... give me just a moment to be right back, and then we'll go from there. So yeah, be right back, and then we will be doing the optional dungeons. So whatever this one is, It Belongs in a Museum, and How the West, I think it's, wait, this one level 100. This is level 1. So this isn't, is this the other optional dungeon? Why are these at different levels? We'll figure this out. We will figure this out. We'll get to the 2 level 100 dungeons, because I think there's 2. But yeah, for now, just give me a moment. Be right back here, and then we'll go do those. Alrighty, I'm back. I'm back. Refilled my water and everything. We're good to continue. Solution 9 has the second optional dungeon. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Bizmaker. In which case I'm curious. What's the other thing then? What's this other thing out here? Oh, right. Also, hold on a second. Let me also change the stream title since we're done with the Dawntrail main story. Hold on a second. Doo-doo-doo. There we go. All right. So let's see what this this other quest out here is going to be then. What is this? How the West was sung. Interesting. Interesting. I assume that Solution 9 has the Arcadian, so let's see what this is. Oh, it's the Wandering Minstrel. Oh, I see. All right, so this is where the stream unlocks. Look, he's in the Viper gear. Wandering Minstrel, my dear friend. My words, are you Cohen? I was overjoyed that fate would arrange this meeting. I'm sorry, I am overjoyed that fate would arrange this meeting, though I'm not surprised. When I heard tell of your journey with Wuklamad, I had a feeling it would only be a matter of time until we crossed paths. What am I doing in Tyrol, you ask? Why, I'm come in search of unusual and fantastic stories that I may weave into songs. To spin tales that will enchant crowds the world over. And this land has proven to be a treasure trove of folk tales and legends, unlike any that can be found across the sea. I've set each and every one to memory, and my head is swimming with new verses. Yet for all the myths newly added to my repertoire, I still yearn for tales of newfound adventure. Tales involving parties that yet live. Not just Galul Jaja's ones. Preferably recounted by someone with first-hand experience. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And you are just such a woman. Pray, share with me everything that happened since you set foot in Tyrol, and I shall set it to song. Every trial you endured during the rite of succession, every blood-curdling moment of your assault upon the levin-shrouded dome, I beg you spare no detail. Your words will lend texture to my melodies and substance to my lyrics. Oh, I have a feeling my most memorable work is soon to come. Of course, I understand you may not have the time at present. I shall be here for a while yet, polishing my prose to a maraschine. Simply come to me when you have a story to share, and I shall listen in rapt attention. Alright. Have you come to share a heroic yarn with me, Cohen? Please do go on. You have my rapt attention. Alright, talk about Valley Armanda. So, what have you brought me for today? So yeah, back with Jaja and Lee's Valley Garmanda, or whatever have you, so we fought the Troll Vidral. You did battle with Valley Garmanda, the Troll Vidral of legend, dubbed the Sky Ruin, who ruled the heavens by beak and talon. And many are the legend of this beast among beasts, but I would wager the telling of your battle is more thrilling than the most harrowing tales. At the hands of a devious scoundrel was the seal put in place by Galul Jaja broken, and thus was the living calamity unleashed again upon the world, only to be struck down by Wuklamad and her mighty companion, and also Kona, and also Zeralja was there. This glimpse into the events of the Rite of Succession shall provide me with more than enough inspiration for my next song. Thank you for sharing it with me, Cohen. By the by, do you know the meaning of the term Tyrol Vidral? Oh no, it has a meaning. Yoshi bleached his hair again and is embellishing stories. Yeah, dude, the wandering minstrel, man. And yeah, always embellishing the stories. Embellishing them to the savage, the extremes. The language of the Mamulja, it means that which clings to the earth. Ooh, interesting. A fitting description for beings powerful enough to claim entire continents as their territory. Oh, I thought it was that which clings to the earth is then clings to life long enough to become an auspice. And Valley Garmanda was said to be the most formidable among them. Though you emerged victorious, the fiend was but recently roused from slumber. What do you suppose would have happened had Valley Garmanda been given sufficient time to regain its strength? What if? Extreme. Such questions are why we have imaginations, yes? And I imagine I shall. The mightiest heroes of Aetheris, matched against the full fury of Valley Garmanda. A story for the ages. Hold on a second here. I left Discord open and close that real quick. I feel like I'm lagging a little bit here. Extremes, yeah. I do no, please don't do a sturdy with this, yeah. Not the additional strength of Valley Garmanda. Alright. And we also shall share the tale of Zeralja. Not interestingly, the Sphene fight, though. So what have you brought me today? Oh, we're very concerned while we're telling this tale. Ah, the final moments of the former Dawn Servant's firstborn. Zeralja would hate that you called him that. His story gives rise to a complex mixture of emotions, and it would be insulting to call it something so trite as an adventurous tale. As the only true son of Gulul Jaja, he doubtless felt a heavy burden of responsibility to be deemed worthy of succeeding his father. This weight was likely made all the more stifling by the fact he had but one head. And so he sought great power to make up for his perceived shortcomings, yet he could never quite live up to the expectations he set for himself, and he really did just set them for himself. And in his blind pursuit, he stepped upon a crooked path. 30 long years did he keep company with anger in that dome. And no amount of anguish, and like no comrades, yet no amount of anguish can justify the countless lives he stole. You know what I believe, Kelwyn? I believe the moment Zeralja killed his own father, whose admiration he fought so hard to win, his life lost all meaning. Maybe. His sins cannot be forgiven, 'tis true. Yet his story is a tragic one, and I suspect each of us can see parts of ourselves reflected within. Nah. He was just an idiot. All that he needed to do was just open up with others. And he could have realized that, A, you know, these expectations I'm setting on myself are unneeded. And, you know, I should be able to, maybe he would have been inspired to find his own path, what he wanted. Like, maybe if he had voiced any of these concerns to his father, it could have been fine, but he didn't. So he's just an idiot and a maniac. And I don't see it, dude. I'm like, they're trying real hard to garner sympathy here, but there is none. Also, nobody said, did you watch the short video of Raven Terms I sent you? I haven't yet. I was going to, but I'll admit, after the last stream went a bit long. I conked out immediately. I went immediately to sleep, and then I only woke up shortly after this, before this stream started. So I was fucking out. So I didn't end up watching it, but I will later. Yeah, good morning. I do appreciate that you sent that video, and I will be watching it, but I didn't have time between the two streams here, but I will. I'll get to it. I mean, if you have time, we can watch it after I'm done with the. I can watch it right here, right now. But I want to. We'll do the dungeons, and then we'll see afterwards. Because we did finish the story here early in the stream. Which is why I should have left the volcano area like I was initially going to do. I was initially going to have like, okay, we'll do the first 2 areas and the 2 areas on the next 2 areas on this stream. But I was convinced that to do the 3rd area. And I was just like, okay, I guess the second part of the zone is going to be a lot if we're going to get to this now. But no. No, we made it through pretty swiftly. Did you have fun with the last boss? It was fun. It was interesting. The music was popping. And the mechanics were interesting. I'm glad we didn't stay on the small platform phase for really long, because the small platform phase is always super nerve-wracking, as it was in the tree fight in Pandemonium against the tree lady. So I'm glad that phase it's got 2 fucking knockbacks in that phase, and I'm freaking sweating. Yeah, also I watched a guide beforehand, and I thought normally they're very good about not spoiling anything with the guides, but it did the guides, but it did say that Wu Klamat appears in the thing. So I was a little bit ruined on that moment. It didn't show the rest of the cutscene, but it was just like, and then Wu Klamat appears. They didn't need to say that. Basically, everything after Wu Klamat appears, there is no mechanics. So they could have probably just ended the guide there, but the MTQ video guide maker or whatever usually is very good about not having story spoilers in there, so I wasn't expecting it. So there was that, but it was alright. Besides that, I really liked the final fight. All right. Fuck Zeralja. I watched the MTQ capture, whatever that guide maker, her. Those are usually the guys that I watch. Wait, hold on. Yeah, MTQ capture. That was the one. I did get the name right. All right, Wandering Minstrel. Thank you for sharing with me. A dark shadow loomed over the rite of succession, and we would do best not to forget he who cast it. While many view Zeralja as a murderer and tyrant, reducing him to a mindless villain will blunt the impact of the lessons we can learn from his fate. That is true at the very least. I agree with that. You can't just be like, oh, he was a maniac. You know, the other important part is he was an idiot. He was just a regular guy who was an idiot and went above and beyond. But if we're just like, you know, to be just like, yeah, he was just a psychopath and not think more of it, you ignore how he got there in the first place. This is a tale that must be told with great care. All right. I understand you have no tales worth telling, yet that is. I know for certain 'tis but a matter of time until you are thrust into the heart of matters most dramatic. Just a matter of time, that's just how you do. Fortunately, the denizens of this city are great lovers of tall tales and thrilling verse. They simply cannot hear enough of your exploits, Kelwyn. He's already regaling them in song. Thank you for being my ever-dependable muse. All right, so that was unlocking the extremes. We'll stop by the hunt person and unlock the rest of the hunts, and then we'll do the dungeons. So there's one here, and then apparently there's also another 100 dungeon in Solution 9. Yeah, exactly. Usually they say in guides, and then there's a transition, and then the next phase starts. They really didn't have to say, and then Wuklomat appears. Now, they didn't show the cutscene. They just said, and Wuklomat appears. They didn't have to say that at all. All right, let's keep unlocking these. Why we hunt. Bolga, master of the Dawn Hunt, wants to introduce you to a certain someone. Kelvin. I forget what voice we gave this guy. I think it was some sort of gruff thing. The Wing of Protection has been keeping a beady eye on you. Say you've been making yourself useful. That your adventures have taken you to nigh on every corner after all. Including Yaktel, I hear. The land of my people. I know how dangerous those woods can be. Not only from the tales of my ancestors, but from the bills on the board, too. Think you're ready to take on a bigger challenge? That's the spirit. Alright then, let me tell you what these intermediate marks are all about. Beginner level marks can be taken down by any hunter or mercenary, but these ones call for a mite more preparation. I'm not just talking physically, but mentally too. You're going to risk your life going after these beasts. It's important to know what you're risking it for. This is why I tell everyone who thinks they're ready to move on to beginner builds to talk to Tayat Kat first. She's master huntress and mentor to would-be vipers. Oh, the vipers? You'll find her down in Gordon Truk Gleam Sands. Look for the zebra with the cobalt fur and ask her to tell you our story. Our history. Sorry, our history. There's hardly a viper in Thrall today who didn't learn the secrets of the hunt from Tayat Kat. And you should too. Go down to Gleam Sands and look for Zebra with cobalt fur. She'll show you the ropes. Okay. Okay, here we go. This isn't. Wait, that's not cobalt fur. You mean cobalt hair? She's fucking bright pink. That couldn't be your first indicator. Look for the Jabral that's bright ass pink with cobalt hair. But okay, all right, sure. You have business with me, Outlander. Bolga sent you more meat for the marks. Though you look to have a little more about you than most. Well, if you're dead set on devoting yourself to the Dawn Hunt, I should let you know a little bit more about it. Where to begin? You might say, at the beginning, but it's hard to put a pin in exactly when that was. Even before Kona brought the system of marks and bills over from Eorzea, our people were hunters. Not just for food, but for safety. Hunting down those ill-made monstrosities whose very existence was inimical to our own. It was for that very purpose that the Vipers came to be. The finest hunters in Tyrol banded together to hone their skills and their blades, and devoted their lives to stalking and slaying fiends. Okay, I assume we get more of this in the Viper lore. Okay. At first, we were no more than a fellowship of like-minded folk. Folk who'd taken it upon themselves to deal with any danger they got wind of. But it was only after Galul Jaja united Tyrol under the Dawn Servant's crown that our role as protectors of the realm was made official. Okay, Vipers officially also protectors of the realm. Commissions started pouring in from Yasulani to Yaktel. But we didn't have the numbers to answer them. That's when Kona proposed we bring the system Itsine in Eorzea, calling on adventurers and mercenaries to handle those threats we couldn't. If there's a point to this little history lesson, it's this. Many folk join the hunt seeking adventure or glory or fortune. But from the very beginning, whenever that was, it's been about one thing and one thing only. Protecting those who can't protect themselves. Don't forget that. Oh yeah. Nod, nod. And one more request that I make of every Viper to train under me. Don't get yourself killed. We had to save lives, not to throw them away for no good reason. I reckon that's enough moralizing from me for one day. It's about time I headed back to Yaktel. Come and drop by if you're ever in the area. And they'll actually be there as an NPC? Okay, alright. Alright, back to the hunt board. Like I heard the audio. Did that cat tell you everything you needed to know? Good to hear. We don't hunt to kill. We hunt to live. Remember that, and you'll be fine. Speaking of, I took the opportunity to update the ledger. You're approved to take on intermediate marks now. Good hunting, and good luck. Alright, and then the next one. Hunting the Hunter. Bolga is impressed with your progress. Kelwyn, it's good to see you safe. The whole city's been on knife's edge since the attack. Folk need hunters like you and me to deal with the dangers they're facing more than ever. Like you and me, and like Napikwe. Okay, Viper by trade. Always helping out with the hunt. She took a bill from the board a few days back. Thing is, it was for a markup in Yasulani, and no one's seen her since. Rest in peace. Or wait, well, she's in the dome. Might be that she's still on its trail, but hearing about everything that's happening up there, all this about the dome, I can't help but worry. A little bird tells me you've been inside it. You couldn't ask around in there, could you? Find out if anyone's seen her. Thank you. It means a lot to me. Last anyone heard from her, she was on her way to Teshpiani. To the railroad station. Maybe someone in the village will have seen her if there's anyone left. Okay, so we're going to track him down to Heritage Found. Alright, well, when we go out to Solution 9 to lock the other dungeon, we'll make our way there. Napikwe was making her way to Teshpiani last anyone heard from her. Might still have been there when the dome fell over it. If you're heading back in, I'd appreciate if you could ask if anyone's seen her. Over the course of 30 years has brought the hunt to Solution 9. Alright. And so yeah, here's going to be the first of the level 100 dungeons that we're unlocking. With Zesihan? It belongs in a museum. This strange man is staring at you intently, perhaps too intently. This is also, I guess this is the first time seeing an aura here. Kelvin, at last, you've no idea how long I waited here. Hoping we might finally meet. There's a matter of utmost importance I simply must have your assistance with. But introductions are in order. I'm Zekihan, professor of archaeology at the Studium. Okay, Charlene, that makes sense now. Professor of archaeology. Did we? I think some of the people for the I think it was the one of the crafting role quests had some people of archaeology. Okay. There's one where we were recreating the different civilizations. Was that the Gathering one? It might have been. The one with, no, the one with mining and botany. Uncertain. Alright, at the behest of the former head of Reason, I was invited to oversee at the former head of Reason? That was, if he's been dead for, but hasn't the head of Reason been dead for like 3 years? How long did it take you to get here, man? I was invited to oversee various archaeological expeditions throughout Tyrol. Maybe he's been here for 3 years. I heard from a little bird in Volokshunsa, the palace, that you, a most renowned adventurer, had made your way to the continent. Okay, so he's been here for 3 years at behest of the head of Reason. And could think of no better individual to aid me in uncovering its history. As a matter of fact, I've already made a most fascinating discovery in the wilds of Jacques Dural. I chartered a balloon to examine points of interest in Shalawani, you see, and soon discovered ruins which have been unseen for 9 millennium. Oh, ruins for a millennium? Surely Lady Luck is on my side, I thought. But alas, things soon took a turn for the worst. In the spirit of inquiry, I hired a group of mercenaries for protection and made my first foray into the area, but we were no more than halfway through before a host of fierce fiends barred our approach. Truth be told, 'tis a miracle we even made it out alive. Yet, for a seasoned explorer like you, I dare say delving into the deepest recesses of such ruins unharmed would be child's play. What do you say? Would you aid my investigation and embark on this new adventure? Alright, stoic nod. I knew you wouldn't disappoint. The ruins lies beyond the river north of Lake Tori in Shalawani. Oh, okay, I know where that is. Let us continue our conversation there. Alright. So yeah, we gotta make our way out to Shalawani. So Bizmaker said, hold on. He said, if you want to know how Tyrol is earning money, check Discord and FF chat. Okay, hold on. I'll pull it up. Give me a second here. Somebody already named one of their retainers Wuklamat, I see. Alright. Yeah, there's a lot of people that make their retainers NPCs. Also, let me put this back to full screen mode. Here we go. Alright, out to Shalawani. And then, yeah, this was the river. Okay. I guess in lieu of flying over the entire zone, we'll teleport out there. Alright, so apparently past this river, it lies ruins. Wonderful, you're here. A history lost to the ages lies in the valley just upstream. It is a landscape unlike any other, teeming with sabatenders of all shapes and sizes. Oh, this is where Swole Tender is. I call it Tender Valley. Doubtless the ruins have remained untouched for all these years due to its barbed environs. After all, none would wish to become the victim of their thousand needles. Though I believe the ruins nested deep within the valley to be Yokui in origin. A closer inspection revealed motifs even I could not recognize. Okay, so they're not Yokui. There's a new discovery waiting to be found within, I'm sure of it. Alas, the defense mechanism protecting it were far too much for the mercenaries I hired. You'd be wise not to underestimate them yourself. Lest I forget, you should know that I dropped some of my notes concerning the expedition during my escape. If you would know of my findings, I encourage you to search for records during your exploration. Oh no, not records in a dungeon. I shall wait to return here. I entrust to you the honor of discovering the unknowns which lie within. All right. Though it pains me to remain here, I would only be a hindrance. Once the site is safe for exploration, I shall resume my research. All right, let's do it. All right, at the behest. Wait, hold on. Clear the other selection. There we go. At the behest of Zakihan, professor of archaeology at the Studium, you are tasked with venturing into a valley swarming with sabotenders. In the furthest reaches of this gorgeous succulence lie the remnants of an ancient structure believed to be of Yakui origin. But if you were to discover what mysteries dwell within, you must first survive the numerous needles of the valley's denizens. All right. Oh, we can fly out here a little bit, but I don't think... Are we... Yeah, we're not able to land out here, though. I was really hoping we get more of the Hetsato, because I think, like, you know, like, I thought it was, like, a big thing about Kona's arc. You know, that he was eventually gonna, like, he was just like, you know, ah, man, I have, you know, like, we still don't know why Kona was abandoned. Because I feel like there must have been a reason. Because he's just like, yeah, his people just moved on without him. I wonder if we'll get any of that in maybe some of the post-patch story. Or something else, because I'd love to see more of these guys. Oh, okay, that was relatively swift. I think they've left a lot of threads open. Sabotenders. I like this music. Okay, hold on quickly. Expedition log. 1, 2. Okay. I'll pull up the VOD and read that later. Little little moles as well, little guys. Alright, let's swift cast a holy. And then we'll use a Presence of Mind to holy spam. Alright, another shield on this guy, and glares. I do like this music. Look, there's even cactuses that look like they look little Sabotender looking cactuses. Oh, this one's blooming. Valley Flower Tender. No, Bizmaker. That'd be terrible. And we just know he was left behind. He wasn't tossed into a river. Oh, man. But I get where we were trying to go with there. Just a freaking cruelly abandoned kitten. People can be so cruel to animals, man. Yeah, I hope we get to learn more about where Kona came from eventually too. Post patches. I can't wait to see where they go with it. Because I mean, if we look like stuff like Heaven's Ward or like in you know, Shadowbringers and even in you know, Stormblood, it continued the story. And Walker is the only one where we're just like, all right, we're going on our own story, and we'll see if they continue that trend or not, or if they use it to expand like in other expansions. All right, okay, a radial. Oh, okay, the radial expanded, understood. Heavyweight needles. Okay, so it'll expand. Got it. So we want to go for the wider ones. Understood. Okay, a knockback. Okay, we go for the one without needles. Oh, okay, no, that still explodes. What the fuck? Prickly left. Okay, got it. Oh. Fuck. It expands, dude? What the fuck? These are things I couldn't have known. That's why you need to play tank. Then will run faster than you, so you read lore. Nah, I wouldn't want to go slower because of it. Oh my god, not a fucking Gen, dude. Oh, fucking Christ. I'm gonna die. Alright, we're okay. It's fine. Jeez, that fight's a fucking mess. I can't read where that shit goes. I'm gonna have to watch a guide for it after this. This is why I like watching guides before I go in, but I figured the dungeons would be fine. I was wrong. Well, it was fine enough that in terms of I lived. Oh shit, no, there was lore up there. Fuck. All right, hold on, we got any more notes. 1, 2, 3. Alright, blood for the blood lily. Let's swift cast a holy. Okay, so these are the ruins. Interesting. I should probably greet it on area. I'm too used to passing on stuff on accessories. Okay, interesting. These look like somewhat Tonawatan. Dude, look at that. All right, holy spam. All right, blood for the blood lily. Oh wait, more notes. Hold on. 1, 2. Okay. We're going. Anthracite. Okay, orbs, orbs, orbs. Bombs. Okay, got it, got it. Okay, explosions. Okay, it's going into that hole. What does that mean? Big explosion? Okay. Lines from the square, as I understand. So one's going into a circle, so it'll be lines on the circle. Got it. From the circle openings. Okay, one's going into the square holes, so this should be safe. And again, but into the circle holes. And then into the square holes. Blood for the blood lily. Okay, tank buster. Okay, circle and then the bombs. Okay, we're good. All right, that one was much more readable. Okay, now we're in Yokui ruins. It says stay away from the sacred vessel? Why is it all green? Okay, so this is Yokui. Okay, well, more max lilies. Oh, they've said to mark the vessels first. Why are the vessels doing something bad? I think the vessels are the one doing the major electricity, so it's just the one that hurts most. Oh boy, I didn't see any. I gotta keep my eyes peeled for these fucking goddamn notes. I don't think they would have. The expedition wouldn't have made it this far though. Oh, okay. Forward frickin' panels. Is it Legend of Zelda? Alright. Guardians of the Sanctuary, in the name of the Great Serpent, I bid you awaken. Great Serpent? Open your eyes and purge the sanctuary of this taint. But what if we don't do that? Oh hey, this is just like, this looks like the Ronking guys. Oh, why did that line go all the way but the other one didn't? I'm very confused. I'm so lucky I'm living here. Oh, it's because there's walls. Oh, okay, this is just like the Ronkin fight. I'm sorry, all the statues were here. I couldn't see the fucking walls.
It's just like Ronka.
Visually, this dungeon is very cool. I like this dungeon. Oh wait, Ancient Serpent? Ronkin Serpent? Wait, hold on. Oh my god, it is. The greatest serpent of Tyrol. I made the connection. I was like, wait, this is a lot like Ronka. Wait, they said serpent. And I was like, no, from the jar? All right. Great serpent of Ronka, but here in Tyrol. Dubious Thule disaster? Understood. Bounty Council. Please keep an extra eye on the casted spell. He does okay. What does this mean? Directions? Directions? Directional? Something is happening here. I'm on top of the tank. Okay, okay. They do line attacks in both directions. I was like, tank, save me, tank. Circles? Bad circles. Greatest Labyrinth? Oh, that was just like the sigil he did. Oh no. Okay, got it. Okay, so you have to go to hit the circle. Okay, okay. Does just one person have to do it? That's a hard thing to read suddenly. Moist summoning? Say what? Say what? It's a slime? Why am I dying? Hold on. Oh God. Like this? Here? Okay, okay. In the corner. Understood. Oh no. Oh God. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. I missed the name of the tank buster. There was a tank buster amidst all that? I didn't see it. Oh, was it? Did it have a funny name? Oh, now they're just a little serpent. The great Ronkin Serpent rides again. Now our Ronkin Serpent was apparently, like, in the first was sealed away, but apparently it also exists here. Alright. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Give it to tank. Agreed on this. Alright. Well, well, well. That was interesting. I did miss one of the notes. I'll have to look at next time I get that dungeon. I'll have to look at one of the notes. I was right before the water slide, so I'll have to see about those ones. I'll have to see about those ones. Yeah, it'll be interesting to go back and read those notes. All right, let's go return to talk to our archaeologist friend. Yes, Scree. Oh, was that the name of the tank buster? Was it Scree? Yeah, dude, I'm trying to react. I'll pay attention next time a little bit more what the different. I read out some of them, but I'm trying to react on the fly to what the fuck is going on as well. Maybe not the best time to also try to absorb everything when it's your first time doing it. I'll certainly get that dungeon again. All right. Is it keychain? Oh, you are returned and with nary a needle to be seen. I experienced them firsthand myself. The pain was simply indescribable. That said, once it subsided, I was surprised to find that the lower back pain which had ailed me for years had completely vanished. What, like acupuncture? Now tell me of your expedition. I wish to hear everything. What did you see? What was hidden deep within those ruins? Bunch of green Yakui shit, some moving floor, some like arrow panels or whatever have you, and then the Great Serpent. I see. How truly remarkable. To think that the structures of a separate civilization lie in the depths of Yakui ruins. Oh, it was a separate civilization? That's why it was super green and everything like that, and that's why it looked kind of ronkin'? And at their deepest point, a great serpentine creature awaited. Okay, so it's specifically not Yakui, but all of those constructs said Yakui. So they just, like, take it over? This is beyond the shadow of a doubt a significant discovery regarding Shaktaral's history. Tell me, what thoughts have you concerning the valley's depths? I dare say the ruins predate the Yakui, or it reminded me of ancient Ronkin ruins I saw in another world. It did, or it seemed special, I guess. Or I've no doubt there were many gospels that foretold of the great serpent's majesty. Like our in the side quests, the guy that was always just like, I have the great gospels of the great serpent. The one that was part of the side quest, and also he appeared later in the he was part of the big side quest in one of the big side quests in the Great Woods, and then in the Qatari reputation as well. The priest of the great serpent, the self-proclaimed priest. I think it would be a bit much to say it reminded me of ancient Ronkin ruins I saw in another world, because yes and no. Yes and no. A lot of the constructs at the very end did look Ronkin. And so did the fight. But would we be like, yeah, dude, yeah, remind me of another world? I wonder if we got the last line, though, because we did the quest. Because we did that side quest in the reputation. does beg the question of how these kind of ruins ended up here. It says it was the more, if it was more ancient ruins than the Yokui, were there a people that was maybe wiped out by a previous cataclysm that existed here, or like, you know, maybe one of the peoples had a civilization here, like, or maybe like the Great Serpent itself had knowledge that led to this being similar. Because I doubt it would be kind of impossible for the Ronkins to have any influence on this. Question is, how much do we want to let this guy in on the knowledge? Like, normally I'm just like, most people wouldn't believe us if we said some of these things, but this guy's a Chartlayan scholar. So, assumedly, he knows, like, the shit that goes down with us. But I'm pretty sure we got this line because we did that side quest. And I don't know if we'll be able to go back and replay this cutscene in the end. I think we'll go with what reminded me of Ronkin Ruins I saw in another world. What? What? Truly, such claim is invaluable testimony. Based on your descriptions, it is likely that the ancient Yakui simultaneously feared and revered this serpent of unfathomable power. And after encountering it, constructed the temple to conceal it from the world. This may be the final element which proves my life's work, a theory. The eerie resemblance of reflection civilizations. Okay. He's doing this in theory because the only way he knowed anything about the reflections is what the Scions would have told him about the first. He's doing a life work about eerie resemblance of the reflection civilizations. I mean, there's already the peoples, and I guess Vobert was also like a kingdom of knights, just like Ishgard was, that also existed in the same spot. And the buildings in Ul'dah looked very similar, so who knows how in the area that would be Ul'dah, in the desert area. But there was notably there possibly was no elementals in the Raktika Greatwood. So that's where the 12s would have sat, and the elementals were here on the source, but there seemingly was none in Raktika. Alright, okay. Like, the reflections are geographically very similar, but they also have entirely different histories, and that's why we have stuff like the Ronkin Empire and Vobert, and then different races in different places sometimes. Like the Aura being in Vobert. In my capacity as professor of the studium, I've taken the liberty of reading the science report concerning the source, its reflections, and the civilizations therein for myself. Their findings indicate that the sundering diminished mankind's intelligence to that of beasts. No. I don't think so. Like, Emmett Selk said that, but I think he was lying because, you know, there's no difference in intelligence between us and, like, the people of the first. So I think he was a lying fucking bastard, and he just saw us as less intelligent because we lost a lot of knowledge in the sundering. There's a difference between not being as knowledgeable, not having as much gathered knowledge, and being dumb. The flourishing civilization of the ancients was forgotten, and the people of each reflection set out on separate paths, forging disparate civilizations of their own. Yet, can we say that these civilizations worlds apart are truly so different? If we all came from one shared ancient heritage, would it not be natural that the development of each society and culture bear similarities to one another? I mean, that's why we have Proto-Eorzean, which was assumedly passed down to the ancients. That's why the writings are all similar. And maybe there was a lot of stuff that was recovered from the ruins of the ancients and whatever have you, and led to similar developments across shards. What I'm trying to say is that it's entirely possible a society which predates the Yakui and bears similarities to ancient Ronka once existed in the source. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Interesting, interesting. Okay, okay. Mm-hmm. Now, Ronka, we know, was founded by the Jabral. So, could the Jabral have originated here and then moved on to Yak Ta'el? But most of the other buildings seem more like Tonawatan. And then, I guess, also maybe Yakui. I don't know. Both? Interesting, okay. But predated the Yakui. Naturally, it is necessary to conduct further research regarding how twin civilizations born in two separate worlds developed under entirely different environments. Yeah, I considered the Ronkings in the forest and this is somewhere else. Nevertheless, your discovery today has provided further proof of the plausibility of my theory. On that subject, it's got to be really hard for this guy researching it because he can't go to different shards to confirm. I would ask you to join me on another adventure, one markedly less fraught with danger. As one who has traversed beyond the rift to the first, your knowledge and insight concerning ancient Ronka are invaluable. I would journey to Warlord's Echo and speak with a chronicler of the Yakui that I may learn of their legends. Who knows? We may just discover some striking parallels to the culture of ancient Ronka. Alright, dude, I'm game. This is continuing. Hell yeah, dude. Alright. Ancient Ronkan ties? Here on the source? Sure, man. Alright. Hold on. Before we do that, though, since we're here, let's transition out to Heritage Found and continue finding this hunter. And then we'll go out to Warlord's Echo. But since we're here and everything. I didn't think this dungeon quest would be so involved. I thought it was gonna be like, hey, come do this dungeon. And then, hey, thanks. But we're getting a little bit more, man. We're getting a little bit more. But first, finding the Wayward Hunter. Oh, you know what I also want to check out while we're here? Hold on. I remember I was trying to climb this bridge before, but there's a part of it that's broken and that's practically impassable unless you fucking parkour because you'll slip between the broken slats. So I wanted to see, was there anything at the cave at the end of this, or was it, you know, it's probably nothing, but I tried crossing it a couple times and then I was like, no, see, this is the broken part. And you could technically walk on it, but you know, like at a certain point the gap gets too big that you'll fall through it. This part specifically. See, that would have been where we would fall. Now it just seems like it would have been rocks, which was to be, so you can't even go in here, so there would have been no point for just crossing it anyway. That's a small ass tunnel for what that big ass train that we saw was supposed to go through. Maybe only smaller trains could go past the station. All righto. There we go. Zomanique. Good evening to you. Anything I can help you with? The Pique. Yes, I know her well. She's something of a hero around these parts, our guardian angel. She just arrived when the tremor struck on the trail of some beast or other. I can't remember the details now, but I remember that when the ground started shaking and Levin filled the air, it was she who guided us all to safety. Braved the bolts to drive back the beasts that were tearing up our farmsteads. Where she is now, I wonder. Last I heard, she's registered with the Hunters, but that was years back. She'd probably be retired now, or... No, she's still with us. She has to be. I wouldn't remember her if she wasn't. Mm-hmm. You should go and ask the facilitators at Resolution up in Solution 9. They keep a record of every citizen's location. Tell them you're looking for an old friend and they'll put you in contact. And then a PK still with us, or something seriously wrong with my regulator. You should head over to the government sector. The facilitators there should be able to track her down for you. Also, I guess because everybody remembered Sphene, like, for sure, like, the memory function of these regulators is probably, you know, to steal memories and to send the memories off to... That's no longer a thing anymore. Okay, so that's the dungeon one. A new challenger appears. That's probably the Arcadian. I don't know what this is. Trial by Spire. Is that another dungeon? What is that? Oh, hey, Chaos. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Alright, so this is where we're asking after the hunter lass. Alright, Philomena. Welcome to the government sector. How may I be of service? You're a friend of Napique's. Oh, one of many, I'm sure. Such an amiable soul, and such a shame about that injury forcing her from the field. But what a career. I should think the better part of our data on the local fauna was collected by her and her followers. Followers who adore her to this day. I believe she was the one who introduced the idea of fighting with twin blades, too, and look how that's taken off. So she single-handedly introduced Vipership to people under the dome and led the new hunters here. Sharing citizens' personal information is strictly forbidden as a rule. However, Napique's left specific instructions that if any fellow Tirali should come calling, we should send them directly to her. And so I shall. Her registered domicile is in residential radius 914. Ever since her retirement, she spends most of her day sitting in the plaza, watching the world go by. Let me know if you have trouble finding her. But if you do, please pass on my best wishes. Does she have anything else to say? Napique has always been one to watch over her charges, whether it's the hunters she trained to wield the dual blades or the innocents she labored to protect from savage beasts. Nowadays you'll find her in the plaza, keeping her watchful eyes on the world. Alright, okay. Alright, out here by the residential district. Alright, Napique. You're a hunter, aren't you? You got the gait, the eye. Could see the mom off. Olga. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Well, you go tell him I'm as safe and well as I've ever been. Sure, it was a shock when the bear fell, but what kind of viper would I be if I didn't try to make the best of a bad situation? I joined the hunters, put my talents to use keeping this place safe. Till 10 years ago, that is, when my good hand finally gave out on me. So for 20 years she defended, and then for 10 years she's been retired. Had to leave the front lines. Thought I was done for good, to be honest, but then Her Majesty came to me, gave me a new mission cataloging the beast I no longer had the strength to kill. Gave me a new lease on life. Oh, cataloging the beast. So Sphene gave her this mission. Say, now that the bear is broken, is Volga thinking of bringing the Dawn Hunt back to Yasilani? If he is, then could you give him this? Tell him that I'm still here. That for 30 years, I kept my vow. When you see old Volga, tell him I didn't die. And that he shouldn't either. Alright, and then while we're here, let's pick up the other dungeon quest. And see what this other one is. Hold on, because this one's for the Arcadian. I don't know what this one is. You like the Solution 9 music? Yeah, the Solution 9 music is nice. It's chill. Oh, it's for the wind, water, fire. It's for the stuff where you can basically do the okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes, this is here because there's the place outside. All right, eccentric researcher. The eccentric researcher has an eccentric proposition. Pardon me, but you wouldn't have to be Kelvin, would you? The very same Kelvin who same Solution 9. Nod. I knew it. You, my heroic friend, are in luck, for I'm granting you permission to test your might against the indomitable dummies. Usually they are reserved for military research, but I'm willing to make an exception for one of your talents. Nothing to say. Of course you've been struck dumb by my overwhelming generosity. Not to worry, for I will ease you in with a thorough explanation. Once you've returned to your senses, come meet me in the outskirts. Alright, and then... Oh, out by the Oblivion base. Oh, it's nostalgia. Real quick, I wonder if there's anybody in the Oblivion base that's there. Well, now, how good to see you come and see me again. You're always welcome, the Neon Stein. Adorable. All right. Let's head into the back room and see if there's anybody hangs out here. All right, it's all the rest of the people. Genalt's still here. Hey, you ever heard of the Redina Consortium? I absolutely can't stand that lot, let me tell you. This guy had, like, his accent that was like, that's why I give the Nexus Arcade a wide berth. Even the residential district's too close for me liking, so I crash here. Alright, Geode? Thank you on behalf of Oblivion. If it weren't for you, we couldn't have stopped Zeralja and his army. I shudder to imagine how much worse the casualties might have gotten. The others have also told us about Kefkiwa. After being so torn over what to tell her son, I'm glad she had the chance to bare her heart to him at last. Alright, Shale. Now that things are settled, I'm going to take another look at our data on preservation. Kefkiwa may no longer be with us, but you're always welcome here. We're all comrades now, and it's always a pleasure to see you. So yeah, preservation were scientists from Alexandria that were studying all this shit, but apparently they're no longer here anymore. Did somebody shut down preservation? Like, it was just like, our work is complete, we're good. And then, like, you know, like, no more recruitments to preservation. Like, did they disappear? Did they go underground? Like, are they just like, you know, like, yeah, they just, everybody died out. All right, nostalgia. Something stray in the neighborhood. Nostalgia breathes a sigh of relief at the sight of you. Kelvin, I've been looking all over for you. Apologies for the lack of pleasantries, but there's precious little time to spare. curious anomaly has wormed its way into living memory, and we fear it could pose a terrible threat if left alone. Please, you must help us. In living memory? Wonderful. Oblivion is lucky to count you among its allies. Let's reconvene at the Gate of Remembrance. Then I can explain more there. Oh, but fair warning. You may not be able to recognize me at first glance. Because she's probably going to be there through a robot. Who are you going to call? Ghostbusters? Question mark? All right, so there we go, and we'll leave the Arcadian for tomorrow. So now that we picked that up, let's go back to. Okay, hold on. We have to finish the unlocking the Earth, Wind, Sky, whatever the fuck thing over here. And then we'll go out to Urkopacha to continue to go talk with the Hui and Warlord. Oh. Something stray in the it's something stray in the neighborhood, but I can see it. It's something strange in the neighborhood. Who are you gonna call? Ghostbusters. I see. I got there. I didn't get the pun with this. I understand it now. Alright, okay, here we go. Eccentric researcher. There you are. I trust you've recovered from the shock of my initial proposal. Good. Now let me explain what this is all about. I'm a researcher for Oblivion, namely in the field of electrope engineering. During Zeralja's reign, I survived within the ranks of his army by helping to research and develop protective materials. One of many projects was these indomitable dummies, and as their name implies, their durability is second to none. They were used to measure the offensive potential of an entire arsenal of weapons to great effect. But now Zeralja's no more, and peace has returned to our home. A preferable outcome, of course, but it does mean that my masterworks have been left to rust. And that is an effort to science I cannot... that is an affront to science I cannot forgive. We have to make use of them. Peace may demand we set down our weapons, but the march of progress must go on. And so I grant you, who seems to possess might equal to an entire squadron of hardened troops... An entire squadron. Access to the Spire of Trial. Of course, I'm more than willing to make adjustments as befits the magnitude of your power. As a woman of science, I can think of no greater honor than to have you testing the limits of my creations. You've given me purpose anew, Kellen. I'll be here testing and improving the dummies when able, so you're welcome to stop by any time, if only to gaze upon the indomitable beauties. Alright, lass, I never used the other facilities, and I probably won't use yours, but thank you. An expansion of Stone Sky Sea, yep. Alright. So that's done with that. Let me see. Let's teleport to Tuliol. Or maybe we can just go we'll just go straight to Warlord's Echo. Let me also take a sip of water here real quick. Stay hydrated, everybody. Alright, hydration achieved. Let's go find our friend then. Okay, here we go. Our archaeologist friend. Temple Chronicler. Master Zakishan has told me of his request. I hope that I am able to be of some help. Alright, Zakihan? I'm pleased to see you made it, Kelwood. I came by Alpaca and for a blessing felt no pain in my lower back the entire ride. Perhaps the medicinal application of sabatender needles is a field deserving of further study. Acupuncture, alright. A subject for another time, perhaps. The personage before us is the self-same individual who informed me that the Yakui ruins may exist in Shalawani. Oh hey, alright. They looked after me when I came here previously to conduct fieldwork and are extraordinarily erudite individual, well-versed in ancient legends. Tell me, my friend, based on what I've shared with you, were you able to find any commonalities between the legends of your people and the ruins we discovered in Shaktaral? Excluding those concerning disease, precious few stories of our ancestors who traversed north have been passed down. Because most of their population was ravaged by disease. But for the valiant warrior who brought the sky ruin low, I would share with you a story regarding the Great Serpent, one we normally would not disclose to outsiders. Please, follow me to the indelible passage. The murals shall explain all. Okay, to the murals. They're gonna be like, yeah, so right here, let me just, brush this aside. As you can see, there's a little depiction of the ancient serpent. Scree! Ah, Urkopacha nighttime theme, my beloved. We meet again. This is probably my favorite zone theme. The zone themes are pretty good, but the Urkopacha nighttime theme is like the piano trilling, man. It's good. It's good. I also like all of Kozumoka. Kozumoka's stuff is good too. Alright, so this is the height of the Yakui. And this was their expansion to go northward. Maybe all this red means it's the Shalawani area. And this was tragedy, disease, much death, sadness, sorrow. And then this was we return to our mountains and discover peace again. And there was, I don't know, blue lizards apparently. All right. Zakihan? Osuke says you're gonna lurk to end stream. Gotta work. Okay. Thanks for lurking. I appreciate it. Have a good one. All right, Zakihan. So these are the murals which depict the legends of the Yakui. When I was previously here for research, I was not allowed in this far. All right, Chronicler. A legend concerning the Great Serpent is hidden within this mural. Pray, gaze upon it carefully as I weave for you an ancient tale. Long, long ago, a sect of our ancestors forged north. There, deep within a valley, they discovered the remains of an ancient temple. Okay. Its inhabitants had long perished, and the purpose for which the structure existed was itself an enigma. Yet when our forebears finally delved into its furthest recesses, they discovered a great serpent in deep slumber. Okay. Is that what this supposed to be, like an Ouroboros serpent going around here? Is that what we're looking at? Or is it like what on the very edges here? It should be noted, our people revere serpents as divine creatures who govern the boundaries between worlds. Oh, so that's why that image is here, because, okay, alright. To behold one of such immense power, dormant there within the ruins, they believed it best to build a temple around its chambers. Okay, so that's why there was Yakui stuff there. So the ruins of which the serpent was found was from another civilization, but they left... They built the Yakui also built the temple around it, okay. They believed it best to build a temple around its chambers and offer prayers for its divine protection. So that's why there's also serpents here and breathing fire down. Yet, in the ensuing years, our people were plagued by disease. Time and again, our ancestors offered supplications for divine assistance, but no matter how fervent their prayers, the Great Serpent never deigned to answer them. Okay. In the end, a great many of our forebears withdrew from the northern lands. Only the most devout worshippers of the Great Serpent remained, but they too would eventually withdraw in a somber procession, having buried too many brothers and sisters.
The sect who remained prayed for the Great Serpent's awakening. They prayed for salvation that would never come. Yet why should it awaken now? And what incited its aggression? Was it simply by chance that it roused in so foul a mood, or is there perhaps some underlying reason we've yet to uncover?
Good question. It was in a jar when we found it. The devout who held the vigil of the temple held this belief. When the Great Serpent doth awaken, its coil shall envelop the world. In other words, the creature's discovery was itself a pretext to legitimize their territorial expansion north.
Okay, though, when the Great Serpent awakens, its coil shall envelop the world, though, okay.
Yet their prayers fell on deaf ears. Only now, before our benefactor, has the Great Serpent finally awoken. A peculiar, but altogether fascinating turn of events. If the being you encountered truly was divine, mayhap it is you who shall receive its blessings.
Alright, okay. Sure, man. Alright, blessing of the Great Serpent to Electric Boogaloo. If we consider that our friend here, a traveler capable of crossing the rift twixt worlds, was blessed by a being who governs that boundary, would that not fit the interpretation held by the sect who remained?
Alright, dude, Divine Serpent, Guardian of the Rift, maybe. The true lore of the Great Serpent. Rift Guardian.
At any rate, Kelwyn's testimony and the legends of the Kui shall go a long way in verifying my theory. If I can gather sufficient evidence that the two civilizations worlds apart share fundamental values and prove my thesis, our outlook on history shall be irrevocably changed. Mayhap even an entire new field of study shall be pioneered.
Cross rift civilization study? I mean, they'd have to be able to go to these places, though. So it'd be all secondhand knowledge that they'd be getting this stuff from.
Does the inception of civilization in its infancy bear similarities in each reflection? Was there some localized connection between them, such as a planar fissure, or perhaps there was some all-powerful Keeper of Whispers peering through the veil?
Keeper of Whispers was the title of our priest of the Great Serpent friend. The Ronkins. Occasionally, some people would be born with a gift to be able to see the future and to interpret like the Great Serpent or whatever. And the Viera of Thano call those people Keeper of Whispers, and they believe that Serpent Priest guy is one as well. So that's his title.
Just thinking about what it is that connects us across the rift gets my heart racing.
Yeah, dude, who knows? The rift is mysterious, man. Can traverse time, can traverse space. Which is why it wouldn't be beyond the realm of possibility. Our timeline, such a weird timeline, where in a later calamity, the Lawless might have ended up in the past on the source when fleeing through the rift. It could be possible. We've only ever, like, there's enough time distortion. Like, I know, it could be. Like, but isn't that wouldn't be a difference between the amount of passage of time. That would be actually traveling to the past. So, because we've traveled to the past, but you know, would they be able to do that with our relic? All right. Because turn out we're finding out the worlds are maybe more connected than we fucking thought. There's fucking civilizations fleeing left and right. I certainly have my work cut out for me. You really do, guy. And now that you've made the ruins safe, I may resume my expedition and, perhaps more importantly, continue writing my thesis. My thesis. Master Chronicler, Kelwyn, I cannot thank either of you enough for your cooperation this day. I know not where my research will take me, but I have no doubt my pursuit of the mysterious and miraculous will see us cross paths again. Hell yeah, dude. Fascinating lore we've gotten here. A connection to Ronka. The great fucking serpent. Man, alright. I love it. Alright, complete. Alrighty. So that was the first, last of the first dungeon unlock there. Let's continue with the second dungeon unlock, apparently, in Memory Land. Always so expensive to go out to Memory Land. All right. All right, so this is where we're waiting for our friend, Nostalgia, who's probably in a robot. Yeah, there we go. There you are, Cohen. It's me, Nostalgia. Surprised. We give it a robot. She's speaking through the robot. With Zerelja gone, Oblivion's been allocated its resources to an investigation of living memory. Utilizing Kafkiwa's technology, we developed remote control sentries operable from the back room, so our surveys are both safe and efficient. Oh yeah, okay. To think that all this once lay at Everkeep Summit. I can't help but wonder if a shade of my father ever resided in this grand city of the Endless. It definitely did. I'm sorry you didn't get to meet with him before we erased all that shit. Forgive me. I did say I'd explain the circumstances behind all this. During an earlier survey of the area, I encountered one of the Endless. So somebody who's still holding on.
He claimed to be one of the city's caretakers and offered me a guided tour. Oh yeah, I meant tour guide. No, wait, tour guide guy passed on. Never mind. I accepted, thinking I could conduct my observation at the same time, but that's when we discovered the anomaly. A rift in the very fabric of living memory. What? How? I'm sure you'd rather see it yourself to believe it, though. Let's make for Esperance Wheels first. Constancy, the Endless who guided me. Oh, we meant that Endless. That is, should be, still be on duty there. All right, so to the Yesterland area. Well, we can fly. We don't have to use the heliport. He's got the faint echoey music now throughout the entire area. Up, okay, that's just a fucking void gate. Nostalgia. Constancy here knows everything there is to know about Yesterland, including the new anomaly, I'd wager. A warm Yesterland welcome to you, my friend, or should I say welcome back. I not expected you to return as our anomaly slaying volunteer. Yeah, dude, I hadn't expected you to encounter you here either. I do hope I was able to make your first visit to the Gate of Remembrance a special one. Your associate here informed me of what occurred afterwards, namely Her Majesty's regrettable demise. You need a friend. I harbor no ill will against you. I, for one, would not wish to remain endless at the cost of such terrible sacrifice to worlds beyond. This is why I said you had to talk to our people, man, and a lot of people would be like, no, we don't want that. We don't want you to sacrifice for us. We don't want you to suffer for us. Though your efforts saw the city's terminals deactivated, I somehow remained. Still, I'm grateful for my survival, as it allowed me to discover this peculiar phenomenon. A lost district of living memory lies beyond the rift, you see. What? A lost district? Okay, what do you mean by a lost district? Clarify? I previously informed you that our beautiful city was comprised of 4 areas, but this was not always the case. Numerous others once thrived until one day our reality was irrevocably altered in an attempt to bridge our worlds to another, and several districts were consumed in the process. Oh, so, okay. So the city did get kind of fucked up when it got left behind, so that's why only the lower tower got through. But some of the tower got yeeted into the rift? Some of the living memory part of the tower, so the fusion between worlds wasn't very stable, didn't go very smoothly. Among the areas lost was the resplendent amusement district known as Dreamborough. This rift, however, allows us access through its streets once more. We took a cursory gander at the place for ourselves, since we were curious to know what became of it. But there's nothing amusing about it. Quite the opposite, actually. We were promptly chased out by a horde of angry ghosts. Oh my god, who you gonna call Ghostbusters is true. Alright, okay. After decades disconnected from living memory's ether supply, we must assume that the endless who resided there are no more. The once idyllic atmosphere has been marred by a dismal shroud, and I dare say our poor Dreamborough has warped itself into a place of nightmares. He has returned to us as a lost soul would, longing for connection. The beings within have come to call it the Strayborough Deadwalk. Dun dun dun. Okay, alright. No longer a place of dreams, but Strayborough Deadwalk. Now that it's reconnected with living memory, its presence is a risk to the city. So we'd like you to brave the Deadwalk and shed some light on this mystery. Alright, leave it to me. You have my thanks. I regret that I cannot give you a tour of the place myself, but know that I shall be with you. In spirit. But I'm all right. Though I know not why the Dreamburrow has returned to us as the Strayborough Deadwalk. Oh, sorry. Though I know not why the Dreamburrow has returned to us as the Strayborough Deadwalk. A gaggle of ghostly fiends and other horrors likely wait within. Have care in there, and may your investigation yield the truth of the Deadwalk's transformation. And nostalgia? The ghosts in Deadwalk gave Constancy and I quite a fright, but there was something almost comical about them. Perhaps they warped version of Dreamburrow's old attractions. Perhaps they're warped versions of Dreamburrow's old attractions, or could they be the memories? Who knows? All right, let's go. Strayborough Deadwalk. Dreamburrow, a district of living memory long thought lost to interdimensional fusion, rises from the rift after decades of disconnection. Yet what lies beyond the gates is not the dazzling paradise of Constancy's memory, but a land marred by shadow and haunted by vestiges of the Endless who once called it home. That's why I thought they were probably remnants of the Endless. You must venture into the twisted grounds and quell the lost soul's agony once and for all. But the phantoms within do not take kindly to the living. Okay, immediate. We are waiting our tank. Up through the rift, dude. Rift, we meet again. I find it interesting that in the rift there's all these like little crystals with like memories. We saw memories of our own memories reflected in those. I wonder what those are. The little shimmery crystals that pass by. We've seen like reflections of memory in all of them. Why does those all go into the rift? Oh, here we are. Alright, spirited announcer. Welcome one and all to the land of waking dreams and nightmares. Oh, these people don't have anything. Pleasant dreams, they said. Okay. Land of dreams and nightmares. Please form a single file line as you enter. A word for our guests. Strayborough is open to all, for all eternity. Answer your heart's desire and dream your days of your life away. All these ghosts are saying things as well. So these are all stray memories. Okay, right, got it. All right, holy spam.
Oh my god, look at all this shit. It's still colorful after all this time. Like, this would all be black like Electrope. Oh my god, there's a freaking roller coaster that's rainbow out there. This is just like in the Ethereal Sea. How, you know, the memories that we encountered that were peeling off of souls, the ones that often rose the top were the discontent, the you know, like remembered malice or anger or other stuff like that. And then we also encountered, you know, the memory of our friends. Doing another holy. Hear ye, hear ye, His Royal Highness Leonog graces us with... Oh, wait. His Royal Highness Leonog the First graces us with his presence. He's like a little guy.
Bow down to my flawless noggin, you're king to crazy.
Falling Nightmare. Okay, get away from those, I'm assuming.
Impossible. You would deny my royal highness?
Oh my god, the little guys on the outside with the heads as well. What does this mean? Okay, they're running through.
Little lords, little ladies, it is proper our heads in friendship.
Oh, okay. I've been attacked. Why do I have, what is this, a silence? Ah, boy, put a freaking mascot head on us. Oh boy, not like this. Shit. I hate this one. They're just running around a whole bunch. Okay, we're good. Oh boy, oh no, another wave. Oh no, not the chase mechanic as well. Ah, fuck. Hold on, I'm gonna... There we go. Got rid of that. Boy, this is a pain. I'm trying to run around from other mechanics and these goddamn fuckers are chasing me everywhere. Leave me alone. Oh, hey, look at all the little guys. Little, like, shrub gardens. It's adorable. Oh my god, they have one of the tourney ships thing. Lost souls of every age, the Frolic Grounds is your whimsical stage. Do be careful not to lose yourself in our phantasmal attractions. Okay, so that got stopped with Electrope. Oh no, he possessed the horses. Oh my god, look, those look beautiful. Black unicorn carousel mounts, give me those. Hello, I'd like one.
All right, what are those little like bear bumper cars? What the fuck is going on there? Stray Mermaid says, merrily we go, or come out, my animal friends. Oh, it's a zoo area too? Tigers, lions, and elephants, I guess. And bears, oh my. Why is that table? The table just had like a stray teddy bear in the center of all that. Oh shit, the Ferris wheel falls down on us? Wow, alright, okay. Wow, of the side dungeons, like a haunted theme park was not on my list of potentials here. But then again, I wasn't also expecting ruins that lead to the ancient serpent, an ancient serpent either. Man, side dungeons go hard. Come on, swift cast this holy. There we go.
Attention all dreamers, you are cordially invited to Jack in the Pot's enchanted tea party. Greetings, good the guests. Your tea awaits. Your tea? I've not had company in ages. This calls for the finest caps.
I don't want him to sound... They all sound like the spirited announcer. Too much. Okay, so that one... Oh, it's rotating. Okay, it's the one... That one on the left. Top left.
Cheers, a frightful toast to yours, to you and yours. Round and round the cup shall go, where they stop, no one knows.
Okay, so those two. All right, the two far left there, so let's go all the way this way. Yep, there we go.
Drink all you like, I guarantee my brew is to die for.
What the fuck are the pots? What? Okay, they're pouring shit into some of these cups. Oh, it's expanding. Oh, additional expansion.
The cups overfloweth.
All right, the two far ones. Okay, two in the far right and the far left. Okay, we're good. All right. Balloons, grab your balloons from the house. Oh, we're going up here. Okay, all right. Via balloon? Wow. All right.
Phantom Guide, you entered the Endless House, fear not, for I shall guide you through these haunted halls. It's like Hawk Manor all over again.
Alright, swift cast a holy. Let's do another holy.
A formidable slayer of ghosts, but have you the strength to best their master?
Oh, they possess the presence. Oh, the windows are look like they're being banged on. But that one window looked like it was moving. Dude, Hawk Manor really got an upgrade. That's what this feels like. Oh, they're possessing the dolls now too. More doll possessions. Oh, the tables too. Something's happening with those tables. Oh, they're doing line attacks. Fine. Good regen on everybody. They're just gonna keep going forever, dude. Just constant minor damage. Bang, bang, bang. What do you think about the dungeons far? Like the gameplay part of them? I think they're fun. Wasn't what I was expecting. Like who could have been Haunted Wonderland? Haunted friggin' amusement park. And then with the friggin' Serpent Ronka Mansion. I think they're very friggin' visually stunning. And the fights are pretty interesting too. I was a little bit confused with the cactuar mechanic of the swole cactuar, but otherwise I thought it was cool. Alright, Daylit Nightmare. Traumare? I don't know how you pronounce that. Umlaut. Oh boy, he's got the big arms. That's gonna be a mechanic for something rather.
Yesterday is gone, yet tomorrow never comes. So sleep, child, and drown in nightmares everlasting.
What, center wave, bad wave. Okay, yep. Okay, on the side. Dude, this is just like Emmett Selk.
Defy me as you wish. I will not wake from you from this misery.
Ayo, a question mark? Okay, yeah, okay.
Allow me to offer my aid. Step into the light and become a ghost to pass through all things corporeal.
Oh, okay, okay. Get away from the ghost that's targeting us, right? Okay, like stepping into the light. Okay, alright, okay.
But where Tremari's magic should you sense danger? Return to mortal flesh restored?
Okay. Got it then. It said, okay, should you sense danger, return to my beacons and your mortal flesh shall be restored. Got it. Interesting mechanic. Memorial March.
Spirits of eternal reverie to me.
Oh my god, we still got the bleed on us. Up and the center wave. Okay, we're good. Trauma prepares a ward against the living. Okay, so we go incorporeal. I'm just gonna go back to my corporeal self. I don't know. Not this shit again. Trauma prepares a ward against the living. Okay, we're safe. With this. Not these fucks again. Is there anywhere else that we should be looking at? Nope, it seems not. Oh, we don't want to be on the edges. All right, back to physical forms. Okay, we're good. All right. Yeah, it's the same skeleton as Emmett Salik. I think also, Fan Daniel in the Ether Dungeon, in the Ethereal Sea Dungeon, had the same one too. Or something similar. Give it to our tank. Greed. Okay, pass. Greed. Okay, there we go. All right, interesting. Once again, the two side dungeons have been visually stunning. I love them. It's good stuff. All right, Constancy. A warm welcome back to you. The rift to Deadwalk vanished upon your return, almost as if it knew the monsters within were vanquished. We vanquished all of them? Did it just back to the rift now? What the fuck was that? Interesting. The rift just spat it out? And now the portal's gone? You're back. Was the Deadwalk as haunting as we expected? Let me get this straight. You met a disturbed mascot, attended a twisted tea party, were assaulted by a skywheel and merry-go-round. Yeah, dude. The freaking distorted memories, they're fucking possessed, all that stuff. And then fought for your life in a haunted house? Yep. And people are calling them hard? I got hit by at least 5 times on that Sabatander fight, so, you know, like, it's pretty forgiving. The second fight in the Sabatander land was pretty straightforward as soon as you understood the mechanic. The third one with the serpents could be a little confusing, but I don't think it one-shots you, so I think it's alright. I wouldn't necessarily call them hard, I would just call them mechanically rich. I liked it. I found it interesting. I think what they mean by hard is maybe just like you maybe have to pay some attention. It's not just you go in and you face roll. Yeah. I say there's a bunch of mechanics in some of them, so. I think it keeps things interesting. But I mean, to each their own. I prefer it when things are a little bit challenging. But some people just want, you know, mindless content or something to do. I don't know. But I mean, like, the res mechanic in this game is so forgiving that, you know, like, well, if you have a healer or like a red mage or something in your party, then if the healer goes down, well, that's a different story. That's a different story. Anyway, though, yep, shit was crazy in there, Nostalgia. The Endless House, to be precise. And with that, my suspicions are confirmed. The days when Dreamburrow yet flourished, the Endless House often held plays with volunteers from the audience. These volunteers would be cast as the story's heroes and tasked with rescuing a captive princess from Tromre, Lord of Nightmares. Oh yeah, that's who I fought.
That sounds awfully similar to Kelvin's experience.
Precisely. Thus I believe the Deadwalk's monstrous residents were given life by the lingering memories of the Endless who once called it home. As its name once implied, the district was built for those Endless who loved to dream. The theme park itself likely gained a mind of its own. Over the years, perhaps it too harbored the hopes that a hero would grant its former citizens' final, desperate wish for freedom and for home. Oh. Built for the Endless who love to dream. And maybe the memory ether just infused in the place if it had nowhere else to go. Like maybe the citizens' memory lost their form, but maybe they... I mean, if it had the relic in there, I mean, but they didn't have the ether to maintain it, so... Just the memory is becoming corrupted, I guess.
So, as I understand it, when Queen Sphene and Zoralja first attempted interdimensional fusion, a few areas within living memory suddenly vanished into the rift, including Dreamburrow.
Yeah, which means that if there's multiple places, then Dreamburrow, then there's other ones in there? Okay. This would have been the perfect time to explain what happened with interdimensional fusion and what's the current situation of living memory where we're standing. Like, are we in a dome here? Because we're on a reflection, but can we just like go to the rest of the reflection? What's happening?
And as the endless souls within began to fade, their memories and desires fused with the very essence of their home to turn the Deadwalk into what it is now.
Yep, that seems likely. It says, and as the endless souls within began to fade, but it's their memory. They're making this very confusing, but the endless don't have any souls. They're just memory. Yeah, the memory fused with the place.
Considering the timing, we have to assume the district's reconnection is due to Her Majesty's last attempt at interdimensional fusion. But with Traumaray gone, those lost souls should finally be able to rest in peace.
I'm not entirely certain, but the rift did close upon Kelwin's return. I can only hope our hypothesis is true, and their role in that hollow performance has concluded.
I hope so.
What about the other lost districts, though? Care to enlighten me? Tell me about the lost districts. They still out in the rift?
As has mine, I suspect. Long have I served as a guide, eager to bring joy to every visitor who passed through living memory's golden gates. But I see now why I remained. I was meant to perform this final act of guidance, to lead you both to those lost dreamers.
I wonder, in one of the side quests here in the playground area, the child that did the riddle spoke of one of the endless one of the endless kids that would wait at the beginning of at the front of the area and give everybody a tour. Was it this guy but taken on a younger form? I wonder. Who knows? If he can control that at will, I don't know.
I do not wish to dampen the mood. Of course, so I shall take my leave. But I could not be prouder to have served my fellow citizens. And I could not be happier that you were my final guests. Farewell, my friends. And thank you. Truly.
Farewell, my dude. Rest in peace, and may your memory be a blessing. Oh, he's not fading. I thought he was just gonna go right there.
Well, bye, I guess. I pity him, but I think it's best to let him go. We should return to Solution 9. Your good deeds still need to go rewarded after all. I'll meet you back there as my real self this time.
Is this place getting rain? Does this place has rain? Okay. So it gets weather. Noted. Okay. So we're not above the cloud line. Which means there shouldn't be lightning here? Like, we're not like... because we saw the sunrise. But if we're getting rain, which means we're not above the cloud line, which means like below there isn't just like more lightning like there is in the dome that surrounds Yasulani. Which begs the question, are we in a dome? Why can't I just fly out and see the rest of the reflection? Oh boy. Why do you open up these can of worms and not answer this, Square Enix? Okay. All right, let's see. Let's take the portal back here, and then we'll teleport to Solution 9 from here. I forgot there's this middle transition area. All right. Solution 9. Okay. Back to the Oblivion headquarters. Alright, nostalgia. A job well done, Kelwyn. With the Deadwalk anomaly taken care of, Oblivion can return to its regular surveys of living memory. We'll have to decide carefully how best to handle the former haven of the Endless. But I do know one thing for sure. It's our duty to uncover the mysteries at the heart of living memory. Oh yeah. What it was made for, and what horrors kept it running, so that we never repeat those mistakes. Oh yeah. I'd like to think that's what the lost souls there would have wanted as well. And that's what'll drive me forward. Thank you again for your help, and safe travels out there. Alrighty. So then last up, those were the two unlockable dungeons. I really enjoyed both of those. And lastly, we gotta go and return this notebook to the Hunter Fellows. To the Hunter Fellows. Just go out, zone transition to Heritage Found, and then we'll teleport to Tuliolo from there. All right. So I think maybe I should. I haven't. My return is still set to Limza. Maybe I should change it to Tuliolo. Teleport all the fuck around here. Yeah, we'll see. I'll think on it. Okay. Here is the hunt board. All right, Polo guy, we found your hunter. Good to see you back, Kelwyn. Well, any news on Napique? Yep, Napique's notebook, a comprehensive bestiary of the horrors that haunt Heritage Found. She still lives then. And it seems all this insanity with the dome hasn't dulled her passion for the hunt any. The notebook makes proof of that.
30 years of work. 30 years. I just can't get my head around it. I know, right? Me too. I mean, the dome touched down and then the ships immediately came out, but for them, as soon as the dome touched down, 30 years passed in an instant. And like 30 years is fucking nuts. 30 years is basically how long I've been alive for. Like, that's a lot of fucking time. I can count the hours since I last spoke with her. He can count the hours. Yet it's a wonder she can remember me at all. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. I mean, it's a similar feeling for us when we were speaking with our comrades that got yoinked to the first. Like, for us, it may have been like a month at most or something like that, who knows. But for like Thancred in particular, it'd have been 5 years. It'd have been years. For Alice and Alphino was the shortest period of time. It had only been 1 year, but that still has a fair chunk of change. Still, I'm grateful she does. And if she needs any help hunting down some of these beasts, that's exactly what I'll give her. The Dawn's Hunt returns to Yasulani. I'll go through the book and draw up bills for the nastiest critters in it. Bring the Dawn's Hunt back to Yasulani. Hell yeah. Or whatever it is they call the place now. And I still think it's Yasulani. Like, I don't think we've heard a single person refer to it as Heritage Found. So, I think the area is still... It's called the Outskirts, but it would be Yasulani and... I guess Alexandria, aka Solution 9. Well, I mean, or the Everkeep. Whatever. Guess it'll be a while before folk can make their way past the barrier freely. So I'll be counting on you and yours to take the lead. But looking at some of these entries, there's a fair few fiends up there that are tougher than anything I've let you go after before. I'll see you're approved to take on advanced marks. Thanks, my friend, and good hunting. Oh, there's another one. The hunt goes on. Bologo has something to tell you. Ah, Kelwyn, you honor me with your presence. I've heard all about the deeds you've been doing for Vuklamat. As if ending Valeramanda's rampage wasn't impressive enough. You saved the cities from those mechanical beggars too. If there were ever any doubts about your abilities, they're well and truly answered. Which is why I'd like to ask your aid one last time. Will you join us in our most essential duty? Seeking out and slaying those fiends most foul, those that pose the gravest danger to our people. Alright, leave it to me, Chesspat. You're a hero through and through. Hunting down marks like these is the very purpose the Vipers were founded for. Hunting down the elite marks, the most dangerous of the dangerous, I assume. It's no easy task, I can tell you. There are horrors out there. True horrors. Thrall vidral like Valeramanda. Creatures more akin to gods than beasts. Yeah, but assumedly, if they're like the auspices, most of them shouldn't be bad. I want to meet a Thrall vidral of Thrall that hasn't gone crazy yet. Like, why are there particularly a lot of crazy Thrall vidral here? You know, in the Far East, the auspices are seen as a blessing, and only a few of them, like, have gone freaking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. But, you know, like, hello? Yasulani's the indigenous name of the zone. Yeah. I'm still calling it Yasulani. Anytime I refer to that area. Hi, you're back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Alright, Bolga. We Vipers wander far and wide across the land that we might learn of these creatures and one day end them. You remember Tia Cat? Yeah, the Viper Mentor lady.
She's been doing just that for decades now, and has come away with a long list of targets. If you're interested in finding out more about them, go and see her in Yaktel. Napique was doing the same when she went to Yasulani, and yet there's nothing you could call a Tral withdrawal in her journal. Strange, I thought, when they've shown up nigh everywhere else. Makes me wonder if she might have left them out on purpose.
Or maybe just no beasts, because it's such a dangerous place, no beasts live to be old enough. There. Mixing with the locals, eh? Yeah, I'm just unlocking the rest of the hunt board stuff. Earn their chest, then run away over the hills, the taco de carne asada. Yeah, yoink the tacos and run.
Extract from them the secrets of the tacos.
Alright, below. Oh god.
Napique is a viper to the quick, you see. Nothing matters to her more than the people's safety. Separated from her fellow vipers as she was, perhaps she thought it best to leave such nightmares well alone.
Well, actually, to be fair, if the dome's only been for 30 years, then nothing would really have the time to mature there anyway. So maybe there just wasn't a Tral Vidral in Yasulani when the dome touched down, and so no Vidral has been able to wander in. I don't know, who knows?
Forgive me for asking so much of you, but do you plan to return to Yasulani anytime soon? Could you speak with her again? See if there's something she's not telling us. Something we might be able to help her with. Oh, and tell her one more thing. From me. That if she wants to come back, me and the rest of the Vipers stand ready to welcome her with open arms.
She is retired, though.
Napique has been fighting for the people inside the dome for decades. The Vipers are proud to call her our sister, and if she wants to come home, we'll give her the welcome of a lifetime.
Alright, back out to Solution 9, I guess. He also said go visit somebody else in Yakdal. Is she there? Like, maybe do we have somebody in Yakdal to talk to now? Alright, Solution 9 away. Oh god, TV Tropes has a page on Dawntrail. Oh, they do? I've been to the trope websites before. Hold on. I don't know if there's a page specifically for Dawntrail. I just see characters. Okay, yeah, different categories for that. Alright, hold on, where are we going? Okay, we're going to visit the Hunter Lass out by the residential district.
What you get, Squidden?
You have the last ring, by the way? Oh, yeah! I forgot you said you had another ring. I forgot to give you the second ring? Okay. Do you want me to... I don't know. Do you want me to meet you, or are you gonna come meet me, or like what happened with that? If you want to deliver it, can you mail items? Would you be able to mail it via the mail system? That's how that's how it worked in World of Warcraft. I know you can send stuff. You can send things via mail. Oh, but you can't. Can you not do a cross server thing? Okay. Or is it just not gear? Only where you're both in the same data center. Oh, okay. And because you're on Ether and I'm on Crystal, I see. Alright. Let's speak with Napique here.
Ah, the hunter from across the water. What message do you have for me today? Olga, you sentimental fool. I thank him for remembering me, but this is my home now. These people, my people. I've lived here, fought here for the better part of my life. Stepping beyond the wall would be like stepping 30 years ago into the past.
It really would.
And while I have fond memories of the place, I'm an old woman now. I've grown unused to change, not to mention that.
Lady Napique.
Lady Napique. You got some students. Oh, was this guy who said Lady Napique? Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you had company.
It's alright, she's a friend of the cause. Let me introduce you.
Loa Nain.
Renuri. Eat Kelwin. The hunter from beyond the wall. Kelwin, these what would you call yourself? My little helpers?
Disciples? A prodigy is more like Loa Nain at your service. I studied the twin blades under Lady Napique and been helping her conduct her census on beasts of Alexandria.
And I'm Renuri. I've been working behind the scenes with Oblivion, so I've heard a lot about you and your exploits. Even seen a few firsthand, albeit from the shadows.
Few of her exploits firsthand from the shadow. Okay, alright.
After you brought peace to living memory, our team secured what we could from the databanks. Found a fair few things that brought a glint to Lady Napique's eye, I can tell you.
Draw for draw, Kelwin. Bolog knew it. It doesn't do to draw too much attention to those fiends you haven't the strength to slay. From what Renuri tells me of your achievements, though, I shouldn't wonder if you and yours could succeed where we could not. Queen Sveen charged me with chronicling her kingdom's fauna, and I expect there are many discoveries still to be made in the darkest corners. If you want to learn more, just ask these two.
Please, ask away. Loa Nain spends most of his time down in the outskirts, but I'll be here.
Noted, this lass doesn't have a regulator. Good on you, lass.
Shall I? My duty is far from over, so in answer to Bolog's question, no, I'll not be returning to Tuliolo. But please, let him know that I appreciate his kind words, and I'm only too happy to extend him the same offer.
All right, so there are these NPCs that we can talk with now. Like, why they're just like they're disciples now? Okay, all right. It feels like there is a story here that we're not getting in on. And maybe some of the elite hunt marks are Tral Vidral. Out of curiosity, let me pop by the Oblivion area. I want to see if that Lala's there here now. If she was part of Oblivion, I mean. I doubt it, though. But they did say, you can find us, and me and I'll be here, and the other guy will be in the outskirts. Like, they'll actually be there. Yeah, that's a big negative. Oh, but there is like a set of tables, and we're having you back here. Oh, that guy's like Kafkiwa. Depression. All right. Let's see. We gotta make our way back to Tuliolo. So let's see. We'll teleport from here. Oh wait, hold on. You're here.
Solution 9 or in Tulio? Oh, you're here. Okay, good. I was just about to teleport. Yo. All right, thank you. Thanks, Quidden. I appreciate you coming all out this way for the delivery. And thank you once again for all the gear. I really do appreciate it. I was ready to buy it myself, so but you guys were on top of it. I appreciate it. Make sure you equip this and make sure I'm ready to go with everything for when I'm gonna do the raids tomorrow. Cheaper this way. Yeah, cheaper for me. Don't have to spend it all in the armor. All right, I'm gonna head back to Tuliolo. We're gonna hand this in. I think that's probably gonna be the last thing we do today. That'll be the last of the unlocks, additional unlocks here. And yeah, tomorrow bonus stream to do the Arcadian story. And yeah, next weekend for the usual stream time, we'll be starting on the role quests and things, and unlocking Viper and Picto as well. That'll be a lot of fun. You can ask Nobu how much stuff I've thrown at him for free, so don't stress it, okay? Tomorrow, when the usual time I stream Final Fantasy, so 1:30 a.m. EST. So technically, Sunday night into Monday morning for me, EST. Final Fantasy time, the usual Final Fantasy time. All right, Volga, we're back. Welcome back, Kelvin. Did you speak with Napique? That we did. I see. It's good to know she has friends. I couldn't bear to think of her all alone up there. It's been 30 years, so it's good. She certainly has made some friends. A viper lives to hunt, that others might live to hunt another day. Or, so the saying goes. Sounds like she's taken that message to heart, taking it upon herself to train a new generation. And it looks like you're her latest pupil. May luck be with you, Kelvin, and remember, whatever you do, don't get yourself killed. Alright, whatever you do, don't get yourself killed. Alright, yeah, the elite hunt's now accessible. Alright, there we go. To hunt is to live, and to live is to hunt. But your life is worth more than any mark, Kelvin. Always remember that. The Slammer, Cosmoka. Alright. Yes, you'll wake up early again, lose your fixing your sleep schedule. Oh, is that the morning for you? Honestly, it's continually messing up my sleep schedule. I like streaming overnight is when I usually stream. Well, overnight for me. But because I stream Overwatch in the morning into the afternoon, my sleep schedule just bounces all the fuck around the place. But you know, I wouldn't have it any other way. My sleep schedule all kinds of fucked all the time. And that's how I live my life. Alright, real quick though. Out of curiosity before we end today. Let me go out to Yaktael. Oh, you don't actually have to go to the Divergible Landing to do this. Let me check this Jabral village, because it was continually mentioned that there was a person here in Yaktael. I think we do see some hunt people, like, around the place. Yeah, who needs a sleep schedule? Just streaming consistent time easy for me? Nah, I like having the Overwatch streams in the morning though.
And I like the Final Fantasy streams at night. This is the stream schedule I've settled on. Up there it is. There she is. Tiat Kat. She is here. Ah, Kelwyn, how goes the hunt? If you're on the trail of any mark in particular, let me know, and I'll tell you all I can about it. Oh, okay. So you didn't talk about the marks. Oh, I've seen Starcrier before. In the Jaktika heartland that stretches below this rise live bird-like seedkin that we call branch bears. The Starcrier is one of their kind, though it swaps the green and browns of its brothers and sisters for plumage of eye-catching crimson hue, and where its siblings have a relatively peaceable nature, it has an unquenchable thirst for blood. Not know for sure where it came from, nor why it's so aggressive. Our best guess is that it somehow absorbed a branch of a tree of living light into itself and was transfigured by its magics.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. What about these things? There are many examples of odd ambulant flora in Yaktael, but the creature we call Noyuzutil is odder than most. When it comes across anything that thinks would make a good fertilizer, it goes into a frenzy, swinging its roots like gnarled, knotted fists, vomiting corrosive sap every which way, and plucking hard, heavy seeds from its crown to hurl at its quarry like an angry punter at a festival game. The name means he who spreads his roots, after the way it constantly wanders the jungle in search of sustenance, wandering that often brings it in contact with the local population. Encounters that rarely end well. The poor folk of Golmajik Grove seem to have taken a liking to the stuff they use to fertilize the banana plots, so every delivery is a nerve-wracking game of cat and mouse. If you're playing the hunter, perhaps a pinch of it could serve as cheese in your trap. Right, Rakyitya? Ever seen a Tiaitya? I don't know what that is. They're herbivores that live among the trees, gliding from bough to bough. Oh, yeah, the little gliders. Oh, this is the blue guy that I saw. On wings of skin that stretch from wrist to ankle. Those same wrists sport horny blades that they usually use to saw open seed pods, though the ferocious critters will turn them against anything or anyone that encroaches onto their territory, be it hungry carnivore or wayward alpaca. And Rakyitya is the most ferocious of them all. Seems to care less about guarding its territory than it does about keeping its arm blades occupied. The name means the cry of blood, because if you hear its call when you're out in the woods, that's what'll likely follow. Fascinating. And these other guys? Its name from my culture. It means beast from the underworld, after the numbers of bullet is dragged to their deaths. It uses its roots like grapnels and stabbing razor-sharp hooks into its quarry's flesh before reeling them in. After planting its seed in their still quivering corpses, wow, it'll lay them out in the sun till the next generation sprouts. It's one of the main reasons why Javal parents always warn their children never to go in the forest alone, lest they end up as Jitilimbek's brood bed.
Wow, there's fucking horrors out there.
And Leafskirt had Dulja, that's a Mermulja. Many of the old legends of Mamuk share the same moral lesson, that he who profanes the forest shall bring a curse upon his head. Every Mamulja grows up knowing it's their duty to protect their ancestral lands. One such fable speaks of the foolish Hadulja, who played with fire and set the forest aflame. As punishment, he was cursed to become the Leaf Scourge, a monster made from the same foliage turned to ash. Yeah, we did. There was one side quest saying that the little leafkin there are thought to be cursed Mamulja. The beast is very much real, a fiend born from the forest who summons up storms that reduce villages to ruin. Whether or not it does so to atone for the crimes of its past life is a matter for the mythologists. Fascinating. So the hunt people out here basically are here to give a little bit of lore for the different hunt marks, wherever have you. Yeah, we've encountered some of the hunt people around, and they've been just like, yo, I'm a hunter. But because I didn't unlock the full hunt board, we didn't get to hear the rest of the stuff. Okay. All right, though. I think that is going to be it for me. Yeah. We'll be back tomorrow for a little bit of a shorter bonus stream. We'll do the Arcadian story. So that's gonna be the thing on the docket, just for a little bonus stream to get through that story, see the normal mode fights and whatever have you. Make sure that's all unlocked and everything. Then we'll probably do some Doobie Roulette as well, and then we'll probably that'll probably be what we'll be doing. So probably a bit of a shorter stream, bit of a shorter stream, but I want to make it to the Arcadian story, so we'll be doing that tomorrow. So yeah, man, thanks everybody that popped by here to hang out. I appreciate y'all. We made it to the end. We trailed the dawn. I look forward to all the things that we're gonna get to from here. Because there's still a lot to do, and then who knows where like the story, like the post patches and everything like that is gonna go from here. There's a lot of intrigue and mystery that they've left us with after the Dawntrail main story, like the key and why the symbol of Asm appeared on it, which I'm super interested in that. Asm lore, yes please. Yes please. Did Asm create the key? What happened with that? I'm super excited. I'm super excited to see where this stuff will go in the future. But yeah, Arcadian tomorrow. But for now, we'll be ending. So thanks again, everybody. Let me pull up a song here to end out on. Let's see. Bring up a little bit of a jam. Let's go with. Oh no, wait, that's just the first song in the playlist. Let's go with this one. I think this is where we were. All right. So yeah, take care, everybody. And until next time.
Everything tingling. Baby, could you help me? 'Cause